Chapter 351 Swordjaw Army. Sia Marin is not as miserable as her sister said. At least how she behaves now. Well, it's still pretty good. Fong Tang sat on a tree branch and used a rope to pull the woman up. He felt that she was much heavier than she looked. Could it be that she was hiding her flesh? In the deep night, there was only starlight, and even the moon was blocked by a layer of particle cloud. Almost nothing can be seen. There are shadows, and the cold wind blows in the face with mist. Sia Marin lay on a small bed made of branches and ropes, breathing lightly with some strange temptation. The temperature will drop very low at night. You have to. Fong Tang leaned against the tree trunk and was about to remind the woman when he heard a cute purring sound in his ears. He looked at the sleeping woman lying on the bed of branches speechlessly. Either her courage is bigger than the sky, or her brain is smaller than a walnut. My sister was wrong. Her survivability was definitely not 0. It should be. -100 points is the right number. Outside the trees, a little golden light appeared, faintly floating in front of Fong Tang. It is 1 unit of secret gold particles. The reward of this companion mission. Fong Tang put the secret gold particles into the jelly package, suppressed his sleepiness, and listened carefully to the movements around him. My sister said that when night falls, monsters will appear. This area is not big. Counting the area behind the fog, it may only be the size of a football field. My sister actually said that this area is called Ginkgo Plain. Has it really been made into a game map? And the leader of the Ginkgo Plain, boss, doesn't even know what he is. Now it's time to think about your first step strategy. Killing the junior boss and occupying this area is the current first goal. Fong Tang must return to Lingyi Temple and find one key. But first of all, it is necessary to survive. While I was thinking wildly, a bright fire suddenly appeared in the corner of the sky. Fong Tang was surprised. He stood up holding on to the tree trunk and tried to observe. You can see clearly that the fire appears high on the northwest border of the game, which is at the top of the angle area. From high in the sky, there seemed to be a light point flying towards me, directly hitting the air wall composed of particles. The light point exploded directly. Then another one. Fong Tang rubbed his eyes. That seems to be a kind of bird? As the fourth light point exploded, he was shaken. That's Goku's Nightingale drone! A drone from the World Serpent crashed suicidal into the wall of air. Honeycomb-shaped light and shadows constantly appear on the air wall. And then ripples spread. After losing more than 20 drones in a row, the attack completely failed. Then a huge kite flew over and stuck to the wall of air. As the remains of 20 drones burned, the large painted characters on the kites could be clearly seen. Fong Tang, we are working hard. Please persist. Go on. Fong Tang felt hot in his heart. They are brothers from the Shanghai Guild. The light and shadow of the girl in the floral skirt appeared silently, as if imitating Fong Tang's movements, looking up to the sky. Her eyes were imitating Fong Tang's moved look. Fong Tang frowned. What are you playing at? My sister chuckled. The long night is very boring. Alas, there are 20 Nightingale-class drones. The World Snake has really spent a lot of money. It seems that they have really united with the Shanghai Guild. My sister raised her finger and shook it, but there won't be another time. They won't have another chance. Information is conveyed in this way. On the boundary of the air wall, countless particles began to bulge and turned into invisible turrets. Next time, no flying objects will be able to get close to the game boundary. My sister disappeared quietly. The fire was still burning above the boundary of the game. And Fong Tang suddenly heard the sound of ropes. The night monster appears. He held his breath and lay down on the branch of the tree. The light from the wreckage on the border air wall illuminates an area south of the ginkgo trees. Fong Tang saw the monsters and felt a chill down his back. That's a black tide rolling along the ground. Countless thumb-sized ants are marching. The river they form is at least 10 meters long and more than 3 meters wide. Wherever such a black tide passes, everything disappears. Even the dead grass and rotten ginkgo fruits on the ground were swept away by them. The fog began to thin. The firelight passed through the mist, and one could see a forest within 50 meters to the south. The tallest and largest tree is also a ginkgo. Its branches and leaves are lush, like an umbrella canopy standing on the ground. Next to the ancient ginkgo, there seems to be a pond, other small ginkgo trees, bushes, and collapsed black and white walls. The map in the database immediately appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. In a flash, he saw a park somewhere on the map of Jiating. Outside Area 03 of the 3rd Industrial Park. There is actually the 1,000-year-old ginkgo garden. Take back your mind. Fong Tang tightened his grip on the jelly package around his waist and looked at the ants again. It's the sword-jawed army ant. That is a very harmful ant colony, commonly seen in the wild. Soldier ants and worker ants will go out together. Their body surface will reflect a beautiful metallic luster under certain light. But at night, it will be pure black. As the tentacles tremble, you can still see the deep red under the tentacles of the sword-jawed ants. The most terrifying thing is that they carry two sharp weapons, such as saber-tooth-shaped upper and lower jaws, and poisonous glands stored in their abdomens. However, the data shows that the largest size of these domineering army ants is only 3.5 millimeters. But now they are at least 20 millimeters in size, and the largest ones even reach 35 millimeters. A mutated sword-jawed ant that has been magnified 10 times. They are approaching the tree. Fong Tang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and quickly searched for information about sword-jaw ants in the database. They can climb trees, and some female sword-jawed ants have wings that allow them to fly. They like to march out at night to look for food, and they will retreat after getting enough food. The sword-jawed ants have come out of the foggy land, and are approaching the ginkgo tree where Fong Tang is. Is there enough food to retreat? Fong Tang couldn't help but look at Xia Marin, who was still sleeping. With her meat, can she satisfy those sword-jawed ants? This sinful thought disappeared in a flash, and Fong Tang touched the jelly package on his waist. At the last moment, he still had a way to save himself. It is unrealistic to just rely on this warehouse jelly to cover all the sword-jawed ants. Fong Tang has lost the ability of the chip, and the three major attributes have also been locked. The range that the jelly can control is limited. The last time he was able to kill the player, it actually depended on luck. The biggest problem with a jelly weapon is the attack speed. If it wasn't a sneak attack, most people could easily avoid it. So what to do now? Just when they were at a loss what to do, a strange howl came out, and in the light of the fire, a wolf figure was trying to escape. But the smell emitted by it was captured by the tentacles of the sword-jawed ant. That's a stray dog. The yellow native dog, with its ears still injured, was limping away. It turns out that the vomiting sound heard during the day was made by this poor guy. Fong Tang thought that Voice was the boss of this area. The army ants began to change their route, and the black tide, led by the leader soldier ant, drew a curve along the ginkgo tree. When Fong Tang saw the stray dog, he instantly turned into a hedgehog. Saber-jaw ants covered it like a blanket from all sides. After whining, the hedgehog-like stray dog lay on the ground, and then shrank in size. Fong Tang blinked and watched the poor stray dog turn into a skeleton. Not even the bones were spared. With a crackling sound of bones, the sword-jawed ants piled up into a mound, like a dog's grave. After the mounds were dispersed, the ground was clean. The sword-jawed army ants began to retreat, walking along a bare road, passing through the path beside the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree, crossing the broken wall, and disappearing into the hillside behind. Fong Tang slowly exhaled. That's not a hillside. It's an ant nest. The girl in the floral skirt appeared like a ghost. Now I have to tell you. The boss of the ginkgo plain is the queen ant hiding under the ant nest. At present, you are not close to the ant nest, and have no tasks activated. Are you confident? Fong Tang shook his head gently. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep this night. Fong Tang took off his black windbreaker and covered Xia Marin's body. In the darkness, a hoarse voice came. Thank you. Fong Tang leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes to rest his mind. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. If you get sick, then I can only give up on you as my partner. For ordinary people, the first killer of wild survival is often not water and food, but disease. Chapter 352 Weird Beauty. Fong Tang used nails to draw the map bit by bit on the bark of the tree. 1,000-year-old ginkgo garden. For people outside the magical city of Jianing, this place is not famous, but there is a little impression in Fong Tang's memory. It was when I was hanging around at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China that a classmate from Taoyuan County introduced me to him. The small park is mainly to protect an ancient ginkgo tree with a history of 1,200 years. It is said that this tree grew in the ancient temple in Anting Village, Taoyuan County during the Jinyuan period of the Tang Dynasty. In 2002, the local government built the Millennium Ginkgo Garden covering an area of 6,000 square meters. At that time, in order to protect this tree, more than 20 families were directly relocated and 3 million yuan was invested. That was 3 million 20 years ago, which was a lot of money. Ginkgo is the main tree species in the park, and the chun trees, beech trees, saponaria trees, etc. near the original farmhouse are also preserved. There is also a small river and a stone bridge in the park. Fong Tang looked through various information in the database. In 2003, this big tree was claimed by a company in Shanghai and became the company's spokesperson. But just 3 years later, the park's construction came to a standstill. By around 2017, the entire garden's area had shrunk by more than 3 times. Fong Tang frowned and looked at the map he drew. The game scenes of Ginkgo Plain are all here. But according to the data, this park should be to the north of the 3rd Industrial Park, which is more than 20 kilometers away. As a designer, why did Wan Gi put this 1,000-year-old tree moved half the park? There must be a reason for this. Or is there a hidden mission in the Ginkgo Plain in the game scene? Xia Marin groaned and sat up from the bed of branches, gently rubbing her shoulders and waist. You? Come and have a rest. The high heels she had taken off were teetering on the branches. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Put your shoes away. Don't lose them. Xia Marin tried to imitate Fong Tang and sit on a tree branch. But because she was wearing a skirt, she couldn't. Fong Tang frowned and tied her to the side of the tree trunk with a rope, and then used 2 short ropes to fix her body left and right, forming a simple triangle rope bed. He had to rest and replenish enough energy before dawn. Teacher Xia, remember? Mainly observe the south, especially under the trees. If ants appear, wake me up. The north side of the ginkgo tree is the game boundary, which is equivalent to a natural defensive wall. Fong Tang asked her to repeat the precautions before lying down on the branch. He slowly fell into a half-asleep state. This kind of meditation-like resting method was something Bai taught him through simulating drunkenness last time. At this moment, I couldn't help but think of the piece of wood left by Xiaolin. Aren't there notes on meditation on the wooden pieces obtained from the meditation room of Ryaki Temple? Well, I'll have to research it if I have time. In the early morning, the sound of sneezing woke Fong Tang. This is the lowest temperature of the day. The temperature difference between day and night in the game scene also reaches its limit at this time, and the body temperature may only be around 0 degrees Celsius. Fong Tang looked at the woman leaning against the tree trunk with her legs tucked into her skirt. She was shivering from the cold. I just said, disease is the most terrifying thing, and there is no medicine here, Fong Tang said coldly. Xia Marin burst into tears of grievance. But she didn't explain anything. She just trembled and said, I want to pee. Fong Tang immediately shook his head. That will cause a lot of heat loss in your body. Hold it in for me. Xia Marin bit her lip. Well, then you have to think of a way. Any solution? You have no common sense. If we hug each other, we can use each other's body temperature to keep warm, Xia Marin shouted. Fong Tang looked at the small tree bed. This temporary tree bed cannot support the weight of the 2 of us. I am not that fat. Fong Tang climbed over along the branch and reached out to touch her skirt, which was already wet with dew. Her calves were as cold as ice. Fong Tang looked around, selected 2 tree branches near the south side, untied the rope on the bed of trees, and connected the 2 tree branches together. In this way, he could lean half of his body on the branch of the tree. After holding Xia Marin in his arms and covering her with a windbreaker, he hesitated. We must take off our skirts. Otherwise, the wet clothes will take away our body temperature. The beautiful teacher was even more shy, but made a weird request. You have to cover your face with my skirt. Otherwise, I would rather freeze to death than take it off. Fong Tang felt baffled. Then I felt Xia Marin's hands moving around. What are you doing? I'm looking for a zipper. Isn't this your skirt? You can't even find the zipper? It's too cold and my hands can't control themselves. After finally taking off the wet skirt, Xia Marin covered Fong Tang's face. Only then did Fong Tang understand her intention. Not to cover your eyes, but to calm down yourself. Because the 2 are now in close contact. The man cannot avoid reactions. And the cool skirt on the forehead does have a calming effect. Teacher, you think too much. Even if I think about it, I will hold back because I want to maintain my strength. Xia Marin was motionless in his arms, and there was an obvious difference in their heartbeats. Fong Tang's heartbeat was very fast, while the woman's heartbeat was very calm. You lost. The beautiful teacher suddenly became happy. My heartbeat is normal. But you are thinking wildly. Fong Tang was speechless. You are so boring. Even so, he did feel very comfortable, warm and soft, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. When the sun shone on his face, Fong Tang opened his eyes and found that the woman in his arms was gone. Leaning over, I saw Xia Marin under the tree, sucking desperately at the wooden groove on the trunk. But there was no more moisture in it. Her lips were chapped, and the daytime temperatures were rising again. Fong Tang slid down the tree trunk wrapped in a windbreaker. The woman immediately backed away. cautiously. Her makeup was still unstained. Only the broken leaves and mud left by the branches were everywhere on her clothes. Fong Tang waved to her. Xia Maren backed away desperately. "Don't hit me!" Fong Tang rushed forward and the woman screamed. With a snap, she was slapped on the head. Fong Tang snorted. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Xia Maren rubbed the top of her head. "I came down without your consent." Fong Tang nodded. "It seems you are not hopeless. Now, give me your high heels." Xia Maren opened her eyes wide. "You pervert!" Fong Tang grabbed her hair and pulled her so she couldn't escape. The woman screamed in pain. "I'm not begging you. I'm ordering you," Fong Tang said boring lines, dragged the woman under the tree, and forcibly took off her shoes. He held up the black high-heeled shoes and looked at the structure of the heels. "You pervert!" Xia Maren shouted, fluttering her legs. Fong Tang stepped on her leg unceremoniously. "I have to do something very important now." The beautiful teacher pushed him away hard. "What do you want to do with these shoes?" "Use the steel inside to make a knife." Chapter 353 Knife and Water. Xia Maren stopped arguing with Fong Tang. She didn't have the strength anymore. She quietly picked up a stone and filled her mouth with saliva as much as possible to relieve her thirst. Water is necessary for survival. Priority definitely goes over food. You can go without food for more than a week. But without drinking water, ordinary people may not be able to survive for 3 days. Now Xia Maren has shown signs of dehydration. Her body temperature has increased. Her pulse has accelerated. Her reactions have become sluggish. And she even feels weak and powerless. Fong Tang was much stronger than her. At this time, he put down his high heels with satisfaction and took out other materials. 1 unit of secret gold particles. All titanium alloy bone nails. According to the formula obtained from the skull. There is a shortage of steel now. Xia Maren kept blinking. Fong Tang broke the high heels of 2 shoes and found steel pieces at the contact point between the soles and heels. This pair of shoes is a brand of excellent quality. It uses ultra-thin high-strength steel sheets to fix the shape of the shoe and support the arch of the foot. Returning the broken shoe to the woman, Fong Tang placed 2 thin pieces of steel next to the titanium alloy bone nails. Wait silently. Sure enough, the girl in the floral skirt appeared on the particle arrangement display. Congratulations, player Fong Tang. You have obtained enough materials and formulas. Let me guide you on how to use them. The method of use is very simple. If you have enough materials, you only need to crush the secret gold particle ball, and the production process will be completed automatically. Fong Tang saw the secret gold particles falling towards the titanium alloy bone nails and steel sheets, and the nanoparticles began to decompose the 2 materials. It is not melted by high temperature, but broken down into small enough particles by the secret gold particles, and then mixed together. Only then do those particles burst out enough energy to fuse the titanium alloy and steel materials together. Some of the remaining particles began to change the shape of the synthetic material, stretching out the blade and handle. The energy of those particles continued to be released, and the blade was repeatedly hit by the secret gold particles, gradually taking shape. Because the material can be processed at a microscopic level, there is no need for forging, quenching, folding and other processes. It didn't take long for a sharp titanium alloy tactical knife to appear. After the secret gold particles released their energy, they perfectly adhered to the blade, giving the knife, with a blade length of less than 10 centimeters, a faint light of dark gold on its surface. Fong Tang tore off the leather on the heel and wrapped it around a simple handle. Then he found a cotton rope made of thin threads and began to wrap it around the handle. He used the Chinese knotting method, which is strong, non-slip, practical and saves materials. The disadvantage is that it is not as delicate as the Ronin knot of the samurai's sword. The dagger-like tactical knife is almost straight-edged, with a slightly curved top, no blood groove, and no high-grade manganese coating to prevent reflection. But what kind of bicycle do you want at this time? Fong Tang's fingers brushed against the still-hot blade, and at this moment, he missed Beishing infinitely in his heart. It would be great if North Star was here. At the beginning, 1 person, 1 knife and 1 dog are enough to travel to the end of the world. And they can also laugh proudly at the end of the world. But now, there is a woman with a brain problem beside me. Fong Tang turned his head and saw the woman under the shade of the tree with white lips and an ugly face. There is a shortage of water. Thinking of this, I felt my chest burning, and my mouth felt like it was tearing after eating hot pepper. Fong Tang carried Xia Maren on his back, held the knife in his right hand, with the blade in a straight line with himself, bent down and walked slowly into the mist. The entire Ginkgo Plain map was in his mind, so he had to determine the direction first. Now, Try to keep a straight line, starting from the south of the ginkgo tree where you live, and walk 1 meter every 3 steps. You only need to walk 90 steps to find the pond on the map in your mind. The hood fell down, and the sunshade lenses hung in front of her eyes. Beauty Xia behind her snorted. You are so bad. Don't talk. Fong Tang responded in a low voice, his throat hurting. In front of my eyes, mosquitoes appeared, making a buzzing sound. Xia Marin opened her eyes again, but now there was a strange joy in her eyes. Fong Tang couldn't see her expression, but he was also happy. There were mosquitoes, which meant that the water source was close. Insects such as mosquitoes cannot live without water, and they prefer humid environments. Within the fog, the visibility was not as bad as imagined. Fong Tang had already seen the pond. There must be the former creek in the park, because it was forcibly moved into the game scene. Now the creek has stopped flowing and turned into a pond. Fong Tang knelt by the pond, and Xia Marin on his back let out a disappointed groan when he saw the situation in front of him. The pond is almost dry, surrounded by black mud, and various insects are flying in small pits less than 20 centimeters in diameter. What's in the pit can't be considered water at all. At most it's mud soup. Put down Xia Marin and cover her body with a black windbreaker to avoid direct sunlight. Fong Tang knelt down, grabbed a ball of mud, lowered his head and sniffed. It smells like putrefaction, but also has a refreshing aquatic smell. This is not stagnant water, but living water, flowing through layers of underground mud. In other words, it's drinkable. Looking at a few frogs appearing in the mud puddle, I can confirm that they are not poisonous. Fong Tang raised the mud and held it tightly. The dirty water fell down between his fingers. He did not drink it, but used it to moisten his lips and cool down at the same time. Feeling the cold water, Fong Tang gained more strength. The tactical knife flashed out, and he started digging next to the mud pit. Dig away the black mud, not far from the small hole in the pond, and dig down about 10 centimeters. A little bit of water begins to appear and slowly gathers. It looks much better than the black water in the mud puddle, but it is still full of various impurities. A handful of small stones were found nearby and lined up along the dug puddle. On the one hand, it fixes the puddles, and on the other hand, it can precipitate impurities. There was no need to waste this time. But Fong Tang still liked cleaner water. He picked up a little water with light yellow algae and sprinkled it on his body, then turned around and started to take off the beautiful teacher's stockings. Xia Marin retracted her left leg. Right leg. Keep your right leg clean. Fong Tang was speechless again. After taking off his socks, he wet them with water from the pit, then mixed them with sand and scrubbed them before putting them back into the puddle. Fong Tang persisted, trying hard to hold on to the feeling of dying of thirst. When the impurities settled a little, Fong Tang picked up the socks. The water is filtered again through silk stockings of good quality and fine pores. Fong Tang held up the stocking and put it to Xia Marin's mouth. Xia Marin drank greedily, and the drops of water gathered into a trickle. She swallowed, and then coughed violently. When a person is too thirsty, the dirty water that enters the mouth loses its taste, and the swallowing movement becomes stiff. Fong Tang drank 2 socks in a row, and finally felt a little taste of water. To be honest, it's not bad. In addition to the strong mud flavor, it also has a bit of sweetness. Looking up at the sky, it seems that a dark cloud is gathering. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and there was still humid water vapor. Fong Tang broke out in a sweat. He then carried Xia Marin on his back and walked eastward along the pond to find the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree. There is a large area of shade. The ground is full of grass, and there are even many grasshoppers jumping around. The fragrance of green grass is really wonderful. Fong Tang gasped and lay on the grass with Xia Marin. Neither of them wanted to move. Now, will we not be short of water? Xia Marin asked gently. Fong Tang tilted his head and glanced at her. You have to be ready. What are you preparing for? The woman gained strength and lay on his chest. Be prepared to have diarrhea. Fong Tang chuckled softly. Your delicate intestines must not be able to bear the water just now. This water is only for emergencies, not for regular use. Now, Fong Tang needs fire. Chapter 354 Codename Beauty. He doesn't even have a lighter. Fong Qingqing shouted in the Chang'an Hotel suite. Yunk looked at her coldly. So what? Fong Qingqing clenched her fists. How can he make a fire without a lighter? Even if he finds food in the wild, he can't barbecue. Poof. The people behind Young couldn't help laughing. Miss Qingqing, this is a game. An infinite challenge game. You have participated in it personally. On Huajirai Island. Fong Qingqing interrupted Young. No matter how difficult it is on Huawu Island, eating and drinking is not a problem. Now Fong Tang. He can't even drink. Didn't you watch the last video transmitted by the drone? Skylark put away his sarcastic smile and nodded slowly. Qingqing, you have just awakened the core spirit. You only know the situation at the Huawu Island level, but you don't know that the president has also experienced situations that are more difficult and dangerous than this. At this time, she thought of the resurrection level and the underground secret room. In that almost desperate situation, Fong Tang still managed to survive. But one thing she had to admit was that Fong Tang seemed to have lost the ability of the core spirit. He is like an ordinary person now. Fong Qingqing had tears in her eyes, feeling extremely distressed. We have to find a way. It's useless. The chief analyst sighed. The game scene of Fog Pass has been completely blocked, and invisible turrets have appeared on the periphery. It is impossible for our drones to get close this time. Skylark tapped his fingers on the table. What I care about more now is the woman who appears next to the president. The game cannot be broadcast live now, and no one knows what happened in this pass. 27 Nightingale class drones provided by World Serpent were lost in a row, and the information obtained was only a 4-second video. Now, the repaired video is open again. What was originally a dark scene is now light green. The camera of the Nightingale class drone itself has a night vision function. Now, after being repaired by the data department, Fong Tang can be clearly seen lying on the branch of the tree, as well as the woman beside him. The image of the woman was cut and organized into clear pictures, then enlarged and projected on the wall. Based on the situation at the scene, it seems that she has formed a team with the president. The data analyst introduced. We used facial analysis software, but we could not find the information of this female player in the database. When the vacation staff of the data department escaped from the Dong and Wetland headquarters, they took away the game player data from Asia and successfully set up a server at the Chang'an Hotel. If it cannot be found in the server, it means that the woman is either a player in another game area or an ordinary person. It's a pity that we can't access the real-world database now. If we can't find this woman's information, we can't analyze her. Hearing this, Young pondered. There is someone who may be able to help. She raised her head. Use all resources now to find Song Wenlan. Everyone in the suite retreated, and the remaining Young and Fong Qingqing couldn't help but look at the woman lying on the branch. A seductive beauty. Hey, Kair, do you think Fong Tang was deceived by this woman? Young was very unhappy with this title. Xiao Qing, you should know that the president will not be fooled easily. Fong Qingqing sighed. But he has a weakness. He is always soft-hearted towards beautiful women. After snorting, Young sneered. Then you don't know how the president of the underground chamber and the town of Jingjing made a prompt decision and directly killed by man and the girl named Jingjing. Don't think I don't know anything. Sichuan Silence is not dead. Silent Valley has become Fong Tang's private property. And by man, Fong Tang is here to help her escape. Skylark's beautiful eyes flashed. Anyway, the results can show that Tang will not be fooled. No matter what woman she is, you and I have tried, but both failed. Right. Fong Qingqing was silent and sighed for a long time. Only the one named Shauna is different. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. After a long time, the chief analyst of the data department came in and broke the awkward atmosphere. We have contacted Song Wenlan, and she is very cooperative. Song Wenlan has returned to the Criminal Investigation Division of the Police Department to report again. But she is still on leave, because of the wanted order incident in the phone case. The police are investigating her internally. This is also to protect her. The police department hopes that she will with a clean identity. He can resume his duties. Skylark cheered up. If she is willing to help, we will have a powerful resource in the real world. The chief analyst took out a mobile phone. She is online, in the imperial capital. Young glanced at Qingqing. Fong Qingqing whispered, don't trust the people you employ, and don't trust the people you suspect. I suggest that the image data of the woman in the fog pass be passed to Song Wenlan. Skylark also nodded slightly. The information was sent, and half an hour later, the phone vibrated. Young answered the call and sat down with Qingqing and the chief analyst. Song Wenlan's voice came. What do you want to know? This woman's identity. She may not be a player. If she is an ordinary person, can you find her identity information? Skylark asked. Song Wenlan was silent for a moment. Based on her clothes and other information, the last place she appeared was Modu Moment High School. Everyone was shocked. Reliable intelligence shows that the disguised identity of game designer Shui Wu is the biology teacher of Maxim High School. But Song Wenlan then said, "But she is not a teacher at Maxim High School." Hibari frowned. Song Wenlan's voice deepened. "This woman has no criminal record in China's police files. But she is a suspect in 14 murder cases." "What? Murder?" "Yes. Strictly speaking, she is still a dangerous person that Interpol has been tracking for several years. Codenamed Beauty. She is a highly intelligent serial killer, also known as a vigilante or an avenging angel." Young and Qingqing looked at each other. "Please tell me in detail. The true identity of this woman is still a mystery. The information we can trace shows that she entered the country from Russia. In Russia alone, she killed 7 people, all of whom were drug dealers, mafia, and murderers. She specifically selects criminals as targets, is proficient in various assassination methods, may also be proficient in firearms, and has even received formal agent training. However, intelligence shows that her close combat ability is average, and she is naturally weak. She is good at disguise and likes realistic role-playing. If the target she kills is a woman, she will even use the identity of the deceased to act." Skylark interjected. "So, Beauty appeared at the game scene, wearing the teacher's uniform of Moji High School. Then her last goal. Could it be? Not bad." Song Wenlan snorted. "Not long ago, before the autumn celebration ceremony, a female teacher from Vienne High School took 3 female students to the Jiaoding district of the Magic City to purchase musical instruments. As a result, the female teacher was found dead. He fell into the smelly ditch and was poisoned to death." After a pause, Song Wenlan continued. "The 3 female students were safe and sound, but they could not tell the appearance of the murderer. After questioning, the Jiaoding police discovered that the deceased, a female teacher named Xie Tianxiang, had used coercion and financial temptation to let your female students come out to do illegal live broadcasts to make money." Fang Qingqing snorted. "That deserves to be killed." Song Wenlan was very dissatisfied. "No matter what the reason, killing is illegal," Fang Qingqing hesitantly said. "It seems that in the phone case, Director Song, you didn't think so. Why did you suddenly think of your identity again? I don't know what you're talking about." Song Wenlan didn't admit it at all. Young hurriedly smoothed things over. "Director Song, please continue," Song Wenlan said coldly. "It can be speculated that the female killer codenamed Beauty is wearing the clothes of the deceased Xie Tianxiang, and even using the identity of a teacher. She has been operating in the Jiaoding area." Hibari looked at the chief analyst. The chief analyst immediately made a profile summary. The woman is young, proficient in various killing techniques, not good at close combat, has a weak constitution, and may be proficient in firearms. Judging from the cases she has done, she must have been in childhood. Sometimes she is stimulated with a twisted sense of justice, or for revenge. She is good at disguise, a high IQ criminal, inferring that she may not have normal human emotions, and likes exciting games. In general, a highly aggressive antisocial type personality disorder. It sounds scary, but for real gamers, the threat level is not high. Young asked again. "Director Song, do you have anything to add?" Song Wenlan replied softly. "If this female killer pretends to be Teacher Xia, then Fang Tang may be fooled, because Maxim High School has completely erased all information on Xie Tianxiang. The police have no relevant records. This case was handed over directly to the police department. In other words, Fang Tang couldn't find any information about the real teacher Xie Tianxiang, so he couldn't tell that he was a pervert pretending to be a pervert." Everyone was frowning and thinking. Fang Qingqing asked the last question. How is her ability to survive in the wild? There is no doubt that he is very strong and expert. Chapter 355 Stubborn Beauty. The basis of survival ability in the wild is physical fitness. Survival skills and luck are beyond that. Without a strong physique, survival skills are useless. In the ancient ginkgo garden shrouded in mist, Fang Tang was carefully exploring, looking for various dry firewood and branches, while Xie Marin had already suffered from diarrhea 4 times. This is not a good thing. The water that has just entered the body has been lost before it is fully absorbed. After not eating for almost 2 days, Xie Marin was completely exhausted. Her face was extremely pale. Her eyes were sunken, and her uniform and skirt were dirty. But she could still see her unique temperament beneath her charming face. Even though she was so haggard, she still kept her face very clean, even though she did not hesitate to waste the precious fresh water that Fang Tang filtered with his stockings. "Am I ugly now?" Xie Marin looked at Fang Tang dying. Fang Tang put down the dry branches, gently combed her long hair, and picked off the broken leaves and hay from her hair. It's okay. Much prettier than me. Xia Marin held his hand with difficulty. I may not be able to hold it anymore. At this time, her expression turned out to be particularly serious. Actually, I am very powerful and very capable. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. You are the most joking girl I have ever seen. Xia Marin still pulled him tightly, and slowly retracted into his arms. Really? I am going to die. Can I still lie to you? I am proficient in survival in the wild. But I am born with severe allergies. So I rely on anti-allergy medicine to show my strength. I have my own special medicine. She murmured. It is a special drug synthesized from spleen aminopeptide and ketotifen. It is specially used to treat my allergies. I spent a lot of money to hire a laboratory to make it. I usually sew the pills into my underwear. But this time when I came to this ghost place, all the pills were confiscated. Fong Tang picked her up, put her under the ancient ginkgo tree, and patted her head gently. I believe you. In fact, seeing you sleeping so soundly on the branch, I know you are not an ordinary teacher. Have a good rest. You still not dead. It is impossible for ordinary people to fall asleep on a branch, no matter how tired you are, because under psychological effects, people will temporarily lose their sense of balance when they are suspended in high places. Being able to maintain a position on a branch and sleep peacefully must be rich. Wilderness survival experience. Fong Tang continued to search for the materials needed to make a fire. This ancient ginkgo garden was almost explored, taking the dry pond and the 1,000-year-old ginkgo as a straight line. In addition to 2 grasslands, there was a mud ditch and a large bush. He redrawn the map of the ginkgo plain in his mind, down to the details of the gravel between bushes and mud ditches. Xia Marin lay weakly in the shade of the tree, her stomach and intestines twitching, and she could hardly control her urge to defecate. Due to severe dehydration and loss of nutrients, her kidneys could no longer effectively eliminate toxins. If she continued to urinate and replenish water, her internal organs would probably die. She painfully stretched out her hand to grab the fallen leaves under the shade of the tree and dug them into the soil. Then, he grabbed 2 ginkgo fruits with rotten skin. Xia Marin's gloomy eyes lit up. The ginkgo fruit that matures in September, also known as ginkgo, is a natural anti-diarrheal medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine believes that ginkgo is sweet in taste, slightly bitter, warm in nature, and enters the lung and kidney meridian. It can warm the lungs and replenish qi, stop diarrhea and benefit the spleen. Xia Marin swallowed 2 ginkgo fruits into her mouth, gritted her teeth, and chewed them while resisting her thirst. Then he continued to look for it, even swallowing the slightly rotten peel with a strange smell. Chinese medicinal materials are not as good as Western medicine and cannot be effective immediately. Most of them have a nourishing and recuperative effect, which requires time and quantity. However, these ginkgo fruits are an excellent psychological hint, suggesting that you can be saved if you take medicine, coupled with the energy brought by the fruit. Xia Marin's spirit is much better. Over there, Fong Tang had already found a piece of dry bark and 2 handfuls of sun-dried grass. He picked out the driest leaf tips of the dead grass and placed them on the bark of the tree. The remaining withered grass was placed between 3 stones to lightly build a stove. Now, Fong Tang broke off a fresh branch from a nearby chun tree, tested the elasticity, then pulled out a few threads from the rope, twisted them into thin ropes, and then bent the branches to make a simple wooden bow. This bow has limited kinetic energy and is only used for drilling wood. But drilling wood to make fire is not that simple. Even a skilled wild hunter will take several hours to succeed. If you are not careful, such as dripping sweat or humid weather, you will fail halfway. Therefore, Fong Tang found another palm-sized pebble in the nearby pile of rocks. The wooden bow turned, drilling the bark of the tree with the dry branches in the middle, and he gathered at the top. After a long time, the hay tips placed around finally began to smoke, but it's still a long way from being ignited. Fong Tang stopped wasting energy, rubbed his sore and numb palms, and took out the knife. The hay leaves on the bark were so brown and black that it only took a spark to ignite. Fong Tang picked up the knife and started hitting the pebbles from the side. Most cobblestones can be called flint. Moreover, Fong Tang's blade was filled with synthesized secret gold particles. The secret gold particles are the same as the fake particles. It is impossible to see them with the naked eye. Different feelings can only be shown when they are not. During the day, you can see little sparks. After beating for 15 minutes, the stone broke into pieces. Fong Tang wiped his sweat, suppressed his dizziness, and changed to another pebble. This time I finally succeeded. White smoke billowed up, and a little red spark appeared in the grass blades. Fong Tang hurriedly picked up the bark and blew gently, holding back the blinding smoke. The grass blades burned. Flame. Beautiful flame. In the wild, no matter what time it is, seeing flames is like seeing a long-lost civilization. Burning bark ignited other dry grass, and dry branches were strung over it. Fong Tang turned around and found a piece of broken wood. After splitting it with a stone, he was about to put it on top. "Wait, wait!" Sia Marin shouted softly under the tree. "It's not appropriate." Fong Tang looked at the yellowed firewood in his hand and understood. "This is wood that has been soaked in water and then dried in the sun. It will emit a lot of yellow smoke when burned. Although it is good firewood, the yellow smoke can be seen clearly in the fog, which is equivalent to directly exposing one's position. Now they don't need to call for help, but need to hide. In the stove made of stone, the newly replaced firewood had been burned into charcoal. Fong Tang built 2 new stoves and stored fire in each place. The third fire stove was placed directly under a stone extending from the top. Because Fong Tang noticed that the clouds on the north side of the sky were getting thicker and thicker, he was not sure if it would rain. Water droplets will pass through the particle layer on top of the game, so be careful. The smoke from the stove wood is mixed with the particle fog and will not be easily detected. Fong Tang calmed down, turned around and walked to the ancient tree, and couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Sia Marin, who slowly walked out from behind the tree. "Can you stand up so quickly?" In the midst of questioning, she suddenly discovered the leaves stained with blood behind her. Beauty Sia was holding on to the big tree. Her skirt dropped halfway from her waist, revealing her white and tender waist covered with grass leaves. But she smiled hoarsely. "It's just a little blood in the stool. I don't think so." Fong Tang leaned over and grabbed a handful of rotten ginkgo fruits. He smelled it and shook his head. "Although ginkgo has anti-diarrheal effect, it needs to be crushed and taken together with other neutral medicinal materials. That's fine. And the peel is poisonous." Sia Marin leaned weakly against the big tree, with a cruel look in her eyes. "But at the same time, taking the rotten ginkgo peel and a kind of hemp rhizome together has a miraculous effect on stimulating the central nervous system." The information in the database flashed before his eyes, and Fong Tang glared at the woman. "The toxins in the ginkgo peel plus juyuds. You are so cruel to yourself. You are gambling on your life." Sia Marin no longer looked that delicate. She stood upright and stubbornly supported the tree. "I would rather stand up than lie there waiting to die. I don't want to leave my fate to anyone. I only believe in myself." As soon as she finished speaking, she fell down. Chapter 356. All things live and breathe. This time, Sia Marin's whole body fell to the ground. Fong Tang hurriedly picked her up and touched her forehead, which was hot. Then he stretched out his hand to touch the skin under her armpits, opened her clothes and took a look, and saw a small red bump with needles. What an idiot. Fong Tang rubbed his head. If this woman doesn't understand anything, it will save her a lot of trouble. Because she knew a few survival skills, she got herself killed instead. He gritted his teeth, used his reserve energy, and quickly dug a shallow pit under the ginkgo tree. Then covered it with leaves. Then used stockings to get muddy water and sprinkled it on the leaves. He stripped Beauty Sia naked, laid her flat on the leaves, covered all her clothes with mud and water, and covered her body. Cooled down first. Panting, he sat down, pinched his nose, and drank 2 mouthfuls of muddy water. Fong Tang came to the grass next to the tree, squatted down, and caught a dozen grasshoppers. They are all small green grasshoppers with pointed beaks and long bellies, commonly known as wise feet. In rural areas, there are also several big, climbing mountains and big jumping beans with 2 fingers. These can supplement protein for 2 people. But he now also needs carbohydrates, fat, and enough calories. Returning to the mud pit, I first grabbed a handful of sand, then suddenly reached under the mud pond, tried it, and successfully caught a loach. The friction of the sand gives the loach nowhere to escape. Although the pond is dried up, there is still a lot of harvest for loaches and 1 frog. They bring about the same amount of heat. Now that's carbs. That is, plant foods containing sugar and starch. This time I had better luck, because this ginkgo garden was once a village, so it was easy to dig out a few roots, like yellow rhizome, filled with water. Fong Tang couldn't wait to eat 2 big pieces, and his mouth was full of sweet juice. This is something called grass taro. It blooms in summer and disappears in autumn. In fact, the entire rhizome is buried near the pond. It tastes like fresh lotus root. After returning with the food, He removed the wings of the grasshopper, used a knife to process the glands of the loach, then skinned the frog and removed its internal organs. Roast the grasshoppers through the grass roots. The loach is wrapped in leaves and placed in a charcoal fire. As for the frogs, they are also put on a tree branch and placed on the side of the fire to roast slightly. Fong Tang cut the straw taro into thin slices with a tactical knife, then put it to the mouth of Xia Marin, who was lying in the pit, and squeezed it gently. The faintly fragrant juice fell down and moistened her split lips. Xia Marin instinctively opened her mouth while unconscious. First I fed her a few slices of taro. Then I crushed the fragrant grasshopper meat, took a sip of filtered water, chewed it, and gave it to her mouth to mouth. We can't feed her too much now. Fong Tang used his stocking to get some water and sprinkle it on her body. And then he dealt with the loach meat in the leaves. The loach meat was white and tender and steaming, with the fragrance of the leaves. He ate 3 of them in one go. At this time, the grilled frog meat has been browned, and the skin is torn open, and the meat inside is even more tender. It tastes like chicken, but more tender. Fong Tang came back and tested Xia Marin's body temperature. It didn't get cooler, but got hotter. He chewed up the remaining frog meat and loach meat, took the last mouthful of fresh water in his mouth, and then put it all into Xia Marin's mouth. Half of it was spit out, and I don't know how much of the rest can be absorbed. Fong Tang knew that she couldn't hold on any longer. He lay next to Xia Marin and watched the dark clouds on the horizon slowly moving towards this side. His eyelids started to fight, and he heard a sigh in a daze. Turning around, I saw that the woman in the shallow pit was covered in mud. Her face was still clean, but now it was bright red. The food that entered the body produced a little energy. Xia Marin slowly opened her mouth at this time, revealing her swollen tongue. Is the internet enough for me? You forgot that I am allergic. Are you allergic to loaches, roots, or frog meat? None of this matters anymore. Her physique could no longer support it and had reached its limit. Unless there are antibiotics, clean fresh water, and adequate nutritional supplements. Among the 3 conditions that can save her, the most important is fresh water. Maybe with enough fresh water, she could survive again. But now, there is nothing. Xia Marin didn't even have the strength to bite her tongue, and gradually her tongue began to swell. This was not a good thing. It meant that the organs in her body were inflamed, and a large number of cells began to extract nutrients from other places. She was on the verge of death. Fong Tang sighed softly. Do you have any last words? Xia Marin's eyes brightened. It's a pity. It's a pity that I didn't meet you earlier. What nonsense. Really, I have been lonely since I was a child. It seems that the whole world is fake in my eyes. When my mother died, I cried a lot. It was just pretending. I was not sad at all. Others are afraid of blood, but I especially like it. Xia Marin seemed to have regained her light, and her spirits were high. Later I knew something was wrong with me. I liked the feeling of killing life. At first. Cough. Cough. First it was the cat at home, and then the dog. The Labrador Retriever my grandma gave me for my birthday. I even gave it a name, but I couldn't help but kill it and bury it in the backyard. She took a breath. I know that I don't have the emotions of normal people, so I imitate them from movies. When you see me for the first time, you may find that I am a bit neurotic, and my words and actions are exaggerated. There is nothing I can do about it. I've learned a lot about acting in movies. Fong Tang looked at her sadly, knowing that she would die soon. If you have this kind of antisocial personality disorder, you should learn more about real people. That way it will be more natural. Xia Marin smiled. The moment before her death, she had returned to her peak appearance. She was full of energy. Her skin was bright, and her eyes were charming. She looked at Fong Tang. You are really different. Different from anyone I have ever met. I have to admit that when you kissed me just now, I felt my heartbeat for the first time. It was beating very hot and very comfortable. More exciting than killing. If I could have met you earlier, I might not have been so lonely. Fong Tang shook his head. Stop talking nonsense. I didn't kiss you just now. I was just feeding you. Xia Marin sighed. I'm going to die. Can I say something I like to hear? Fong Tang coughed. What do you want to hear? Xia Marin was lazily about to fall asleep. When she closed her eyes, her beauty turned into withered bones. Fong Tang gradually calmed down. You are very beautiful. You have a temperament that I have never seen before. It is very attractive. When I hold you, my heart beats harder. It feels like first love. Xia Marin had a smile on her lips. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she closed her eyes. There was a click, and above, on the false sky, Pieces of diamond-shaped halos appeared, and then drops of rain passed through the particle boundaries and fell down. Outside the game, it's the Magic City in early winter. But inside, it's like a summer afternoon. The dark clouds, which seemed to be artificially pushed, were raining heavily. The entire cloud group actually only covered the ginkgo plain. The heavy rain passed through the branches and leaves of the ancient trees, turned from raindrops to rain pillars, and finally poured down like a basin of water. In the space outside the ancient tree, the rain was even heavier. Outside the dry pond, countless streams gathered and flowed into the mud pit with joy. Visibly, the pond is slowly recovering. When the entire pond is completely replenished with running water, the surrounding meadows and ditches, and even the bushes, become alive. The rain gradually subsided. Fong Tang heard the sound of birds, the chirping of insects, and a few hares jumping in from the east wall and running in the wet grass. Then a lightning passed through, and a bunch of red berries in the grass were snatched away by the white and furry little guy. That was the little squirrel-like guy that Fong Tang saw not long ago. It's moving so fast that you can't even see it clearly. At this time, bubbles appeared in the pond, and fish seemed to emerge from the underground mud pit with their mouths open and jumping on the surface. All things live in the rain. The dark clouds have not completely dissipated, and light rain is falling. While Fong Tang was still immersed in this calmness, the woman beside him slowly sat up from the mud pit, which shocked him. Beauty Xia is resurrected. No, it should be said that the rain gave her enough life. She raised her head, water dripping from her long hair. She spread her arms, and her eyes were full of joy. She drank the rainwater, and the mud on her body was washed away, revealing her stunning snow-white skin, which was so beautiful that it actually had a holy meaning. Just how many of what you said just now are true? The woman slowly stood up and started washing her clothes in the rain. Fong Tang turned around. It's all fake. Heh. Cough. Cough. Are you blushing? Chapter 357 Herbal Formula. The sun fell again, and Fong Tang climbed up the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree. At a height of 5 meters, he tied the branches with ropes. This time, above the branches, he used the remaining rope to tie up a thick shade cover. It's like a hut with no walls but a roof. Fong Tang wiped the rain off his head and took out the jelly package from his waist. I felt something was wrong just now, but now I look at the jelly-like package, which has lost a lot of its elasticity. He looked at the appearance of the jelly package. Although it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, he could guess it. Damn particles. They keep attacking my package. The current jelly package can barely hold on, but it is impossible to hunt prey through it. Even if it contains some energy, it has now been exhausted. The only advantage is that its elasticity is still there, and the inside is still in a semi-vacuum state. It is dry and has no oxygen, which can prevent items from getting damp and prevent food from rotting. It can only be used as a package. Fong Tang scratched his head. The rainwater on the branches fell into the inside of the jelly package and disappeared immediately. I don't know what the mechanism is, but it doesn't seem to be able to hold water. With a sigh, he patted the jelly package gently. Thank you, good brother. If he hadn't killed the first player with this jelly, he wouldn't have the formula or materials, and he wouldn't be able to get the titanium alloy knife in his hand. This knife has been of great use. Fong Tang shook the tree bed and waited for the rain to fall off. The sun could still reach here, and it should be much drier by night. This is very important. After sunset, the temperature in the game scene may drop again. If the branches are wet, no one can stand it. Shaking his black windbreaker, he slid down the tree. I saw Xia Marin squatting by the only remaining fire pit, roasting her stockings. The clothes on her body were only half dry, but they should be completely dry in a while under the warm sun. The uniforms and skirts were wrinkled, but the flat shoes, placed next to them, were clean and freshly polished. Thanks to Fong Tang's precautionary measures, he kept the third fire under a high stone. When the rain fell, there was still a gap where half a charcoal was preserved. Xia Marin put on her stockings slowly and seductively in front of him. Seeing that Fong Tang had no reaction, she snorted and picked up the dried hemp grass on the stone. This is not real ephedra, but the alkaloids contained in it are easier to extract. Just dry them, and you can get powdered jutatin from the rhizomes. Xia Marin is so energetic now because of this. Central nervous system stimulating drug. Now she added water and white peel, mixed it with leaves, and didn't know what she was tinkering with. But she picked it up with her thumbnail and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Xia Marin perked up and pursed her lips with a smile. Atang! I seem to have discovered a new herbal formula. Well, it has a miraculous effect on my allergies. I have given it a name. Called Beima Tianqing powder. Handsome. Right. Fong Tang shook his head speechlessly. You should write a novel. What a mess. Xia Marin smiled mysteriously and waved gently. I'll show you something good. Fong Tang frowned and walked over, subconsciously touching the tactical knife. If this weird woman wants to repay kindness with revenge, then he will never be lenient. For sure. Xia Marin rushed over and hugged him directly. What are you doing? Put the knife away. You worked so hard to save my life. And now you want to kill me. Fong Tang put away the knife silently. Xia Marin gave a thumbs up. The nails are quite nice, but the purple highlights on them have faded and become light red. But they are under the nails. Fong Tang gasped. Under the fingernail, there is half a ball of secret gold particles. He reached out to touch the jelly package and said angrily, When was it stolen? Xia Marin hugged his neck and breathed sweetly. Last night in the tree, when you were sleeping with me in your arms. You couldn't help but have an old problem. So you touched your hand. But I have a reason. There was a flash of light, and the titanium alloy knife pierced her skin from her chest down, and blood spread on her white shirt. Fong Tang's knife remained motionless, but with murderous intent. Give me a reason. Xia Marin was not afraid at all, but there was a look of madness in her eyes. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being threatened by a man. I have a formula that requires secret gold particles. Xia Marin's formula was obtained from a corpse. That guy should have been lying on a certain slope at that time. Xia Marin recalled. Now that I think about it, it was the slope outside the garden wall. Fong Tang took a look. Xia Marin chuckled. Now we all know that it was an ant nest. And the corpse was very unlucky. Before it was completely decomposed by the strange things, it was half eaten by the ants. And even its clothes were dragged into the ant nest. I couldn't help myself and grabbed one of his bones. And there was a formula on it. What formula? Oh, 2 units of Tianqing Ma powder, 2 units of ginkgo peel, 0.1 unit of secret gold particles, plus 4 units of fresh water. You can get 1 serving of Beima Tianqing powder. She shook her green fingers and took a step forward with a smile. Fong Tang's knife retreated slightly, but still penetrated deeper into her chest. Xia Marin became even more crazy. If there is no rain, there will be no fresh water, and my formula will not work. And I think this rain was brought by you. It is God who made us partners. Fong Tang frowned and put away the knife. What does this have to do with our partners? In the dark, there is God's will, Xia Marin said softly. She unbuttoned her shirt and treated the wound with chewed grass blades. It was only a superficial wound, but it was shocking on her snow-white skin. I owe you this knife. The woman raised her head and said, Now that I have told you the recipe, I treat you as a true partner. Beima Tianqing powder sounds like an elixir from a fantasy novel, but it is actually an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine reagent. But with the addition of secret gold particles, it seems to produce some special effect. The effect of this formula is not only refreshing, but also sterilizing, anti-inflammatory, ventilating and sweating. Xia Marin thought that this game formula medicine could cure her allergies, which made Fong Tang confused. Now she used the remaining secret gold particles to make 7 servings of Beima Tianqing powder, and gave them all to Fong Tang. Fong Tang tried taking 1 dose. Not long after, his whole body became hot and energetic, and he felt a coolness on the back of his head, as if all the difficulties around him were gone. This can no longer be described as a central nervous system stimulating drug. It is simply a real drug. Xia Marin combed her long hair with her fingers. I'm so hungry now. Is there anything to eat? Fong Tang took out a freshly roasted dried fish and a few pieces of roasted taro from the jelly package. Xia Marin ate a lot. We now have enough fresh water and a complete ecological pond. The food is enough to sustain us for a long time. What are your next plans? Fong Tang looked at the ant nest outside the wall. As long as we kill the queen ant inside, this area will be our territory. Ginkgo Plain is definitely an excellent place to establish a territory. There are abundant freshwater resources, a complete biological chain, thousands of years of ancient ginkgo, and the Angle Flatland to the north. The biggest advantage here is that there are no worries. The flat land in the corner is the boundary of the game scene, which is equivalent to making the strongest fence for us. We only need to arrange defenses in the southeast direction, and we will have a safe territory. Fong Tang drew a complete map on the ground. The sun is set, and there is a sound of frogs. Golden beetles can be faintly seen flying in the grass, which is completely unlike the real world. It really feels like entering the game world. Tonight, we can observe on the ginkgo tree, after the ants come out of their holes to look for food. The defense of the ant nest should be at its weakest. Sia Marin whispered. Fong Tang looked at the dry road next to the pond. From the southeast to the northwest. This road is lifeless and dry like a path of death. Don't you think it's strange? Fong Tang pointed at the passage and asked. Chapter 358 White Mushroom. The 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree is like a huge castle, with its huge crown supporting the sky and the earth. Fong Tang used carbon strips to once again draw a scene map of the ginkgo plain on a piece of white bark of a beech tree. This was the first time he had drawn a map, and he couldn't even remember. But every time the map is redrawn, new details emerge. He has decided to establish his survival base in the ginkgo plain, so he needs to know the entire area thoroughly. On the map now, a zigzag black line started from the ant nest, passed through the wall, bypassed the pond, and ended up under the ginkgo tree in the corner area. Sia Marin was lying next to him, holding a blade of grass in her hand, and kept tickling the man who was painting seriously. Fong Tang grabbed the blade of grass. Be honest, if you have this time, why not go take a look at the pond and find out where the fish in it came from? Sia Marin blinked. Do you suspect there is an undercurrent under the pond? Fong Tang put away the bark. Yes, I infer that the rain washed away the mud and exposed the block spring below. So groundwater appeared and the pond was restored. If there is a spring under the pond, there will be a waterway connecting it to the outside, which will become a strategic passage from both an offensive and defensive perspective. You know so much. Sia Marin looked at the map on the bark of the tree, then turned to look at the path of death in the ginkgo garden, and couldn't help but said, This route is really strange. This lifeless path is obviously the daily hunting route of sword-jawed army ants. The strange thing is that this route is not a straight line, but 3 consecutive turns, which is definitely not in line with the habits of sword-jawed army ants. They seem to have deliberately bypassed the ancient ginkgo tree area. Sia Marin analyzed. Fong Tang drew 3 lines on the map with charcoal strips. You have to observe carefully. Now I randomly pick 2 points at the turning point of the army ant route map, and then connect them to the place where the ancient ginkgo tree is. The 3 points form a triangle is formed, and this triangular area is the place that the army ants deliberately avoid. Sia Marin's eyes lit up. She took the charcoal strip and drew a cross in the middle of the triangle. There are things in this area that army ants are afraid of. The place where the cross on the map is in the middle of the bushes. Fong Tang raised his head and glanced at the setting sun, then looked at the location of the ancient ginkgo tree. We can't see the situation here from the tree. We have to see it from a close distance. I'm going to hide in the bushes tonight. Let's see what makes the sword-jawed army ants so afraid. It's too dangerous. Sia Marin objected on the spot. You will be eaten by sword-jawed ants. Even if you are lucky enough to avoid the ants, you will be discovered by monsters in the bushes. Fong Tang took a deep breath. I have to take this risk. I have a bold idea. Sia Marin rolled her eyes. You want to catch the monster in the bush and use it to deal with the ant nest? Fong Tang nodded. If that monster is the nemesis of ants, I hope so. Then we will have a chance to kill the boss of this area. The 2 of them looked at the ant nest in the sunset, which looked like a hillside. It was a huge castle, strong and terrifying. It was impossible for the 2 of them to find the queen ant hiding underneath. Fong Tang got up and came to the pond, took off his clothes and jumped into the cold water. Sia Marin explored the bush area alone. Fong Tang dived into the depths of the pond, with countless fish swimming around him. These fish were obviously wild, and were not afraid of the sudden appearance of the monster. At first, it was not until Fong Tang sneaked over that they scattered and fled. Fong Tang groped under the pond, exploring the situation under the pond bit by bit. When I first arrived, this place was just a dry mud pit, but now it has become a large pond with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It is impossible to gather so much water just by heavy rain from the sky. Moreover, if it is just rainwater, it should be quickly absorbed by the land, and the water level will slowly sink. It is normal. Fong Tang sketched the 3-dimensional picture of the pond bit by bit in his mind, then came up to take a breath, and continued to dive in. The deepest part of the pond was the center of the mud pit at that time. Suddenly, a strong suction force came. One of Fong Tang's legs was involuntarily tightened by the whirlpool below. This is like what the folks call water ghosts pulling their legs, but it is actually just the suction of the underwater whirlpool. He did not panic, adjusted his body shape in the water, stepped into the vortex under the soft mud with 1 foot, and hooked the other foot into the nearby water plants. After the water plants are entangled, most of the power of the whirlpool is offset. He used the strength of his waist to resist the pressure of the water. Slowly stood up. and then suddenly rushed out of the pond diagonally, with the help of the pull of the water plants. One foot that was stuck in the whirlpool came out, and he gasped for air. This self-rescue method belongs to special circumstances, and is only effective in ponds with low water levels and calm currents. If you were in a fast river, you would definitely die if you did this. In Fong Tang's database, there was a memoir written by a wilderness survival expert, which recorded the expert's escape experience in a prairie mud pond, so he could now sell what he learned. But it was actually very dangerous just now. If he was sucked into the vortex, he would not be able to hold on for long with his current physique. After lying on the edge of the pond and resting for a while, Fong Tang looked at the 3 grass sticks standing on his clothes. This was specially arranged by him. The 3 grasses were fixed in a pyramid shape. It would be fine if the wind blew, but as long as someone touched their clothes, the grass would inevitably collapse. Now it is certain that Xia Marin did not take the opportunity to rummage through her clothes just now. This is very important. Fong Tang needs a loyal partner, not a player with other intentions. He put on a Kevlar jacket and then a black windbreaker. He reached out and touched Shauna's windbreaker. He sighed in his heart and walked towards the bushes. Come on! There are good things here! Xia Marin waved from the 1-meter-high bush. Fong Tang quickened his pace and saw a log lying in the bushes. An ordinary Chinese chrysanthemum tree trunk was completely dead. Fong Tang walked over and saw that the middle of the tree trunk had been hollowed out by some kind of beast. The surface was rotten and covered with white mushrooms. Seeing this mushroom, his eyelids twitched subconsciously. I immediately thought of the corpse insect bacteria in the wind case. But I quickly recognized that the tender white mushrooms on the north side of the tree trunk were all common. White mouth mushrooms. This kind of mushroom is cultivated in large quantities and can be eaten in every household. But there is something wrong with the white mushrooms growing on the south side of the tree trunk. The appearance looks exactly like a mushroom, but with a fragrant fruity taste. This smell is one of the signs that mushrooms are poisonous. Xia Marin has picked a mushroom on the south side and smelled it carefully. Poisonous mushrooms will emit a sweet smell, attracting insects and beasts, so that the insects and beasts will be poisoned and die, and the corpses will become their nutrients. There is a complete set of look and smell experience to judge poisonous mushrooms in the wild. Brightly colored, spotted, poisonous mushrooms. Mushrooms have a sweet smell or have a fishy smell after being crushed. They are poisonous mushrooms. Maggots and poisonous mushrooms will not grow after decay. Xia Marin made a judgment after just smelling it. The highly poisonous mushroom looks like a mutated Amanita scaly-handled, also known as Amanita scaly-handled. It is very lethal. Eat some of this stuff. If swallowed, it will cause liver poisoning, followed by necrosis of all organs in the body, and the time to death will not exceed 10 minutes. She leaned over and grabbed a handful of wet sand, rubbing her palms carefully. Fong Tang walked around the tree trunk and exclaimed, all the edible mushrooms are still there, but this poisonous mushroom is missing one piece. Xia Marin came over in a hurry, and the 2 of them squatted down and looked carefully at the missing scale-handled white poisonous umbrella, which had been bitten and eaten from the root. Fong Tang turned his head and looked at the tooth marks left on the tree trunk. Rodent. The 2 of them thought about the small, lightning-quick squirrel-like animal that had appeared many times in the area. Did that little squirrel eat it? It's not dead. Fong Tang exclaimed. Maybe it likes to eat poisonous mushrooms like this. That little rodent squirrel not only loves poisonous mushrooms, but also hates edible mushrooms, because there are no traces of its footprints at all on the north side, but on the south side of the trunk, there are shallow toe prints on the rotten leaves. It's too fast, and its body may be very light, so it can use its big tail to levitate when running. But the footprints left behind are very complete, and it looks like it was here specifically to eat. The 2 analyzed it for a while, and determined that the little squirrel was the target, and it would definitely appear near the tree trunk at night. Chapter 359 White Chinchilla. Fong Tang and Xia Marin picked a large handful of fresh and tender mushrooms, put them into skewers, and grilled them together with the newly caught grasshoppers, and then ate them deliciously. It would be nice if there was fat oil. Xia Marin was still full of ideas. It's better to have some salt. Just be satisfied. Fong Tang also licked his lips. But if I have tools, I can extract vegetable oil. Xia Marin looked at the fruits under the ginkgo tree and understood. Squeeze the ginkgo oil. She giggled. You are more greedy than me. But it's difficult. Shaking her head and sighing, she reached out and crushed a piece of fresh mushroom and applied the mushroom juice on the grasshopper. Oh, this smells so bad. Fong Tang's eyes lit up. He grabbed her little hand, pulled her towards him, and started to unbutton her clothes. Sia Marin was stunned and curled her fingers. What are you going to do? Put the mushroom juice on me. This smell may ward off the rodent's sense of smell. And maybe it can also ward off the army ants. Sia Marin went to pick enough white mushrooms, squeezed out the mushroom juice little by little, and then smeared it all over Fong Tang's body. Fong Tang was only wrapped in a windbreaker and a jelly package wrapped around his waist. The knife was in the package and could be pulled out at any time. There was only a hint of red cloud left in the setting sun, which could barely be seen through the fog. The sky after the rain should be blue and dotted with cold stars. But now it is foggy. Occasionally, I can see a little yellow light appearing outside the particle matrix sky. I wonder if it is a passenger plane taking off from the airport. Before going on tonight's adventure, Fong Tang must find a way to save more fire. Sia Marin successfully completed this task. She found a dried yellow earwood in the bushes, which is also a mushroom-like plant. After drying, the inside is full of honeycomb-like structure, which can stuff enough small pieces of charcoal. The red charcoal block soon turned into grayish-white. But when you gently blow into the yellow earwood, the red charcoal head will appear again. The honeycomb structure not only stores fire, but also burns slowly enough to last until daylight. This is similar to the ancient Wozizi, only a little more primitive and rough. Fong Tang moved the wet branches, dead grass and other combustible materials he had collected back to the stone extending from a high place, so that tomorrow's scorching sun could dry them and use them as fuel. Sunset. The sound of frogs. Golden beetles are faintly visible in the day grass, now with colorful lights, dancing on the grass like fireflies. There are more and more fog particles, and the light and shadow begin to dim. Sia Marin had climbed onto the bed of the ginkgo tree, lying down and looking nervously at the bushes. Unfortunately, she couldn't see the specific situation inside. She was so nervous that her nails dug into her palms, worrying about the man. Fong Tang was wrapped in a black windbreaker. His whole body exuded a strange mushroom smell, and his body was extremely itchy. The mushroom juice irritated the skin, causing it to become red and swollen. But there is no way. The outside of the Kevlar jacket is designed to be waterproof with an oil-coated layer. Even if the mushroom juice sticks to it, it will be easily washed away by the dew at night. In order to maintain the disguise of smelling like mushrooms all night long, one had to be naked. I don't know how long it took. Late at night, when the fog was thickest, a swishing sound came. Fong Tang poked his head out of the bushes next to the tree trunk. The sword-jawed army ants are out again. The scale of the troops dispatched this time was far greater than last night. The black current surged out along the hillside, like a long black blanket, crossing the collapsed wall and walking along the path of death. Their formation in the ginkgo garden is long and narrow. Unlike the 3-meter-wide rectangular formation in the corner area last night, it is now a straight line. There is no food on the desolate death path, so they must go through the garden and go to the far corner area to find food. But tonight was different. A group of soldier ants separated from the queue and headed towards the pond. Thousands of worker ants follow. The grass beside the pond was undulating, and the grasshoppers were jumping wildly. With their strong hind limbs, they could jump up to 10 meters, but they still fell into the large formation of army ants. As soon as a hare took a sip of water, it whined, and its hind legs were instantly covered with hundreds of army ants. The hare ran wildly and ran into the army of death. Fong Tang was stunned. Only then did he realize that the separate ant army team was deliberately harassing the nearby prey, and was very scheming to drive them into the army on the path of death. In such a short time, 3 hares, hundreds of grasshoppers, and 5 frogs were caught. If this situation continues, the biological chain of the ginkgo garden will inevitably be broken, and the food for me and the beauty will be less and less. Fortunately, they can't fish. While I was still thinking, I saw a group of ants flying. That's not a female ant with wings, because female ants are rare in an ant colony and are mainly responsible for expanding their territory and passing on the family line. They don't need to go out and work hard to find food. Those sword-jawed soldier ants were able to fly because they caught a big butterfly. It was a white, Pieris butterfly that was bigger than the palm of my hand. Ordinary cabbage white butterflies are never this big, and they look like they have been mutated. At a glance, Fong Tang saw a cluster of secret gold particles flashing on the abdomen of the super-large butterfly. He felt warm in his heart. The secret gold particles seemed to be at least 1 unit. Now, with great difficulty, the mystic gold butterfly began to rush toward the pond with hundreds of sword-jawed ants. Powder from its belly spilled out onto the calm surface of the pond. The fish began to appear with its mouth open, and then with a swish sound, a row of sword-jawed ants bit each other's tails and hung down like a rope. Like a Special Forces rappel rope. The special ant, at the bottom, is a leader with blood-red sword jaws. And a stream of blue liquid is sprayed directly from its jaws. The fish that came out to look for food on the water's surface quickly floated up with their white bellies turned over. The big butterfly fell weakly to the water. The sword-jawed ants on its wings dragged the fish, and even paddled their tentacles along the side to light the water. Hundreds of long tentacles stir the water, and butterflies move toward the shore like boats. More and more sword-jawed ants came to support, and finally dragged the fish back to the main group. Holy crap! They can even catch fish! Fong Tang moved little by little from the bushes. He saw that the butterfly was being moved on the path of death. The dead butterfly also became food for the army. The tempting secret gold particles are in the belly of the butterfly, if you can get them there. But he immediately gave up the idea, because a group of soldier ants was heading towards the bush. Fong Tang frowned, and his heart beat faster. Have these ants forgotten that this is a forbidden area? The worker ants appeared, their tentacles trembling together, heading towards Fong Tang's position. Oops. The mushroom smell on my body attracted them instead. It is the innate ability of ants to use the organs on their antennae to identify the chemical smells around them. Ants' eyes are weak, but not useless. Their compound eyes are composed of hundreds or thousands of single eye structures. The disadvantage is that they cannot see far, and the visual acuity is only about 3 degrees. But the advantage is that they can cooperate with the antennae to obtain complex spatial perception capabilities. Fong Tang now witnessed with his own eyes the group of sword-jawed ants making evasive movements 30 centimeters away from a bush. They easily avoid all obstacles, and can detect them almost dozens of centimeters away. The leading soldier ants were less than 10 centimeters away from Fong Tang. But they still had no intention of avoiding him, because they regarded Fong Tang as food. Fong Tang immediately decided to give up tonight's adventure, and fled back to the big tree. Just when he was about to get up, the sword-jawed ants suddenly stopped moving. Then, a white fluffy thing appeared like lightning and landed in front of the ant. Now, because the distance was close enough, Fong Tang could still clearly see the little guy in front of him in the misty darkness. Big fluffy white tail, small body, and cute round head. This is a chinchilla. It resembles the rodent chinchilla. But the chinchilla does not have such a tail. Just the tail looks like a chipmunk. But chipmunks don't have the long, drooping ears. The pure white furry chinchilla was now standing on Fong Tang's side, with its upper limbs raised and its bulging little paws clenched. The sword-jawed ants remained motionless. But unlike Fong Tang's expectation, they did not flinch. More soldier ants began to appear, and gradually a large bush in front began to fall, strangely. My God. This is a decisive battle between sword-jawed ants and white chinchillas. Since sword-jawed army ants are not afraid of white chinchillas, why do they avoid this area? And tonight, why are the ants going crazy and preparing for a decisive battle? Chapter 360: The Plan to Catch the Cat. Thousands of ants began to form a formation, surrounding the place in a semicircular formation. The encirclement is gradually closing. Fong Tang was anxious. Once the sword-jawed army ants surrounded him, it would be difficult for him to escape in his current condition. Besides being fast, this little white chinchilla has no ability to deal with tens of thousands of army ants. Fong Tang held his breath and pulled out the dagger. The jelly package expanded and covered his arm. This is the maximum degree of control that can be achieved at present. With this layer of jelly arm guards, Fong Tang was confident that he would be able to fight his way out. The white chinchilla has laid down and made a cute chirping sound. Well, I'll fight with you tonight against this terrifying sword-jawed army. Just when Fong Tang desperately wanted to fight with Totoro, the little guy came with an afterimage. Like lightning. Ran away? Damn it. You bastard. Abandoned your comrades? Fong Tang was stunned and found that the white chinchilla had appeared on the south side of the tree trunk. Then it raised its claws and bit into pieces of poisonous mushrooms with its sharp teeth. The scale-handled white poisonous umbrella was crushed and bitten into pieces. It came back like lightning and scattered the broken poisonous mushrooms onto the ant colony. The sword-jawed ant was afraid. They were an army of tens of millions, and they were so brave. But now they were panicked and fled in all directions. Fong Tang was shocked. It turns out that what these army ants are afraid of is not chinchillas, but poisonous mushrooms on tree trunks. I was completely wrong. If it hadn't been for tonight's adventurous exploration, we would never have discovered this. The sword-jawed ants began to retreat, and the white chinchilla suddenly appeared on the path of death again. Fong Tang followed behind, wrapped in a windbreaker. The ants have fled back to the nest, and the ground is covered with their prey. A hare that has lost a leg, a fish that has been poisoned, a grasshopper that has been torn to pieces. And that oversized butterfly that was abandoned. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. And the secret gold particles on the butterfly's belly were still shining alluringly. But there is a little guy who is faster and greedier than him. The white little chinchilla had jumped to the butterfly, grabbed the secret gold particles from the butterfly's abdomen with one claw, then held it with both claws and ate it directly. Fong Tang's eyes widened, and he had no time to react. This chinchilla is actually eating secret gold particles. The white little chinchilla now turned around. Its fluffy tail stood up and stared at Fong Tang's waist with some evil intentions. Did it notice it through the jelly package? Fong Tang touched the tactical knife in the package. The blade contained secret gold particles. Is this little chinchilla so eager for secret gold particles? However, the little chinchilla suddenly became docile, sitting there with its tail as a fulcrum, raising its little paws and wiping its mouth. Looking extremely cute. Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief, walked slowly to it, pursed his lips and smiled. Be good. With a swish sound. There was a sharp pain in my waist. Then the numbness went up my waist. The cute chinchilla seemed to be smiling too. But it showed a small tooth with poisonous mushroom juice on it. Damn it. Fong Tang fell to the ground. In a daze. My waist felt itchy. And the sound of water sounded cold in my ears. Fong Tang opened his eyes with difficulty and felt wet sand beneath him. He was lying by the pond. The warm morning sun shines on me. And it's already daytime. Xia Marin knelt beside him, leaned over, and gently licked the wound on his waist with her tongue. Then sucked out the last mouthful of poisonous blood and spit it aside. She must have worked hard all night. Her hair was tangled. Her face was pale. And her eyes were sunken. Fong Tang was very weak and numb all over. Xia Marin smiled tiredly at him. You are really good. And you were actually plotted against by a kitten. Fong Tang gasped. Water. Xia Marin dug a spring pool next to the pond. At this time, she picked up the clear water with her hands and handed it to the man's mouth. Fong Tang drank greedily. Another piece of roasted rabbit meat was stuffed into his mouth. It was hard but delicious. Did you see it? Fong Tang regained some energy and couldn't help but ask. Xia Marin nodded. I came down after the ants retreated, and I happened to see the kitten plotting against you. It's just a mouse. What kind of cat? Fong Tang's face heated up. He was indeed careless. That's a pet chinchilla. It's a vegetarian. It didn't eat you. But it almost took your knife away. Fong Tang shook his head. That little guy is obsessed with secret gold particles. He relies on poisonous mushrooms to drive away sword-jawed ants. But Xia Marin was thinking about something. I saw its appearance clearly, especially its big tail. And I thought it was very strange. Fong Tang now cooperates with her tacitly, and even think about each other's problems in the same mind. Yes, its body shape and biological form cannot have that kind of speed. The speed of movement of the white chinchilla is too weird. This is not a magical world. There are no monsters like lightning cats, even in games. But the basis is still the real world. Seeing Beauty Xia's thoughtful look, Fong Tang hurriedly asked, What did you think of? Xia Marin stretched out her finger and shook it. You seem to have said to yourself when you were unconscious that the secret gold particles came from the mist of this world and are a kind of submicron intelligent insect. Fong Tang nodded and no longer concealed. It can be called copycat particles. It cannot reach the nanometer level. But it is close. It's too exaggerated. Submicron level. That is, particles smaller than some cell nuclei, Xia Marin said, and quickly wrote down a few formulas on the ground. What is this? Fong Tang frowned. Quantum mechanics. Xia Marin pursed her lips and smiled. Fong Tang shook his head weakly. Don't be kidding. Quantum mechanics studies the motion laws of subatomic atoms. The subatomic world is a world smaller than nanometers. Xia Marin wiped off those formulas and chuckled. I was joking just now. But it is undeniable that there must be attraction between the copycat particles scattered throughout the game scene. Fong Tang sat up straight against the tree. Well, do you think the reason why the white chinchilla is so fast is that the secret gold particles it swallowed in its body create traction with other particles in the game scene? Yes. It is like a spring tied to it. And the force between particles pulls it to move. If it can skillfully control this pulling force, it will certainly move faster. As long as there is a mist of particles. White Totoro can move with lightning speed, and may even have other abilities generated by the physical laws between particles. Xia Marin held her chin. I have said so much. But you haven't thought of anything? Fong Tang smiled and took out a tactical knife. It's also covered with secret gold particles. Do you want me to play with flying knives? Xia Marin's eyes were bright and terrifying. Xiao Li's flying knife is always flying. If you can master the particle traction of White Totoro, your knife can be as fast and powerful as lightning. Fong Tang's heart moved. But this idea needs to be considered in the long term. We have to catch that chinchilla first. After a hearty breakfast, there were no more grasshoppers in the grass. This is a danger signal. Fong Tang must break through the ant nest as soon as possible and gain control of the ginkgo plain. He picked a lot of red berries from the bushes, and then took out Beima Tianqing powder. Divide the medicine into 10 portions. Mix it with red berries, and make 10 baits with added ingredients. Fong Tang took out 2 and placed them under the ancient ginkgo tree. Should we make a trap? Sia Marin asked. Fong Tang shook his head. It is too fast, and its claws can dig into the ground. As a rodent, it usually likes to live deep underground, unless we make a poisonous trap. But looking at its performance last night, the poison is mushrooms are immune, so we have to use other methods. Then what are you doing? Sia Marin frowned. Fong Tang held up a red berry with added ingredients. Beima Tianqing powder contains secret gold particles. It will definitely like it, and the irritation of this drug may affect it. Sia Marin understood. You want it to become addicted to drugs? Fong Tang nodded lightly. The lab rats have proven that rodents are addicted to stimulant drugs. I just want them to feel comfortable, and then they can't leave us. Sia Marin's eyes were strange. You thought you are really a good and bad person. Chapter 361 Pet Taming. Beima Tianqing powder is very precious to players, and can be called a strategic level potion, especially for Fong Tang and Sia Marin, because they have no available secret gold particles now. Sia Marin herself took 3 doses. Fong Tang tried 1 dose, and now took out 1 more dose as bait, leaving only 5 doses left. Therefore, using Beima Tianqing powder as bait is really an adventure. If you fail, you will lose big. Hope it works. Fong Tang specifically studied the habits of small rodents. Apparently, they are all cowards. Even the violent chipmunk is wary of food. Yes. This cute-looking little guy has a bad temper and often gets into all-out brawls over a few acorns. Fong Tang and Sia Marin climbed onto the tree bed of the ancient tree and waited patiently. Through the branches and leaves and the light mist, you can barely see the scene below. Time passed little by little. The sunlight that passed through the mist particles was still very poisonous. The 2 red berries under the ancient ginkgo tree were almost dried out. When the medicine on the fruits began to evaporate, the little guy finally appeared. The little white chinchilla appeared from the bushes. Its figure flashed in the sunlight. That was because the speed was too fast, so there was a visual error. As the 2 people inferred, when the little chinchilla moved, its entire body seemed to be pulled by the mist. At the moment of movement, its round body was flattened due to resistance. It relies on its tail to balance its body and change direction, Sia Marin whispered. Fong Tang nodded slightly and carefully observed the particles in the mist. Because they are submicron fake particles, if they are completely dispersed in the air, there will be no fog visible at all. Therefore, the fog particles in the game scene are mostly particle clusters, structures composed of many fake particles, with a diameter of about 1 to 10 microns. It is precisely because of this structure that it can have a pulling force with the secret gold particles in the little chinchilla's body. At this time, Fong Tang once again missed Bai Lai, who had been dormant and upgraded. If Bai was still there, he could calculate the trajectory of attraction between these particles. And then, he would have a way to break the traction so that the little guy could no longer move at high speed. At this time, the little chinchilla held a ginkgo fruit in its paws and threw it out desperately. After trying a dozen times in a row, I finally hit a red berry. It is so smart that it even tests whether there are any traps near the food. The ginkgo fruit was smashed hard, and the red berries rolled over. It didn't look dangerous. The little chinchilla felt the secret gold particle potion on the fruit, rushed over, picked up a fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Instead of chewing the fruit directly, the fruit is hidden in the cheeks, which is a cheek pouch, structure similar to the mouth of a chipmunk. 2 red berries entered its mouth, and it wandered back and forth around the ancient tree, trying to find more. After finding nothing more, it disappeared into the bushes in despair. Sia Marin couldn't help but want to go down and observe, but Fong Tang held her down. As long as it is eaten, the effect of the medicine will take effect very quickly. Be careful. It took a long time for Sia Mei to understand the meaning of "be careful," mentioned by Fong Tang. In the direction of the bushes, a circle of white smoke was rising. It was not real smoke, but the little chinchilla was too excited to be stimulated by Beima Tianqing powder and was running wildly. It ran wildly around the bushes, jumping and chirping. Many dwarf shrubs were smashed. Fong Tang looked at the circle of white smoke swimming in the bushes and laughed. It seems that you don't have to wait for it to become addicted. Just these 2 pills will make it exhausted. He waited for another 10 minutes, watching the white smoke gradually calm down and finally disappear on the south side of the mushroom trunk. Fong Tang got down from the tree, followed by Sia Marin, and headed straight for the trunk of the bush. The white little chinchilla was lying flat on the south side of the tree trunk, with its paws raised high, and under the down on its chest. It seemed that its heart was rising and falling violently. It could be said that it was covered in bruises. Its tail was curled up, and it was no longer weak. Fong Tang walked quickly. The little chinchilla turned over and jumped up with a chirp. But this time it only bounced once before falling to the ground. It lay there, its hind paws still kicking on the ground. But there was no possibility of escaping anymore. Fong Tang put on black leather gloves and held it in both hands. Sia Marin came over and looked at it. It's trembling. The white chinchilla shivering in Fong Tang's palm became even more adorable. But Sia Marin's eyes showed no pity, only curiosity. Women are obviously like that. Just dissect and study it. Look. After all, he has a personality that kills small animals and buries them in the backyard since he was a child. Fong Tang shook his head, carried the exhausted little chinchilla to the pond, fed it some water, found ginkgo fruits, and fed it 7 or 8. When it was full again, Fong Tang took out the red berries with added ingredients and fed one at intervals. 3 in a row, just under the ancient tree. The little guy quickly regained his strength. He stood up limping first, then turned around and looked around. It was once again stimulated by the Bimation Shinsan in the berries, making a continuous chirping sound, and its tail began to shake crazily. Fong Tang smiled lightly. You can go. No one will stop you. Of course, the little guy didn't understand what he said, but he understood that this was a good opportunity to escape. Seeing it disappear like lightning, Sia Marin felt very sorry. It should be tied with a rope. That's not conducive to domestication. This kind of chinchilla has a very bad temper. Some of them will go on hunger strike and commit suicide. Fong Tang was very confident. At noon, Fong Tang started running around the pond and did a few sets of stretching exercises to restore his physical fitness. In the afternoon, I picked the highly poisonous scale-handled white poisonous umbrella and placed it in a cool place for later use, in order to prevent the poisonous mushrooms from being destroyed by other animals. He also made a layer of protection with shrub branches. After all, this thing is the weapon and ammunition to deal with the ant nest. At night, I still take turns to rest with Sia Marin. That night, the sword-jawed ants did not move out, but the top of the ant nest outside the wall emitted blue phosphorescence from time to time. Sia Marin asked what it was, and Fong Tang speculated that it was the soldier ants inside the ant nest that were spitting out chemical phosphoric acid to protect their nests. Don't underestimate these ants. Individually, they have no characteristics, but the entire group together is an intelligent body with a clear division of labor. After dawn the next day, he ordered Sia Marin to collect food and restock fire. However, Fong Tang took another dose of tianqing powder, diluted more this time, and made 30 red berries. I left 4 servings of tianqing powder for emergency use. Now I have 35 red berries with added ingredients, which is enough to tame that little guy. He is still very patient. Sure enough, after breakfast, the little chinchilla appeared from the bushes, sitting far outside the old tree, jumping around like scratching its ears and cheeks. Beauty Sia couldn't help but laugh. This little guy is addicted to drugs. Fong Tang refused to give it, and waited until the sun was shining at noon. The little chinchilla's ears were drooped, and it lay there chirping and begging. Fong Tang then took out a red berry and held it in his palm. The little chinchilla started to be arrogant again, but couldn't come over. But compared with a cunning human being, it is still far behind. But after persisting for a few minutes, the little chinchilla crawled over obediently, without using the power of particle traction. He picked up the red berry from Fong Tang's hand with both paws. The little chinchilla swallowed it in one gulp, turned around and ran away. Fong Tang let it go. Now the little chinchilla has gradually adapted to the effects of the drug, and is no longer so crazy, but enjoys jumping and running in the bushes. In the afternoon, the little guy reappeared with his head hanging down, as if a tacit understanding was formed. Before sunset, the little chinchilla appeared on time again. How long will it take to tame her? Sia Marin was a little impatient. Fong Tang smiled. When it takes the initiative to stay and doesn't leave. It's very simple. It won't last long. 2 days passed like this, judging from the time of entering the game. It is now the 7th game day. In the early morning of the 7th game day, the little chinchilla appeared on time again. This time after eating a red berry, it did not turn around and run away like before. Instead, it crawled along Fong Tang's palm and climbed onto his shoulder, gently using its tail, patting the man's back. In response, Fong Tang gently patted its head, knowing that the little guy finally surrendered. I once had a good partner named Bei Xing. Since you are willing to stay, well, let me call you Chirp from now on. Fong Tang held up the fluffy chinchilla and said with a smile. Chapter 362 Mechanical Toys. In the past few days of taming the white chinchilla, Fong Tang and Xia Marin have been dividing their efforts. Xia Marin is responsible for finding food, storing fire, and storing fresh water. Fong Tang mainly collected poisonous mushrooms and explored the area from ancient trees to the outskirts of the ant nest. Both of them gained a lot. In the deep ditch on the side of the bush, Xia Marin suddenly discovered a large number of shrimps under the mud pit. And there's more than one kind. In the mud channel on the side of the deep ditch, there are nests of wild crayfish. The freshwater layer on the surface of the mud is full of finger-sized shrimps. Finally, deep in the mud, I also touched a kind of green shrimp that is common in rural areas. The reserves of the three types of shrimps are considerable. According to Xia Marin's estimation, they are enough to feed 2 people for several months. Not only were there shrimps, but a large number of taro were also found beside this deep ditch, which were giant roots that were as big as sweet potatoes. Carbohydrates, calories and protein are guaranteed, plus plenty of fresh water and a safe shelter. It is simply a perfect place. The 4 major elements for survival in the wild, shelter, water, food, and fire, are now available. The 2 of them had a delicious meal of charcoal grilled tama crayfish that day. On the way of exploration, Fong Tang found more garbage, 2 mineral water bottles, 1 metal round box for chocolate, and 2 black bean fish cans. Don't underestimate these things. Mineral water bottles can store fresh water and carry them with you, which makes up for the lack of jelly packages. The chocolate metal box is just a simple small pot. Now you can finally boil water and stew fish soup. Fong Tang even put some hare meat in the cans and attached strings to them to make 2 simple fishing traps. The discovery of these man-made artifacts boosted Fong Tang's spirits. I remember that in the Angle area, particles once directly destroyed the underground water pipes, which made Fong Tang think that there would be no man-made objects in the entire game scene. The deeper you expand into the game scene, the more man-made objects you may find. Fong Tang looked at the map in the database. There are even supermarkets and large goods yards in the south. Not just industrial parks and construction areas. There was a buzzing sound, and the sister in the floral dress whom I hadn't seen for a long time appeared. She smiled on the virtual screen and said crisply, Player Fong Tang, your progress is a bit slow. Now 2 groups of gamers have successfully defeated the regional boss and gained their own territory. Among them, the new Chinese team even occupied a large supermarket. In the game scene shown by my sister, at the corner of the intersection of National Highway 322 and Baoshan Highway, a location called Jiaolian Supermarket has now become the official base of the new Chinese player group. The new China team is also the first team to complete the base mission. This is partly because they are all members of the original expert trial tutoring class and are well trained and skilled in cooperation. The other aspect is quantity. The entire team has 60 senior player members. The second one to complete the base mission was also a large team of 40 members. This team base, called 40 Thieves, was built on the north side of Baoshan Highway, in an abandoned factory area called Red Leaf Highlands. Fonton players. The top 10 teams that defeat the regional boss and establish a base will receive special rewards. What reward? The girl in the floral skirt showed the rewards from base mission. The first person to finish will receive 10 units of secret gold particles. The second place has 9 units of secret gold particles. And the third place has 8 units of secret gold. And so on. Fong Tang took one look and refused the task without hesitation. The girl in the floral skirt was surprised. Why don't you accept this task? Your team is the favorite to finish third. Fong Tang smiled. First of all, the mission reward is rubbish. 8 units of secret gold particles does not sound very attractive. The partner I just got, Chirp, has at least 4 units of secret gold stored in his body. As for second, I think whoever completes this task first is a fool. Fong Tang looked at the large fog on the game scene map. Now the new China and the 40 Thieves, have completely exposed their position and strength. I will not be so stupid. I would rather give up the secret gold particle reward in exchange for more development time. The Ginkgo Plain area has great potential and a unique location. Once exposed in advance, Other players will definitely flock to it. The girl in the floral skirt showed an admiring look. It's great that you can get more development time, but I suggest you find more partners. Fong Tang ignored her. He held the white chinchilla and began to control the little guy's drug addiction. He only gave it half of the red berries each time and gradually reduced the amount. In this free time, he has studied the situation of Chirp. This little guy has a very special tail. There are many golden coil-like short hairs on the white furry tail. These golden circles divide the entire tail into 7 sections. And now, 4 sections of the tail are wrapped in secret gold particles. This is why Fong Tang deduced that there are at least 4 units of secret gold particles in Totoro's body. He had an idea that if he got 3 more units of secret gold particles for the little Totoro, it might complete an evolution. After Xia Marin finished searching for food, she also liked to study the little chinchilla. Hall was obviously afraid of her. The beauty wanted to get the secret of particle traction from this little guy, but after studying for a long time, she got nothing. As a result, Fong Tang's secret skill of flying knives was far away. On the evening of the 8th game day, after storing the last batch of poisonous mushrooms, Chirp, the well-fed and drunk Totoro, took Fong Tang and Xia Marin to its lair. It was on the south side of the bush, in a cave under a wild date tree. The cave was very small. Fong Tang patted Chirp on the head, and it got in and moved out its inventory obediently. Very rich inventory. More than 300 ginkgo fruits, more than 20 pieces of wild mushrooms, wild dates, plant roots, and a white gold ring. I don't know where this little guy got the ring. Xia Marin took it and looked at it repeatedly. Is there anyone else around here? Fong Tang put away the ring and patted the little chinchilla again. Is there any more? Chirp got in again, and this time it took a long time to come out. He stood up, his cheeks bulging. Fong Tang stretched out his hand, and the little guy spit out an ant corpse. Both of them were shocked. A sword-jawed ant the size of your thumb. Speaking of which, sword-jaw ants haven't come here to hunt for food in the past few days, and they never leave the corpses of their companions. Where did Chirp get this? Xia Marin let out a sigh before she finished speaking. Fong Tang also picked up the ant corpse, pulled the 2 tentacles of the ant, and gasped. This is not a real ant, but a toy. Man-made! The 2 shouted together. A lifelike sword-jawed worker ant. Even the joints in its abdomen are meticulous. If it weren't for the electric sparks at the bottom of the 2 tentacles, no one would be able to see it. When Fong Tang placed the artificial ant in the sun, and the crackback carapace of the toy ant began to absorb solar energy, the thing's tentacles began to shake rapidly. Fong Tang pinched the toy that had lost the ability to walk and stared at the complex mechanical structure under the carapace on its back, as well as the chip buried deep between the gears and mechanical lines. It was a chip the size of a small fingernail, occupying 1/3 of the volume of the toy ant. There is only a totem-like mark on the chip. Fong Tang rubbed his eyes in the sunshine, and it took him a long time to see clearly what the totem looked like. The totem mark painted on the chip is a wolf head. Dire wolf. Fong Tang closed his eyes, feeling shocked and confused. Among the guilds in Infinite Challenge, only one uses this totem, and that is the Ice Royal family. Fong Tang also knew for sure that Ji Bingwang had a large secret biological laboratory, and at the entrance of the laboratory, there was a picture of an ice-field snow wolf hanging. The Ice Royal family's technological research focuses on medicine and biology, including bionic machinery. If this bionic robot ant is really related to Ji Bingwang, then things will be interesting. Chapter 363 Epic Logistics. The 8th day. The oval area from the northwest of Taoyuan County to Putua Garbage Station. The 8th day shrouded in fog. The world is still calm but irritable. The world is bustling, and everyone is still concerned about life. Old age, illness, death, entertainment and gossip. The world is bustling with people. But what worries people is still their children and the elderly, as well as the low wages and food prices. People didn't seem to notice the anomaly of these 6 million square meters at all. Even the people trapped in this area seem to be motionless. This is really not normal. Jiating District alone has a permanent population of 2 million. What's more, in this era of so developed information, self-media, official media, and paparazzi media, could it be that there is no problem in such a large area? In fact, there is. A few days ago, a well-known drone club in Shanghai, Free Yourself, reported to the relevant departments that there were abnormal conditions at high altitudes in southern Taoyuan County, and that they had lost 4 DJI drones. But this club is a non-governmental organization, and the matter was left undisturbed. The Jiaotong branch also received 2 or 3 alarm calls from migrant workers who suddenly lost contact in Taoyuan County. There are many such little news, but they are all solved perfectly. The Flying Self Club soon received an investment, and a company called Qifeng Consortium acquired the entire club and then sent it abroad for exchange and study. The families of those who reported missing also received information from their relatives. These few things are just a microcosm. It is clear that there is a powerful force behind the scenes that is removing the influence of the game area from reality. Yang and Fang Qingqing have been preparing for 8 days, and an epic logistics operation is gradually unfolding. The question is, how long can they keep it under wraps? On the evening of the 8th day, a piece of inconspicuous financial news appeared in front of Yang and Qingqing. The Haiyu Group behind Haizhou Company and a company called Shanzhou Group officially merged, and the newly merged company was renamed Dahuan Group. Hibari frowned and watched. Haiyu. Shanghai Universe. Shanghai Universe. Fang Qingqing opened another message. Shanzhou Group before the merger was almost unknown. There is only one company under them, Jioshan Technology, which is relatively well known. It is a company mainly engaged in assembly and manufacturing. Skylark paid attention again. Haizhou, Jioshan, Jiozhou Mountains and Sea. It's really weird. The chief analyst walked in. These all come from the classic of mountains and seas. In the classic of mountains and seas, in addition to mountains and seas, there is also the Great Wilderness, and the Great Wilderness classic records legends such as Kyushu. The name of this company is very interesting. Everyone here knows that many of the guild names in Infinite Challenge come from records in the classic of mountains and seas. So, is there any guild in Infinite Challenge called Great Wilderness? The chief analyst shook his head. It's not in the records of the data department, but I don't know about the version before the game's internal beta. Fang Qingqing glanced at Yang. Don't worry about this. Now we should take the next step. Yes. After planning for so long, it's time for a showdown with the National Bureau of Investigation. At this time, the top floor of the office building of the former Haizhou Company, and now Dahuan Company, was located. The oval conference room was extremely dark. The round table seemed to be full of people, but there was no sound at all. Not even a cough. Colonel Gongsun of the 9th Qinzhou Division turned on the projector, and 3 photos appeared on the screen. Dear directors, please take a look. The first photo from the left is Skylark. Hibari. Japanese ancestry. Formerly known as Hibari Ryoko. 27 years old. 1.70 meters tall, graduated from the law school of the University of Tokyo. During school, he passed the judicial examination, the diplomat examination, and the National Civil Service A-level special examination. Can speak multiple languages fluently. Proficient in fighting and firearms. The information currently found shows that she is the daughter of the president of Japan's Chizuru Foundation. There are many noble politicians in the family. Her appearance, talent, and financial resources are all perfect. Affiliated to the 90th ranked Thousand Crane Country Guild. He once served as the novice instructor of Infinite Challenge for a long time. Now he is the big boss of the Mountain and Sea Guild. The photo is zoomed in and then rotated. The second one, named Fang Qingqing, is from China. He developed a travel social software called Pandora Roaming in the early days. He received multiple investments and established the Qifeng Technology Laboratory. And his main research turned to service-based social algorithm hybrid blockchain neurotechnology under the mechanism. The owner of the God of Wealth, Xiling, is very accomplished in deep neural computing research. The Qifeng Group he owns is said to be Fang Tang's private property. The third photo is of a young man. Yang Tuki, a Chinese, is said to be a hacker from Zhuan, codenamed Mouse. He was once targeted by Lei Zai's bones. Lieutenant Gongsun was silent for a moment. Now it can be confirmed that he is related to the Spider Queen of the Temple of Gods. Close. He may be Feng Lizi's biological brother in the real world. The directors in the conference room remained silent. Lieutenant Gongsun continued to report. Not long ago, Zon and Shadow Island jointly signed a treaty to end the war, entrusted by the 2 most powerful hacker organizations in the world. Yang Tuki now has 4.62 million game coins. It is the guild property left by the Ice Royal family. Someone spoke in the darkness. Before the game was updated, the game currency was useless and could not be exchanged. So where did Qifeng Company get so much money? It's Bitcoin, the vast wealth contained in the God of Wealth core spirit. But not only that. Captain Gongsun projected more information on the screen. Currently, Shadow Island and Zon are carrying out a mysterious plan. according to intelligence reports from the Bureau of Investigation. The plan is called Robot Bank. The people in front of the round table were finally shocked. Captain Gongsun. What do you mean? Dear directors, this shows that Shadow Island and Zon are convinced that the game can be successfully updated. And they believe that Protocol Number 9 will be realized. For future considerations, they are preparing to build a financial system for artificial intelligence life forms. Absurd. The war hasn't even started yet. And they're going to help the robot build a bank? Yes. Gentlemen. Directors. We all know that virtual currencies, led by Bitcoin, are actually the most suitable currency for the robot society. There was a lot of discussion in the conference room. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door outside. The lights in the conference room turned on. But the directors around the round table all sparkled. They are all virtual projections. Luo Changjun, the military lord of the 9th Qingzhou Division, walked in, holding his cell phone with a strange look on his face. Sorry to disturb the director's meeting. Mr. Colonel, I received a call. I think you should listen to it. Lieutenant Gongsun frowned. Who's calling? A woman who calls herself Skylark. Skylark's phone was connected, and a charming voice came. Hello. Friends from the National Bureau of Investigation. I have a question. Lieutenant Gongsun said coldly. What's the problem? Skylark. The question is very simple. How much does it cost to hide an abnormal event in an area of 6 million square meters in the Magic City? There was an awkward silence in the conference room. Lieutenant Gongsun coughed. This is not a matter of money. It is impossible to hide such a huge abnormal event. Skylark sneered. Then we have done it now. But you, who need to be responsible for this, are sitting here in a meeting? The projection of a director flickered. Ms. Skylark. First of all, thank you for everything you have done. This is an epic logistics operation, which makes us more and more sure to challenge the capabilities of the logistics department infinitely. But I am still curious. How did you do it? Skylark smiled. This time to deal with large-scale abnormal events. I used the theory I invented, called Hotspot Package. Hotspot Package? What theory is this? Chapter 364 Hot Package. Hibari transmitted a large information package. Da Huang Company checked for half an hour and determined that the data packet was not a Trojan horse. Before opening it in the conference room, the hotspot package theory is to set up various news hotspots on the periphery of the area where abnormal events occur to attract everyone, including the media, to pay attention to these hotspots, thereby hiding the real secrets in the hotspot packages. This is the first time I have heard of this theory. Lieutenant Gongsun introduced in a low voice. Skylark is not only the top instructor of Infinite Challenge. He has also served as the head of the logistics department of Infinite Company in the past few years. He is very familiar with the logistics work and has successfully handled Silent Town, Huawu Island, and other logistics. Logistics work may not be that important to Infinite Company, but in the real world, it is definitely the frontline problem. The oval area from Taoyuan County to the garbage station, with real-world capabilities. In this era of developed self-media, it is impossible to hide it. But they really did it. The information in the data package fully demonstrates this amazing result. Now you can see that the narrow street on the west side of the Mist Pass oval area is already covered with booths. The world's largest two-dimensional event will be held here, inviting Kozer, next-generation game companies, and competitive games such as the Summoners League from all over the world to hold theme month activities at this booth. For example, the Global Summoner Offline Bounty Tournament starting this month will invite the 20 strongest teams from the 4 major regions to compete in a round-robin battle. The prize money reached 700 million Huaxia coins, which shocked the global gaming community. Next month, the top beauty cost will appear in the entire booth, on the east side of the oval area, which is also a long and narrow straight line, is the first Future Fantasy and Global Electronic Products Conference. Electronic products from all over the world are gathered here. A theme is also launched every month. Just tonight, Qifeng Technology Company has sent out an invitation and will launch a virtual idol singer in front of the global media. This kind of virtual idol is not new. There was Miku before, followed by Luo Tianyi, and the Summoner League has even successfully launched an idol group single. But what Qifeng Company launches is not a paper figure that can only be seen on a computer, nor a concert that can only be realized by projection, but a physical virtual diva. In other words, she is a robotic singer who can really stand on the stage and touch her. This immediately attracted global media, whether it is about cutting-edge technology or not, whether it is related media, Because if Chief Fong Company really realizes this kind of machine singer, then the entire world of entertainment and media and even human life will be changed. Seeing this, everyone in the conference room was silent. The hot spots on the east and west sides of Mist Pass can indeed hide the strange things happening inside. When the media and people focus on these hot spots, they will not find the game scenes wrapped and protected within them. Skylark went online again and continued to introduce. The southeast of the game scene is already a gathering place of garbage. It can be ignored as long as the garbage continues to accumulate. In the northwest, we built a 300-meter high and 660-meter wide hard-screen outdoor cinema showing movies daily. There is also a stage in front of the outdoor cinema, and different stars and bands are regularly invited to perform. The game scene is protected from all four directions. The only problem now is, people trapped in the game scene must be operated by your National Bureau of Investigation. This requires official authority and power. This is all we can do. The conference room remained silent. And then the projected directors began to applaud. The applause came through the signal and sounded strange, but they were all in admiration. The director asked again, "Miss Skylark, how much did you spend?" The entire hotspot package plan took 8 days and cost 18.2 billion Chinese coins. Young said lightly, "The monthly maintenance cost in the future will be 327.6 million yuan. So back to the question itself. How much money does it cost to hide an abnormal event in a 6 million square meter area in the magical city? The result is at least 20 billion. Hibari smiled again and asked, "So, friends from the National Bureau of Investigation, can we cooperate now?" The board meeting of Dahuang Company was postponed. This time, even Colonel Gongsun of the 9th Qingzhou Division walked out. At the closed-door meeting, the directors of Dahuang Company voted yes, and approved the cooperation with 7 votes in favor, 3 votes against, and 2 abstentions. Please keep one thing in mind. What is our ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is to prevent the realization of Protocol Number 9. 2 hours later, at 23:27 in the middle of the night on the 8th game day, Skylark appeared at the door of Haizhou Company. The original Haizhou Company has taken off its brand and replaced it with the new Dahuang Company neon sign. When Young walked into the lobby, Luo Changjun, the former head of the customer service department of Haizhou Company, had been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing this bald Luo, Young frowned slightly. Luo Changjun was wearing a suit and ties, and touched his bald head. "Why? Miss Young thinks we are not sincere. The one we set out is a small character like me." "Right." Skylark smiled. "You can't say that. Mr. Luo was once our president's immediate boss. Speaking of which, our president mentioned you many times." Luo Changjun took her to the elevator and smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Fong Tang definitely doesn't like me very much. I'm sorry about this." Entering the elevator, Young pursed his lips. "Where did you offend our president? I'm really curious," Luo Changjun said calmly. "It's just some small things in the workplace. When Fong Tang was still working here, I often suppressed him, just to give him small shoes." "Why?" As the elevator began to rise, Luo Changjun sighed. "Because he has a very good character. From my personal point of view, I hope to make him more cruel through suppression." Both fell silent. When the elevator door opened, Luo Changjun said seriously, "Miss Young, you are doing better than me. Fong Tang's growth in the game is inseparable from your guidance." This time it was Skylark's turn to sigh. "Actually, it's not me who guides his growth." They have reached the top. Outside a reception room, Luo Changjun whispered, "To show our sincerity and cooperation, we have prepared a gift." The door to the reception room opened, and 2 customer service staff from Haizhou Company appeared supporting a blonde woman. Skylark's eyes flashed. "It turns out you caught Alice. It's a kind of protection." As a negotiator for the National Bureau of Investigation, Luo Changjun speaks in a diplomatic style. He often turns a bad thing into a good thing. "Miss Skylark, if we hadn't invited Alice as Fong Tang's #1 subordinate, she might have been captured by other guilds long ago." Hibari could only smile. But being able to release Lao Zhao showed that the other party was really sincere. The 2 sides are now sitting in an empty conference room. Luo Changjun looked at the night outside. "The game has entered its 9th day. We don't have much time for each other. How do you think we should cooperate?" Young asked directly. "I want to confirm first. Do you want Fong Tang to win, or do you want him to lose?" Luo Changjun did not hesitate. "We hope he can win all the games in the 3 patches." Chapter 365 Memory Across Generations. The Shanghai Guild has already analyzed the National Bureau of Investigation's attitude towards the 3-patch games. What everyone doesn't understand is why the NBI wants the game to be completed. Skylark is frowning now and asking, "Unlock the patch. We will grow and win. This seems to be contradictory to your goal." Luo Changjun's face was expressionless. "How can you possibly know what our goal is? There is no comment on this question." Skylark tapped his fingers on the conference table. "Why do I think you don't want the game to be updated? Because over the years, you have been cooperating with Julong, trying to control the Infinite Challenge game in human hands." Luo Changjun nodded. "Over the years, the candidates to participate in the game are either unconvinced villains, such as Lu Zhengnan, or they are people who are terminally ill and destined to die. The Asian region is different from other game regions. We have always been the same as those in the far north. Julong maintains a certain tacit understanding." Skylark sneered. "And all game scenes are controllable. Either secret rooms or no man's land, like an isolated island. Everyone gets what they need and each has his or her own division of labor." Luo Changjun seemed sincere and didn't hide anything. "Exchanging game currency for real currency without our support would be impossible. Of course, you also know that the actual exchange is limited." "Uh-huh." Skylark knows this matter very well. "Depending on the player level, the maximum exchange rate will not exceed 1 billion real currencies. Is this to prevent an impact on the financial stability of the real world?" Luo Changjun snorted. "Of course. If a large number of players exchange real currency, with that terrible exchange ratio, one game currency can be exchanged for 1 million Huaxia coins. Then, the financial system of our world will be finished long ago." Skylark shook his head. "Actually, you are overthinking. Players will not waste game currency to exchange for real currency, because they can satisfy everything in the Desire Mall." At this point, she suddenly understood. "You also participated in the design of the Desire Mall, just to allow players to focus on the game and not cause trouble in reality." Luo Changjun said. "Yes. So you should understand now that if Infinite Challenge goes back to the old version, it will be the last situation we want to see. It will be out of control, and the world will be in chaos. In that case, the question is still the same. In that case, why do you still want Fong Tang to complete the game in 3 patches?" Luo Changjun was incomprehensible. "This is a high-level matter, and I don't know my authority at all." The voice of the chief analyst came to Ibari's ears. The data department in the Chang'an Hotel suite is fully analyzing the conversation between her and Luo Changjun. The chief analyst believes their sincerity is somewhat reserved. This is understandable. It has been in our plan for a long time. Don't worry about it now. We want to get more information about the Mistgate game. Skylark tapped his ears with his fingers and immediately changed the subject. "Mr. Luo, now both of us have needs. We can help you continue to hide the game scenes, but you need to provide more information about our president." Luo Changjun stood up, and a large screen appeared behind him. He said solemnly, "Miss Young, what you are seeing now is the S-Class secret of the National Bureau of Investigation." On the big screen, a gloomy dungeon suddenly appeared, and those imprisoned were actually Ji Bingwang and Bai Hu, who had not been heard from for a long time. Luo Changjun pointed at Bai Hu. "We found a large number of counterfeit particles in her brain. They should be particles controlled by the game designer's water mist." Bai Hu was brainwashed by him. Yank was shocked. So Bai Hu finally helped Ji Bingwang escape. And it was Shui's plan. "Yes. Water mist. Why would Wang Yi do this?" Luo Changjun smiled. "That's because Ji Bingwang's identity is not that simple. In the game, public information shows that Ji Bingwang is a super player who made his fortune from scratch with his early pot of gold. But in fact," Luo Changjun pressed the phone, and a majestic old man with white hair and white beard popped up on the screen. "Who is this?" Skylark frowned. "This is Ji Tiandao, Ji Bingwang's grandfather, and his other identity is very powerful. He was the 3rd person in the Hongming Temple." Hibari gasped. Luo Changjun continued slowly. "You can ignore the other stories. You only need to know one thing. Ji Tiandao suddenly left the guild before agreement number 9 appeared. Before leaving, he took something away from the temples." "What?" "An egg." Skylark rubbed his head. "What does this have to do with our president's current game?" Luo Changjun took a deep breath and projected a scene on the big screen again. "This is a photo from the game. Ginkgo Plains. It's very rough. Like it's made up of pixels. And you can barely make out some of the buildings inside." Miss Skylark can take a closer look here. It's the ancient Ginkgo Park. And over the broken wall. Yes, that's the hillside. Which is an ant nest. Skylark's eyelids twitched. You said that the egg GTon now took away from the temples was hidden in the ant nest. Luo Chajun said. Yes. This is the result of our interrogation. You should know a rumor. It is rumored that Ji Bingwang has an illegitimate daughter, who is hiding somewhere in Putuo. Skylark nodded. Fong Lizzie once told this rumor on the spot. There is no such thing as an illegitimate daughter. It is this egg that Ji Bingwang hid. The robot ants from the Ice King's laboratory are monitoring the ant nest at all times. If it weren't for the game scene of Wan Gi suddenly if he appears, then Ji Bingwang may have taken out his grandfather's treasure now. Skylark looked at the game scene on the big screen. Our president is in this area. Yes, and he is getting infinitely close to this mysterious egg. Skylark's heart beat. Then do you know what this egg is used for? I don't know. No one knows. This is the highest secret for the Ji Bingwang clan. It is only passed down to the clan leader. Even Ji Bingwang's father doesn't know. We have confirmed this through the remains. So this is memory across generations. The memory of generations is hidden deep in Ji Bingwang's DNA memory. Luo Changjun's tone became even lower at this time. We have interrogated Ji Bingwang for many days and used various methods. But we can't find this memory across generations from his grandfather. But for your guild president Fong Tangli, is this an opportunity? Skylark's eyes rolled. Well, what exactly do you want to say? Luo Chajun chuckled. Stop pretending. Ji Bingwang's intergenerational memory was devoured from the DNA chromosome. Only Fong Tang can do this. And only the 12th apostle he inherited Tao I Xi and only spirits have this ability. Game Day 9. Early morning. It was still an absolutely dark night, and the movement in the ant nest could already be heard. The sword-jawed and army could no longer endure it, and had to come out to look for food. Fong Tang held the little Totoro, looked at the processed poisonous mushrooms, and placed the fully charged mechanical ants in front of him. Xia Marin was worried. Your plan can't succeed. Fong Tang smiled. No, it will definitely succeed. Chapter 366 Queen Ant Crown. In the early morning of the 9th game day, the cool wind blew across the Ginkgo plain. The sword-jawed and army frantically swept the vast area beside the pond. Then they began to attack the bushes. Without the chirping of the chinchillas, all the poisonous mushrooms on the tree trunks have been plucked. The entire biological chain of the Ginkgo plain has been broken. The ants, which have lost their natural enemies, have directly opened a 3-meter-wide road through the middle of the bushes. They began to destroy the tree trunks that were once covered with mushrooms. The already rotten tree trunk was torn into pieces by the ant army on the spot. Fong Tang and Xia Marin were shocked when they observed the scene. Ants may not be as intelligent as humans, but they obviously know that this tree trunk can grow more poisonous mushrooms. So they must destroy it. They are so smart, Xia Marin said softly. Fong Tang touched the robot ant and pressed his fingers on the back of the ant toy. The mechanical tentacles began to shake, releasing a burst of unique chemical pheromones. It's time. Xia Marin put the clean stockings on his head and helped him put on the hood to protect the man's face as much as possible. You will definitely succeed. Right? She asked repeatedly. If I can't come back, Fong Tang said in a deep voice. You hide in that corner area and wait until the players outside are killing each other. Then find a team to join. Remember, don't look for the biggest one. When it comes to teams, don't look for small teams. Just look for teams that are in the middle. Xia Marin blocked his mouth with her lips. After a long time, she let go of the kiss. Her cold fingers rubbed the man's lips before kissing him again. This time, she bit Fong Tang's lip. She raised her head and licked the man's blood. I have drank your blood. So if you don't come back before dawn, I will rush into the ant nest with my little chinchilla. We will die together. Fong Tang shook his head, wrapped himself in his windbreaker, lay on the ground, and moved bit by bit towards the path of death. The dried poisonous mushrooms were wrapped in leaves and placed in the jelly package. Fong Tang touched the tinder and tactical knife in his pocket, and moved little by little on the ground, holding the robot ant in his left hand. The antennae of the robot ant are still releasing pheromones, and it looks like it is dragging a huge ball of food towards the ant nest. The way ants transmit information is through chemical pheromones. They secrete unique odors to contact their partners. For example, they leave odors on food, and other ants will follow the odors. Soon, the sword-jawed ants returning from hunting felt the pheromones left by the robot ants, and they followed them in hundreds. Fong Tang can observe them from the most direct angle. The way they discern chemical information is with their antennae. The first section of the antennae is curved and very flexible, and the two tentacles on the head can not only distinguish the intensity of the smell, but also seemed to be able to distinguish the direction and distance. Countless ants began to bite Fong Tang's coat with their sword jaws, and cooperated with the robot ants to drag them towards the ant nest. The first step of the plan to assassinate the queen was successfully completed. Fong Tang didn't need to move by himself. Worker ants began to appear underneath me. The countless worker ants formed a sedan and were carrying him forward. While moving toward the outside of the wall, a few sword-jawed soldier ants seemed to feel that the food was too big, so they directed hundreds of worker ants to break the food into small pieces. Fong Tang suppressed the horror in his heart, closed his eyes, and took out the fire. Whenever there are ants that want to bite, scald them with fire. After a while, the ants gave up decomposing the food and continued to drag Fong Tang forward. Fong Tang felt that his body was crawling toward the disconnected wall. He held his breath and successfully left the wall, with the ant nest in front of him. On the top of the huge ant nest as big as a hillside, a petal-shaped entrance is slowly opening. That's a petal gate, made of tree branches mixed with soil and ant secretions. It takes a lot of time and energy to move such a huge piece of food into the fountain. But surprisingly, not a single ant has tried to sneak a bite until now. They are simply the best citizens and a disciplined army. In fact, ants are the most selfless group in the world. When they get food, they will not eat it on the spot. Instead, they will drag it back to the nest and provide it to the queen first. Then the young ants, the soldier ants, and finally the worker ants. A hierarchical kingdom. Fong Tang was finally dragged into the ant nest. Now he could no longer see anything. Not even the faint starlight in the ant nest was gone. But soon, a blue phosphorescence began to appear. Those are chemical pheromones left by soldier ants on the path of the ant nest, which unexpectedly provides enough light. Now, Fong Tang could see the inside of this huge nest like a hillside, plate-like honeycomb structure. Countless flaky rocks divide the entire ant nest into countless small rooms. In every small room, there is a nest of ants with a clear division of labor. And now, he was being dragged by the worker ants along the widest road in the middle, heading straight to the largest nest below. Only this ant road can accommodate his body. This is a slope structure with an angle of nearly 90 degrees, almost falling vertically. Fong Tang still held the robot ant in his left hand. He knew that the second step of the assassination plan had been successfully completed. It was as I boldly predicted. The sword-jawed ants have not come out to look for food in the past few days, and the queen must have been hungry for several days. Now the biggest food the ants get must be fed to the weak queen as soon as possible. Now, the air is filled with sweet smell. The ventilation here is surprisingly good. Ants also need to breathe oxygen. And Fong Tang saw that their abdomens were filled with respiratory organs. The path ahead changes again, this time to a slope-like structure. Fong Tang carefully touched the plate structure that made up the nest with his right hand. Lighter than rock, but stronger than stone. A perfect combination of toughness and hardness. What is this ant nest made of? The blue phosphorus light in front of him became brighter and brighter when the ants began to use the ramp to push him behind. Fong Tang once again marveled at their intelligence. And in front of him, in a square room where the blue light shined, a scene that stunned him appeared. Countless white aphids are working on the petal-like plants. And these huge aphids are surrounded by soldier ant overseers. When some aphids don't work hard, the overseer, soldier ants will spit out phosphoric acid to punish them. This is the grazing land for ants. The aphids eat the fresh flower petals and plant leaves brought by the ants, and then excrete egg-shaped honey balls. And these honey balls are sent to the bottom through the tubes of the plant rhizomes. At the bottom is where the queen ant is. Fong Tang's heart tightened. This was the last step of the plan, and the most dangerous step. With a bang, his body fell directly. Unfortunately, the room the queen ant is in is bigger than she thought. He actually fell vertically for more than 3 meters before falling heavily onto a cold stone. Fong Tang held the robot ant and took a deep breath. The bones are fine, but the pain in the abdominal muscles is severe. Maybe a nerve has been torn. After a while, blue phosphorescence lit up around the darkness. The pain also subsided a lot. Fong Tang put away the robot ant, took out the fire with his left hand, and pulled out the knife with his right hand. He crouched down. The surrounding phosphorescence suddenly dimmed. Instead of the phosphorescence fading, a brighter purple light appeared. Fong Tang was shocked to see a huge ant queen at least 2 meters long, and the gem embedded in the head of the queen ant. Chapter 367 Ant Nest War. The surface of the oval gemstone is covered with diamond-shaped structures, emitting a beautiful purple light. The queen ant lay quietly on a platform covered with white moss, squirming her slender abdomen. Half of her body is black. But her entire white abdomen is at least 2 meters long and takes up 90% of the mass of the entire body. In front of the throne made of a white platform, there are densely packed ant eggs, as big as a glass bead, covering hundreds of square meters of space. Countless worker ants are diligently scrubbing the eggs with the cilia on their front jaws. The broken eggs are brought to the queen's mouth and become her food, while the rest are arranged neatly on both sides of the ant eggs. The newly born larvae formed a terrifying pile like 2 hills. More workers are raising the babies, feeding them aphid honey dripping from above. This is an efficient, hard-working and meticulous society. Every ant will not be lazy and has a strict division of labor. The worker ants didn't even look at the intruder Fong Tang, because dense crowds of soldier ants were pouring in from around the nest. Fong Tang took out the robot ant again and quickly pressed its back. The pheromones released by the robot ants confused some of the soldier ants. But more queen guardians appeared. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and took out the yellow earwood fire. In the unobstructed aerobic environment, the fire ignited and sprinkled the mottled blue phosphoric acid around it. Small sparks erupted from the phosphoric acid to the ants. It was a huge fire. The worker ants reacted and divided into 2 piles. One pile surrounded their queen and used the glands in their mouths to moisten the queen's abdomen to avoid the drying of the flames. The other part rushed towards the flames like a suicide. There were already poisonous mushrooms placed in front of Fong Tang. The dried poisonous mushrooms were crushed by him with his gloves, and some poisonous dust in the dried mushrooms was sprayed out. Fong Tang held his breath and saw that the poisonous dust had blocked most of the soldier ants. He knew that this was the best opportunity. The tactical dagger was covered with poisonous powder, and Fong Tang rushed away. He reached the queen ant in just a few steps. At this time, the whole body was smoking. Even a Kevlar jacket can't stop the blue poisonous acid spraying from all directions. Fortunately, his face was covered with stockings and a hood, so the chemical acid didn't hurt his vitals. The queen ant who was laying eggs shook her body, and the gem on her forehead, which was only the size of a fingernail, suddenly flashed. One flash. One extinguishing. One extinguishing. One flashing. The frequency reaches its limit instantly. Fong Tang, who was holding the dagger, roared, jumped up, and rode directly on the queen ant. The shimmering oval gemstone has a headache-inducing purple light. Fong Tang's dagger had almost stabbed into the queen's brain. And then the world started spinning, and she felt dizzy. The egg-shaped gem seemed to release some strange energy, making Fong Tang lose his reaction. 5 seconds later, he recovered. But at this time, the queen ant has been moved by more than 1 meter by the worker ants. Cutting guy! Fong Tang felt numb all over, and the surroundings were filled with an acidic smell. He pushed himself up and jumped again. This time the dagger flew out from his hand, using all his strength. With a swish sound, the dagger stabbed a ball of black balls. It was a black ball formed by female ants with wings gathered in the air. They used their lives to block this fatal blow. Fong Tang lay on the ground and touched the last few pieces of poisonous mushrooms. Damn it. Can't you even defeat an ant? The gem on the forehead of the queen ant was so weird. The high-frequency flash it emitted was like a weapon. It stimulated Fong Tang to tears, and his mind was confused. Thousands of worker ants had put out the flames with their bodies. The army of soldier ants began to gather, stepping on the corpses of their companions to avoid the poisonous mushroom powder. Fong Tang's weapons have been used up. Damn gem. If it weren't for that gem, I would have killed the queen ant several times. He closed his eyes, relied on the direction in his memory, and delivered the final blow. The female ants began to release their last life energy, spilling countless amounts of phosphoric acid. Fong Tang smelled the smell in his nose and knew something was wrong, so he could only give up the attack and roll to the side. There were streaks of white smoke rising from the ground, carrying a pungent smell. With a snap, the titanium alloy tactical knife fell. It was covered with ant phosphate, but it was immediately covered by worker ants. I won't even give you a knife. Fong Tang, who had barely escaped disaster, tore off the stockings on his head, and the surrounding soldier ants had already crawled up his combat boots. The jacket full of holes was also crawling with soldier ants, and the black windbreaker became even heavier. Fong Tang turned around and glanced over, his scalp numbing. It turned out that Shauna's windbreaker was covered with squirming soldier ants, dragging him backwards. Damn, there are hacking ants everywhere. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and rolled on the ground, grabbing the soldier ants on his body while rolling. The black leather gloves also became heavy. Unknowingly, tens of thousands of ants were crawling on my body. His eyes were blocked. Fong Tang desperately grabbed 2 handfuls and his body seemed to be buried in a tomb composed of soldier ants and worker ants. He grabbed the thing in his left hand, it was the robot ant, and slapped it hard, losing his strength little by little. Are you really going to die here? Was he really eaten by ants? The robot ant held in his left hand flashed an electric spark at this moment, and the chips on its back were exposed. And through the last gap in front of his eyes, Fong Tang once again saw the egg-shaped gem on the forehead of the queen ant. This time the gemstone did not flash at a high frequency, but a strange stream of light appeared on the surface of the rhombus structure. It's like it's reacting with the chip of the robot ant in your hand. Fong Tang's mind buzzed. A stored memory appears. This is, by the way, I devoured it from Ji Bing Wan on the night of my escape at the Chang'an Hotel. Intergenerational memory. This memory could not be viewed at the time, but it was activated at this time due to gems and robot ants. Gtiandao.robot ant.mysterious egg. Just like entering a password. Pull the left tentacle 3 times and the right 4 times. The sensors around the robot ant chip suddenly lit up, and then the robot ant began to change. Fong Tang quickly pulled off the bitten glove, and the outer SHL of the robot ant began to extend, wrapping around his left index finger like a ring. In this way, Fong Tang's left thumb can just press the abdomen of the robot ant. I felt the bumps one by one. Brother Ice King, I hope your grandfather's instructions are useful. Fong Tang gritted his teeth, summoned his last sanity, and pressed down the protrusions little by little according to the instructions he received from his memory. Press regularly. Buzz. The purple gem on the queen's forehead suddenly lit up like a star. Fong Tang fainted. My whole body was sore and numb, and a burning sensation appeared in my chest and abdomen, as if I was being pricked with needles, as if he had a fever. Fong Tang woke up coughing, with a sweet taste on his lips. He shuddered and opened his eyes. Countless ants are arranged neatly in front of me, but he was lying on the throne covered with white moss. Chapter 368 The New King Ascends the Throne. Fong Tang reluctantly turned his head and saw the queen ant lying aside, rubbing her left index finger with a gem on her forehead. The sight of such a huge queen ant leaning to the side is really terrifying. Fong Tang was so excited. Is this big ant going to eat me? But that's not right. The queen ant is so obedient, and the ants in front of the throne on the platform are all prostrate, as if they are kneeling down. The most terrifying thing is the position above the head. Countless male ants are flying up, one after another, but they are trying hard to bring a ball of aphid honey to their mouth. They're feeding me! Fong Tang had goosebumps all over his body. This situation was so weird. The queen was still rubbing his fingers. Fong Tang raised his left hand, and the queen ant also supported her white belly. She stared at him with her black compound eyes, and continued to rub the gem on her forehead. You want to get the gem off? Fong Tang suddenly realized. He finally understood. The queen ant cannot express her thoughts, and it is impossible for Fong Tang to understand the pheromones released by her 2 tentacles. But her behavior proved Fong Tang's suspicion. Fong Tang looked at his left index finger. The SHL of the robot ant had been stretched and wrapped, really like a ring, and the square chip was completely exposed. He took a deep breath. It's like a dream. He slowly stretched out his fingers and pinched the gem on the queen ant's forehead. The queen was in pain and her abdomen began to twitch, but she seemed to understand that Fong Tang was helping, so she remained strong and motionless. The worker ants climbed onto the platform and helped support the queen's huge body. The surviving female ants also fell on Fong Tang's hands, vibrating their wings and helping him use his strength. With a click, the purple egg-shaped gem was finally pulled out, then flew up with a snap, and stuck tightly to the chip of the ant ring, as if attracted by magnetism. The queen ant continued to lie beside him tiredly. Fong Tang raised his left hand and looked at the ring with shining gems, his eyes widening for a moment. This is not a gem at all. The gem is not transparent, and the SHL is not a hard enough stone, but a layer of horny. As for the purple light, it came from the protective layer of cuticle. This is just a hacking egg. Fong Tang swallowed. It doesn't look like an ant egg. It's more compact. And this dense and mysterious rhombus-shaped structure doesn't look like it's naturally occurring. Could the purple light inside be a special creature? Fong Tang browsed through Bai's database and found no eggs of any creature that could emit such purple light. He studied for a while, touched the gem egg attached to the chip, and tried to press the particles on the belly of the ring again. The memory across generations obtained from Ji Bingwan belongs to a man named Ji Tiandao. He left 4 instructions in total. Release commands by pressing the particles on the abdomen of the robot ant, namely attack, hunt, return, and build. Now the command Fong Tang is trying is return. The purple gem egg released a strong pheromone. And even Fong Tang could feel it this time. It was not just a smell, but more like a chemical drug spread through the air. Well, the particles on the abdomen of the robot ants are like buttons. After inputting the command, the chip starts to operate, and then stimulates the gem egg to release chemical pheromones to control the ants. Fong Tang guessed the principle of this thing. In the queen's nest, the worker ants, soldier ants, and even other ants above the nest are all returning to the throne. The spacious nest was once again filled with a flood of ants. Fong Tang hurriedly pressed the hunt command. The ants then left in an orderly manner. I can actually control these ants. He jumped up in surprise. He had never felt so happy since he came to this boring mist pass game. There are hundreds of thousands of sword-jawed ants. Although they only have 4 basic commands, they are definitely a powerful army. The weak queen ant's short antennae were trembling beside her, and her abdomen was shriveled. Fong Tang was startled. Don't die. If you die, who can help me continue to produce an army of ants? But the queen ant is no longer okay. The gem that had troubled her for so long had run out of life. Now it was finally taken down by Fong Tang. But it also took away her last chance of life. The cheerful sister suddenly appeared above her head. Yo-ho. Baby Fong Tang. You have finally completed the base mission. Unfortunately, 9 teams have completed the mission before you. Now, what rewards can you get? Yes. Fong Tang shook his head. I cancelled this mission last time. And now I don't want any reward. Every time the girl in the floral skirt appears, her expression becomes richer and richer, as if she is constantly evolving. Now, she is actually singing. The song was still the song of ants. After singing, my sister became extremely serious again. Now, the Ginkgo Plain is your territory. The fog particles here will subside and be distributed around, serving as the first barrier to protect your territory. Don't be proud. Please remember, the game has just begun. The queen ant was dead. Her head fell off. A ball of secret gold particles fell out from the narrow thorax, and the last ball of eggs was spit out from the shriveled abdomen. Fong Tang put away these 3 units of secret gold particles and found nothing else. There is no most precious formula, but the entire abdomen of the queen ant is good material. Fong Tang found his tactical knife and stabbed it hard. This layer of abdominal skin remained intact. The nearly 2-meter-long abdomen shriveled up and looked like a natural sleeping bag. Fong Tang rolled up his belly and put it into the package. At this time, the group of eggs that was born before the death of the queen suddenly began to hatch. The white larvae came out, and the worker ants appeared, feeding them desperately. They grow quickly, and soon have almost transparent wings. Dragon ant. In the sword-jawed ant empire, the fertility ants have the most tragic fate, but represent the highest glory. They began to fly tremblingly, like a buzzing mist, suspended above the white moss-covered throne. Then the surviving female ants also flew over. Fong Tang stepped down from the throne, already understanding that with the death of the queen ant, the female ant and the male ant were about to embark on a tragic wedding flight. He watched silently. The tails of the newborn male ants trembled anxiously, while the female ants patiently selected their mates. In the beginning, the female ants need to kill each other for 3 or 4 rounds, because there are only so many male ants suitable for reproduction. After the massacre, the ground was covered with a layer of corpses, and the vulnerable group of male ants also began to fall. This is just the first level. The second level requires male and female ants to complete the final wedding in the air. It wasn't easy, their tails touching, difficult alignment. Then suddenly a female ant seemed to lose control and directly bit the mate she had finally selected to death. This is a wedding that requires both ability and luck. In the end, only 2 female ants successfully completed the nuptial flight. Their wings began to fall off, and their bellies bulged slightly, but they landed on the white moss throne. Their 4 compound eyes were raised, as if looking at Fong Tang. Fong Tang was stunned. The ants around them all had their tentacles raised. All the ants seemed to be waiting for Fong Tang to do something. After a long time, Fong Tang finally understood. Oh my god! You want me to decide the next generation of queen? 2 female ants? You could only choose one. Fong Tang took a deep breath and looked at the female ants who were getting weaker and weaker. I secretly smiled bitterly in my heart. I have now become the magic stick of the ant kingdom, just like the protector of the country. Suddenly there was a sense of sacred responsibility in my heart. The most correct choice must be made for the entire group. Fong Tang finally chose the one on the left, because during this waiting time, the female ant on the right can no longer stand. and her vitality is completely inferior to the princess on the left. Fong Tang used the build command on the female ant princess on the left. So the worker ants rushed over as hard as they could, spit out food from their mouths, and fed the newborn queen. Fong Tang stood in front of the throne and watched silently. After an unknown amount of time, when the white moss-covered throne flashed with blue phosphorescence, the newborn queen lay there gracefully, facing Fong Tang, with her tentacles hanging down. There were no elaborate ceremonies or rousing speeches, but the sword-jawed ant empire, which has been passed down for 600 years, has ushered in a new generation of kings. The new king ascends the throne under Fong Tang's watchful eye. Chapter 369 Professional Treasure Hunter. It takes some time for the new queen ant to officially lay eggs. The ant nest became lively again. The worker ants transport the aphid honey balls from the top nest and feed them to the queen all the time. There are also some worker ants cleaning the path to the nest. Soldier ants patrol the roads extending in all directions. The entire ant colony was operating efficiently again. Fong Tang also took this time to explore other places in the queen's nest. Judging from the size of this nest, it must have been there for a long time. There must be some secrets underneath. By the purple light of the gemstone egg on the ant ring, Fong Tang found a tattered jacket at the edge of the nest. It had been corroded by formic acid and looked disfigured, but the clothes were intact. His heart skipped a beat. Ants probably didn't collect human clothes. There was only one possibility. Sure enough, in a dark corner, he found half a corpse. Almost nothing but bones remained of the body. Fong Tang suddenly realized that the sword-jawed ants had not gone out to look for food in the past few days. It turned out that they had food reserves to support them. He immediately remembered what Xia Marin had said. When entering the ginkgo plain, Xia Marin found a corpse near the ant nest and obtained the formula of Beima Tianxin powder from the bones of the corpse. Xia Marin said that half of the body was decomposed by the fake particles, and the remaining half was eaten by the ants. Fong Tang found half a branch and gently picked up the corpse's clothes. With a snap, a hard-covered booklet fell down on the chest of the half-bone corpse. All other personal belongings were gone, but the booklet was hidden close to the chest of the corpse and was surprisingly well preserved. After touching it with a branch a few times to make sure it was okay, Fong Tang picked up the booklet. It's a heavy purchase, and the outer cover of this booklet is very strong. Just like the notebooks with small locks in the 1990s. It was popular in that era to keep diaries, write poetry and prose, and almost every young person had his or her own notebook. Fong Tang used the dim light of the gem egg to carefully examine the structure of the notebook. Very unusual. There was a cylindrical scroll inside the notebook SHL. It shook slightly. There seemed to be some kind of liquid in the sealed cylindrical scroll. He picked up the notebook and smelled it. It smelled like roasted corn. This is a mechanism. Fong Tang understood. The booklet is handmade, and the paper inside may be made from cornstalk pulp. It is very similar to the straw paper in rural areas and is very easy to corrode. There is alkali powder hidden in the sealed scroll body. Once the note is forcibly opened or the scroll is tried to be dismantled, the alkali powder will rush into the corn paper and destroy the diary. It can be said to be a confidential notebook created by private experts. It seems that one must be a craftsman with a lot of ingenuity to do this technical job. Fong Tang became more and more interested. He wiped the knife on his ragged pants, and then gently inserted it into the hard SHL of the notebook. Just as he was about to find the mechanism of the scroll, he discovered that there were cracks on the edge of the sealed scroll body. Damn it. It's so exquisite. Even a little pressure can trigger a mechanism? Fong Tang frowned and turned over the notebook, and suddenly saw a circular mark on the side spine of the scroll. He groaned and tried the tip of the knife to see if it could penetrate. Is this the keyhole to open the laptop? Ring-shaped hole. Through the reflection of the blade, a circle of gear-like structures can also be seen. Fong Tang looked at it, and his heart moved. He immediately took out a platinum ring from the jelly package. The little chinchilla found the ring in Chirp's cave, but didn't pay much attention to it at the time. But no matter how you look at it now, it seems to match the keyhole on the notebook. Fong Tang tried it with his fingers. As expected, there were slight bulges inside the ring. Vertical bars that could be aligned with the gears and rotated. He was overjoyed. Pointed the platinum ring at the hole of the ring, and slowly pushed it in. The ring has sunk 2/3, but the exposed ring can be rotated. Fong Tang turned carefully until there was a click in his ear. The sealed scroll body of the notebook popped out from the upper and lower sides, and the notebook opened. What is the secret inside that deserves the owner to design such an exquisite mechanism? Fong Tang sat down cross-legged, holding the egg of the ring in his left hand, and opened the notebook in his right hand. There is a name written on the title page, Zhao Qianduo. The handwriting is neat. The strokes are meticulous. And the distance between the three words is exactly the same. Few people care so much about spacing when writing on white paper. This can be said to be obsessive-compulsive disorder and a symbol of a rigorous and meticulous character. Continuing to turn to the second page. There is a date. March 8th. Afternoon. Under the date, there is a sentence in neat font. Record of underground treasure hunt. Today I harvested 29.5 yuan in coins from the 6th sewage well on Sanha Street. Fong Tang frowned. Hunting for treasure underground? Sewage well? Keep reading. The thick booklet is full of this kind of treasure hunting record, recording the harvest of treasure hunter Zhao Qianduo in the past year. But most of them are under a sewage well in a certain street. The harvest of treasure hunters is nothing more than tens of yuan coins, unusable mobile phone, metal buttons, fruit knife, spoon and fork. It wasn't until August when Zhao Qianduo started recording the sewage wells near the 3rd Industrial Park in Taoyuan County that the harvest began to increase. On August 12th, 2 gold rings were harvested from the sewage well outside Jiaqiang Department Store on Baoshan Road, and Chow Tai Fook Gold Store sold them for 2,078 yuan. On September 27th, a piggy bank was found in the sewage well behind the Baoshan Road bus station, containing 654 coins. The owner was found based on the information on the note in the piggy bank, returned it, and was rewarded with half a box of ham. Thank you, little friend Lu Jiaming. Fong Tang read this record on September 27th several times. He sighed in his heart that the owner of the diary, Zhao Qianduo, was definitely a principled person. It was this kind of person that Fong Tang admired most. Looking at the back, the diary began to become complicated, and various treasure hunting techniques in the sewer began to be written. For example, stick a heavy object with dental floss, put a magnet on one end, and then send it into the sewer to hunt for treasure. There is also a more high-end genre that uses homemade metal detectors, and the targets of this genre are often valuable jewelry. On October 29th, 7 shotgun bullets, 12 pistol bullets, and 1 diamond ring were harvested from 3 sewage wells outside Baoshan Road and 322 National Highway, Jiaolian Supermarket. The bullets should not appear here. They are in the shallow layer of the sewage well. Maybe it came from the supermarket. I want to call the police. I don't know if Zhao Qianduo finally called the police. Fong Tang was deeply attracted by this diary. In front of him, unfolding was a career he had never imagined. Professional sewer treasure hunter. Unlike those foreign treasure hunters who use high-tech equipment to search for ruins or sunken ships under the sea, these people who hang out near urban sewage wells and sewers have already formed a large scale and are divided into various schools. In a big city like Shanghai, with tens of millions of people, you can make a fortune by picking up rags. It's no wonder they created such a business from the sewers. However, Zhao Qianduo does not seem to be in it for money. It can be seen from the notebook he made that he used a platinum ring as the key to the mechanism. He does not look like someone who is short of money. It should just be fun. Fong Tang turned to the last few pages of the diary, which were now filled with densely written words. On October 18th, an abandoned sewage well was discovered in the ancient ginkgo garden. I have to admit that metal detectors are really useful. The signal strength shows that there is a large amount of metal buried somewhere from under the big tree to the canteen. These pages of the diary are all records of the exploration of the underground waterway from under the big tree to the canteen. It seems that Zhao Qianduo has made a major discovery. Scrawled words appeared on the last page of the diary, ruling out the possibility of metal deposits. The sewers are not deep. The big tree should be from the Tang dynasty. If it is an ancient relic, then I must give up and notify the archaeology department. But Zhao Qianduo seemed conflicted, and his handwriting became more and more scribbled. But the things I saw don't look like ancient ruins. Are they aliens? Also, Magic City was just a small fishing village more than 1,000 years ago. Or not even a small fishing village. Most of the Central Plains' political power is concentrated in the north. How come we have large ancient ruins here? The surrounding light became brighter and brighter, and Fong Tang, who was obsessed with his diary, felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw his sister on the particle display screen. The younger sister rolled her eyes and bit her finger. Player Fong Tang. This is a hidden mission. It should not appear at this time. It should only be activated in the middle and late stages of the Miss Pass game. You are really amazing. Fong Tang snorted and quickly put away his notebook. The light and shadow of his sister rotated around him, This is a large-scale exploration mission. Equivalent to a team copy. You are alone. No way. Fong Tang had already climbed up the vertical ant nest road. And he couldn't wait to go back and share the results with Sia Marin. Chapter 370 Intruder. After leaving the ant nest, I realized that it was already dawn outside. The sun hasn't come out yet. But the sky is white. The fog particles shrouding the ginkgo plain have completely dissipated and turned into a dense ring, wrapping the territory of Fong Tang. Fong Tang immediately felt something was wrong. With a breeze, I smelled the smell of grilled shrimp. Lots of grilled shrimp flavor. Sia Marin would not grill shrimp at this time. And even if she was hungry, she would not grill so many shrimps. Someone has invaded. Fong Tang bent his body and pressed the ant ring with his thumb. Hunting orders are issued. The gem eggs release chemical pheromones. And the sword jaw ants swarmed out, gently climbing over the broken wall, using the cover of the grass. The dispatched soldier ants and worker ants moved along both sides of the pond and headed towards the ditch. Fong Tang bent down and followed slowly. Footprints began to appear on the ground. 1, 2. The mud beside the pond was covered with footprints. Scanning his eyes, he inferred from the different footprints that there must be at least 10 people. The territory mission must have been completed. As the fog from the ginkgo plain dissipated, attracting the enemy, Fong Tang took a deep breath, turned the gem egg, and sent the hunting command again. 6,000 sword-jawed ants gathered in one place, then spread out, forming 4 small teams, rushing towards the ditch from all directions. Ahead, I saw 2 corpses. Fong Tang bent over. 2 men in overalls. The words, Yinshan Machinery Factory, are printed on the work clothes. The map in the database is expanded. Just 2 kilometers south of the 3rd Industrial Park in Taoyuan County, there is a Yinshan Machinery Factory, which is mainly responsible for the rough processing and manufacturing of metal parts. Fong Tang turned over the bodies, and saw the wounds and tooth marks on their neck arteries. He was bitten through a major artery, and died of excessive blood loss. It should be Sia Marin's method. And the accomplices gave up on the 2 of them without even trying first aid. So, it's a ragtag bunch. After walking another half meter, another body appeared on the edge of the bush. This man was also a worker in a machinery factory. But after his eyeball was scratched and cracked, he fell down in severe pain and was pierced by a bush in the chest, judging from the claw marks on the eyes. It is the chirping technique of the little chinchilla. Fong Tang felt calmer and calmer. He knew that there was no point in rushing now. The situation seemed to be fine for both Beauty and Gigi. He lay on the ground and moved forward, approaching the ditch. Through a stretch of weeds, I saw 7 people sitting around across the ditch. 6 men and 1 woman. All 6 men were wearing work clothes, except for the woman, who was wearing a coat and shiny leather boots. 6 trash and a female player. The bonfire was still burning, and the crayfish on the branches were burnt. There were shrimp ls all over the ground. Fong Tang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he saw that the can he finally obtained was crushed. There was a pile of excrement next to the ginkgo tree near the corner, which made Fong Tang's eyelids twitch again. This is his territory. But now it has become like this. Holding back the anger in her heart, she found Sia Marin huddled not far from the bonfire. Sia Marin's body was covered in smelly mud, and her arms and calves were swollen with blisters, looking extremely miserable. Fong Tang was relieved. The beauty must have discovered the enemy early, and immediately covered her face with mud, and then used poisonous mushrooms to make her whole body covered in poisonous gas. Any man who sees such an ugly female monster will definitely have no idea at all. This is a means of self-protection. But what about Chirp? While still searching, I saw the female player standing up, holding a net in her hand. In the net is a little chinchilla curled up in a ball. The female player snorted. This little guy is very powerful. Much better than you bunch of trash. I want to go back and hand it over to the captain. Stand up for me. It's time to do things when you're full. The 6 men stood up sparsely, rubbing their eyes and yawning. A man wiped his mouth and stared at Beauty Sia on the ground. TSK. TSK. What a pity. She has a good figure, but she stinks all over. A man next to him laughed. Lao Xia seems to be in a hurry. A woman covered in sores also wants to have sex with her. Why don't we pull her over and wash her off? Lao Xia was moved. Don't tell me. Maybe after cleaning. Before he finished speaking, he jumped up. Then he screamed. Something bites me. When others went to help, Fong Tang stood up from the ditch, crossed the ditch directly, and appeared in front of them. The female player reached back, but before she could draw her weapon, A dagger pierced her wrist. Fong Tang raised his fingers lightly. The 6 men shouted and turned around in panic to run away. The female player holding the wrist screamed, "I'm just a hacking person. Why are you panicking?" She gritted her teeth and pulled out the dagger from her wrist. Ignoring the surging blood, she picked up a crossbow from behind. A hand crossbow made of springs and metal sheaths. With a push from the fingertips of his left hand, 2 polished steel arrows bounced in. The hand crossbow was aimed at Fong Tang. Others also touched the weapons on the ground after panicking. Spears made of steel bars. Long knives stamped from metal blocks. Iron rods. Homemade slingshots and Molotov cocktails filled with spirits. The rabble seemed to have had some training. And they looked quite impressive when raising their weapons. Fong Tang continued to walk forward, keeping his fingers raised. Those people all laughed and laughed wildly. "Damn it! There's just one person pointing at us, looking at his tattered clothes. He is a homeless man." "Right." The female player had doubts in her eyes, wondering why this man kept walking forward. Judging from Fong Tang's attire, he seems to be a player. This made the female players wary. "Shut up! Be careful." Fong Tang turned the ring lightly and issued the attack command. He looked at Xia Marin lying there and said in a deep voice, "The woman stays, and the others enjoy themselves." Chemical pheromones covered the 6 men's feet, but they were unaware of it. "Enjoy yourself? What's the meaning?" The 6 men laughed, then rushed forward with strange screams. Fong Tang went straight to Xia Marin without even looking. When he picked up the beauty, a scream that did not sound like a human voice came from behind. The black sword-jawed army surged forward, and the 6 of them were covered by ants, turning into 6 wriggling hills. The female player stood blankly among the sword-jawed ants, her legs trembling. And then she vomited desperately. Fong Tang wiped the dirt off Xia Marin's face. "I'm late. It's not too late." The joy in Xia Marin's eyes could not be concealed. But she still said, "I have prepared poisonous mushrooms for them. You should wait and see how I deal with them." Fong Tang smiled. "Turn around. Snap your fingers handsomely, and give the order." The sword-jawed ants began to break down the 6 awful bodies, turning them into pieces of food, and transported them back to the ant nest. With a plop, the female player knelt down among the ants, shaking her head desperately at Fong Tang. With eyes full of pleading, Xia Marin glanced at Fong Tang. "You are not that kind of funny gentleman. The so-called knight who doesn't kill women, are you?" Fong Tang helped her wipe the mud pitifully and shook his head gently. "She is yours." Xia Marin cheered, jumped down, and walked towards the female player while humming a tune. The little chinchilla also rolled out of the net and instantly appeared in Fong Tang's arms, its big eyes rolling around. It turned out that it had been pretending to be dead just now. Fong Tang touched its little head. "I'm sorry. I know that if you hadn't saved Teacher Xia, you would definitely not have been caught by these losers." The little chinchilla was licking his fingers and staring at his package. Fong Tang sat down and reluctantly took out the 3 units of secret gold particles he had just obtained. "Okay, here you go. All of them." The little chinchilla's tail has 7 sections, 4 of which are covered with secret gold particles, except for the last 3 units. Now, it swallowed the secret gold particles in one gulp, and then curled up. Visible to the naked eye, a layer of particle clusters began to flicker along its tail. Fong Tang picked up the Totoro, which was probably being upgraded, and turned to look at Xia Marin, who was enjoying the prey, asked for a confession. "Don't kill it all at once." With a buzzing sound, the game instructor's sister appeared again, with cheerful lights and shadows dancing, a tang. "My dear player, now it's time to talk about how to play the territory." Chapter 371 Female Thief Intelligence. A white particle screen hangs above the ancient trees of the Ginkgo Plain. The current situation of the territory was displayed on the screen. Time, 10th game day. Territorial, Ginkgo Plain. Lord Fong Tang. There are currently 2 residents. Territory level E. Overall condition is good. Resources you can receive every day, for units of secret gold particles. Below the uncomplicated data, there is also the territorial gameplay that my sister just announced. First, according to the comprehensive level of the territory, you can obtain secret gold particle resources every game day. The higher the territory level, the more resources you get. The level is closely related to the performance of the lord in the game, as well as the scope of the land, resource construction, etc. Second, you can get a fixed reward of secret gold particles by killing players who invade the territory. We encourage everyone to invade other territories, and we also encourage everyone to fight back against the invaders. Everything depends on your ability. Third, The way to occupy other territories is to kill all players in that territory, or to conquer other residents after killing the lord. If a lord dies without electing a successor, or the lord leaves the territory for more than 3 game days, the territory will automatically disappear and return to a foggy state. The gameplay of Fog Pass has basically taken shape, and most players have also passed the most difficult period of survival. The next step is the games and battles between various territories. The corpses in the territory began to be decomposed by the particles, and in the end only clothes and belongings were left. Fong Tang received 9 units of secret gold particles, which were rewards for killing the invaders. At this time, all the seized materials were piled beside the ditch. 9 sets of worker clothes, handmade weapons made of various metals, 1 crossbow, 2 lighters, several keys, 9 ID cards, and 4 wallets containing cash and coins. That's all the resources left behind by the body. There are no secret gold particles, and no precious formulas. Probably because the intruders who were killed were ordinary people. Fong Tang picked up the disposable lighter, tried it, and was very satisfied. These 2 lighters are definitely the best gains today. A bright light flashed in the sky, and today's territory reward appeared. 4 units of secret gold particles fell directly into his palm. The secret gold particles have accumulated to 11 units, which is a big harvest. The little chinchilla in his arms is still curled up. Its tail seems to have become slender, and its body is shrinking. Secret gold particles have enveloped it. Fong Tang grilled a bunch of river shrimps, spread the belly skin of the queen ant on the ground, and took out Zhao Qianhua's notebook to read. The sky was getting brighter, and the sun was rising. From time to time, the female player's screams could be heard from the direction of the pond. Her voice gradually weakened, and soon, she could no longer be heard. Fong Tang put down his notebook, and the little chinchilla in his arms raised its paws high, as if it was stretching. After sleeping, its shape changed drastically. The entire round body has shrunk in size, and the fluffy white tail is now like a beautiful feather. The little chinchilla disappeared with a swishing sound, and then reappeared with a swishing sound. It had picked up a piece of grass taro root in its paws, and was eating it crunchily. Its movements are more flexible and faster, and its fleshy claws have grown hook-shaped nails. Metal-like texture. On his white forehead, a few tufts of bright red hair formed a lightning-like symbol. Fong Tang touched the symbol and smiled. GG. You have really turned into a lightning cat. Your claws are so powerful. You can catch rabbits. He just said casually, but he didn't want to hear a bang in his ears. A sonic boom wave appeared, and the little chinchilla's feather-like tail shook straight and disappeared into the grass. The tattered clothes on Fong Tang's body were torn apart, and he spat out a mouthful of sand. As he was slapping the sand on his body, the little Totoro appeared again with a white sonic boom cloud. But this time, it came back with a little hare that had been stabbed to death with its claws. Fong Tang stared at the little chinchilla silently. Can you understand me? This is incredible. Could it be that those secret gold particles modified its brain? The little chinchilla rolled its big eyes and made a chirping sound. It is not able to understand complex human language, but is very sensitive to the names of prey. Fong Tang tried to order, "Grasshopper!" The little chinchilla disappeared again with the sonic boom cloud, and came back a short time later, holding up its paws, with several small grasshoppers hanging on the hook-like claws. Just as Fong Tang thought, the little chinchilla upgraded after receiving 7 secret gold particles. Now it can cooperate with its owner to catch various prey in the game scene. While still sighing, Xia Marin's call came from the direction of the pond. Fong Tang came over with the little chinchilla in his arms, and saw that the beauty had washed herself and put on the clothes of a female player. She was wearing a coat, smiling and turning the small metal blade gracefully with her fingers. This girl hid the blade in her thigh socks. She looks like a female agent. Xia Marin smiled. I have broken her limbs now, so she can't escape. Fong Tang frowned and looked at the female player in the pond. After being stripped naked, the pool water was soaking her body, but she was connected to the rocks on the shore by several ropes, as if she was locked in a water prison. You didn't kill her! Fong Tang was a little surprised. Xia Marin was washing her clothes in the pond. When she heard this, she turned around and smiled. It would be a pity to kill her. I have already crippled her. You can always play with her. Fong Tang was speechless. Xia Marin's thinking is definitely different from that of normal people. He shook his head. I'm not interested. Xia Marin finished drying her clothes, walked over and hugged the man's waist. No, I understand. You men always have some needs. This woman is quite pretty and can be used as a resource. Fong Tang took out his hand crossbow and pointed it at the struggling female player in the pond. Siya Marin held his hand. Don't kill her! There is a big gang behind her. For us, it's not bad as a bargaining chip. As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at the man and said, You are a guy who can't even hear a joke. If you had hesitated just now and got tempted, I would have left immediately. Fong Tang broke into a cold sweat behind his back. He couldn't guess what this woman was thinking. Siya Marin hummed a little tune and pulled him to sit down. I just asked for some key information. First of all, this woman is from the 40 Thieves player group. It is a team composed entirely of women. The current base is on Baoshan Highway, the Red Leaf Highlands on the north side. Hongya Highland, according to this girl, is a wide factory area. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. On the map, that location is Taoyuan County's first industrial park. It is a large park, and the interior is equivalent to a small village. Siya Marin nodded. After the 40 female thieves established their base, they immediately sent people to explore the northwest. They are looking for a super formula. What super formula? I didn't ask. And I guess she doesn't know. But the formula is in a toy factory in the northwest. Toy factory in the northwest. Fong Tang pulled out his dagger and started drawing on the ground. From the northwest of Jiaoding Taoyuan to the Lingyi Temple in the southeast of Putuo. In this oval area, two roads appear in a cross shape. Baoshan Highway in the east-west direction and National Highway 322 in the north-south direction. In this way, the game scene is divided into four major areas. Ginkgo Plain is in the northwest district. What is known now is that the large supermarket at the intersection of Baoshan Road and National Highway 322 is occupied by new Chinese players. On the north side of Baoshan Road, Hongya Highland is in the hands of the 40 Thieves. In the middle area, 2 kilometers south, is the Yinshan Machinery Factory. There may be a toy factory in this area. But there is another place that Fong Tang never forgets. And that is the canteen, in his diary. Zhao Qianhua's diary records that the canteen can be reached from the abandoned sewer near the ancient ginkgo tree. The map is updated again and stored in the brain's database. Siya Marin simply sat in his arms, feeding him the roasted shrimp and patting the sleeping little chinchilla. Fong Tang softly talked about what he found in the ant nest. And Siya Marin exclaimed in surprise from time to time. The man laughed. Don't pretend to be like a little girl who has never seen the world. You are a heroine who just killed 2 men. Siya Marin sighed and leaned on his beating chest. At that time, I only had one thought. If they were rude, I would bite my tongue and die. Having said this, he scratched the man's chest with his fingers. There is also regret. I am misophobic and don't know what normal feelings are. But at that moment, I felt very regretful. I regretted not having fallen in love with you earlier. While speaking tenderly, a vulgar word suddenly came out, which made Fong Tang laugh in surprise. You are really... Siya Marin kissed her. After a long while, Fong Tang gently pushed her away, with a strange light shining in his eyes, and his fingers stretched towards her collar. Siya Marin closed her eyes, her eyebrows trembling in panic. When it comes to matters between men and women, this female pervert actually has no experience. However, what I was looking forward to and nervous about never happened. The man's fingers pinched a light yellow mud ball from under her collar, and he seemed to be completely attracted to the mud ball. What is this? Chapter 372 Recipe Derivation. Siya Marin's body stiffened, but after being embarrassed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she wasn't ready. But in more than 20 years, apart from killing and escaping, she has never experienced this kind of excitement. My whole body was hot. My limbs were weak, and I seemed to have no strength at all. But there was a fire about to burn in my body. While she was in a daze, the man had crushed the pills in his hand. A small cluster of secret gold particles flickered at his fingertips. The fishy smell hit my face. At this time, the girl in the floral skirt appeared beside the two of them, looked at the pills and said with a smile, Fishy bone-making pills. Basic drug formulation. Wait, you didn't get the recipe. How did you make it? A look of astonishment appeared on the younger sister's face. This was not a disguise. A string of garbled characters appeared on the particle screen, and then quickly recovered. My sister disappeared. Siya Marin pursed her lips. This girl is so stupid. She must have fallen from that girl in the pond. Fong Tang shook his head. No, this pill is under your collar. He frowned in thought. Siya Marin also joked. Did I awaken some ability and be able to automatically refine medicine unconsciously? Fong Tang lowered his head and smelled the medicine in his hand. There is the smell of Houtuinia cordata in it. He swallowed some pills and tasted. There seems to be bone residue. Well, it's fish bones. He stood up and rushed to the pond. Xia Marin hurriedly followed. What's wrong? What's wrong? She asked strangely. Fong Tang found a green triangular leaf by the pond. This is how to eat a corneta. Then he reached out and grabbed a ball of mud. There are fish bones in it. Do you understand? Xia Marin shook her head blankly. Fong Tang grabbed her hand and shook his thumb. There are still secret gold particles remaining in the gaps between your nails. Do you understand now? Xia Marin's eyes lit up. It's me. I made the medicine. Fong Tang washed his hands. Yes. When you found out that the enemy had invaded, you ran to the pond to grab mud and wipe it on your body. At this time, the secret gold particles in your nails, Haltuinia chordata, and the fish bones in the mud formed a formula, thus inadvertently making the medicine. Xia Marin took a deep breath. But I've never seen this recipe before. It's just good luck. Fong Tang smiled. That's not important. Now we know Haltuinia chordata, fish bones, secreted gold particles, and a little water. You can get fishy bone-making pills. Haltuinia chordata, pungent in taste, cold in nature, returns to the lung meridian, has the effect of clearing away heat and detoxifying, and can treat traumatic lumps, combined with the calcium and secret gold particles in fish bones. It has a miraculous effect on trauma and bruises. Fong Tang was still thinking about something and wrote down all the current recipes on the ground with his fingers. Titanium alloy tactical knife formula, Beima Tianxin powder formula, plus the fishy fish pill formula just obtained. Humph. The formula can also be cracked. Fong Tang clapped his hands. And the wrinkled female player, who was soaked in water, shouted, Quick! Let me get up! There is something biting me! Her voice was extremely shrill. Xia Marin smiled and untied the rope, pulled the woman up, and gave her a set of smelly men's work clothes. The woman couldn't move her arms and legs, and rolled angrily on her waist in the mud. Xia Marin walked over and stepped on her head with her shiny leather boots. Be honest. I still want to trade you for resources. The 40 thieves can't negotiate. The woman screamed. Fong Tang shook his head and walked away. Returning to the ditch, he took out 1 unit of secret gold particles. Now it's time to test your own ideas. So, what is the formula of a titanium alloy tactical knife? 1 unit of titanium alloy plus 2 units of steel plus 1 unit of secret gold particles equals titanium alloy tactical knife. It is a combination of 2 metals plus gold particles. Now, Fong Tang picked up the hand crossbow on the ground and rummaged through a pile of handmade weapons. They were all made of steel and no other metals. Well, he looked at the pile of clothes, as well as the collected keys and coins. Most keys are made of copper, which can be regarded as the second metal. The 1 yuan coin is made of nickel-plated steel core. Fong Tang still chose coins as the second metal to make. After all, compared to copper, nickel is not only beautiful, but also has good ductility and ferromagnetism. He finally pulled out his tactical dagger and compared it with the crossbow. As a rough estimate, the crossbow may require 2 units of secret gold particles. The secret gold particles were crushed and sprinkled. The nickel plating of the hand crossbow and the coin began to melt under the action of 2 units of secret gold particles, and then fused. When the heat released by the particles dissipated, a silver-white hand crossbow appeared. The surface of the silver crossbow reflects dazzling light, and the overall structure is simpler, with no rough gaps left by handmade work anymore. The 4 crossbow arrows in the arrow warehouse also turned silver-white, with thorn-shaped arrow tips, which have stronger penetrating properties, and can cause puncture wounds when entering the prey. The handle of the hand crossbow was covered with secret gold particles, and several silver characters appeared. Crossbow of silver flame. The beautiful silver crossbow is very light because of the addition of nickel. Fong Tang raised his hand, and a ray of silver light shot directly through a large khaki stone on the ground. The tail of the crossbow was still trembling slightly, but the crossbow in the hand felt like it was about to fly out. Fong Tang subconsciously tightened his grip and heard a buzzing sound. The crossbow arrows in the stone flew back and returned to the arrow bin again. Could it be the ferromagnetic effect of nickel? It attracts the shot arrows back like a magnet. Simply perfect. Xia Marin, who had just tied the female prisoner to the tree trunk, came over and stared at Yin Yan's hand crossbow with a strange look in her eyes, and her saliva was about to flow out. Fong Tang handed it to her directly. This is suitable for you. The recoil is not small. You need to practice more. Xia Marin smiled and said nothing, picked up the hand crossbow and tried it. After checking the crossbow arm very skillfully, she raised one hand and shot an arrow. Her hand was very steady, which surprised Fong Tang again. The crossbow arrow hit a slender bush 30 meters away. The arrow flew back. Sia Marin screamed. It feels so good. It feels great in the hand. And it can also recycle arrows. She hugged Fong Tang and kissed him. I love you to death. I like you so much. Fong Tang smiled. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Sia Marin touched the silver crossbow in a daze. Compared to the military crossbow, the range is only about 100 meters. But the power is several times stronger. Within the effective range, it can be compared to the power of a rifle's penetrating bullet. As long as you like it. Fong Tang took off his tattered assault jacket and pants at this time. And then after thinking about it, he took out the skin bag from the Queen Ant's abdomen. If the formula of the basic weapon is 2 types of metals plus cryptographic gold particles, can it be inferred that the formula of the basic defensive equipment is also 2 types of clothing materials plus cryptographic gold particles? Now, he has clothes and pants made of Kevlar, and enough Queen Ant skin. Without hesitation, he took out 2 units of secret gold particles, crushed them into pieces, and sprinkled them on the clothes and the Queen Ant's skin. This time, the secret gold particles only covered half of the material and began to lose its luster. Fong Tang was shocked and hurriedly took out 2 more units of secret gold particles. It took 4 units of secret gold particles to complete the final recipe. Then, a brand new jacket appeared on the ground. Pure white, with wrinkled structures all over the surface. Fong Tang raised the dagger and tried to stab his clothes. Unscathed. This time, I tried my best and immediately felt the rebound power of the white jacket. The fold structure on the clothes seems to have strange resilience. Fong Tang didn't understand the structure of the Queen Ant's skin, but it must be full of the magic of bionics. He looked at Sia Marin. Try it with your crossbow. Sia Marin glanced at him. Don't blame me if the shot breaks. The crossbow arrow was shot out, and at close range, it penetrated directly into the ground with the soft jacket. After pulling it out, patting the soil, I saw a bunch of scattered dot marks on the clothes, but they were still not penetrated. Sia Marin smiled. It blocked the arrow, but the kinetic power is still there. At close range, the impact alone can break your bones. Fong Tang couldn't put it down. In this damn place, it's already a treasure. He wanted to equip Sia Marin with this jacket, but the woman looked disgusted. And skin? Even if you kill me, you won't wear it. She loved beauty so much that she even changed out of the captured canvas pants and put on stockings and a skirt. Then she tied her long hair into a ponytail, raised her crossbow, kicked on her leather boots, and happily rushed outside the wall. Where did you go? Fool. Go hunting. Chapter 373 Exploring the Sewer. The weak and charming Sia Marin seemed to have turned into a wild horse at this moment. She rushed directly through the wall, rushed out of the ginkgo plain, and ran in the mist. In the distance, a shadow appeared. Chirp. Come on. The little chinchilla brought a cloud of white air and cut a straight line directly through the mist particles. However, it stalled midway and then let out a panicked chirp. A beast walked out of the mist. Its steps were as light as an assassin's, and its fangs spread out like a demon's. Cheetah? Sia Marin's eyes became brighter. The little chinchilla started to turn around and run away, so timid that it made people speechless. Don't blame it. Even though it has invincible speed and sharp claws, it still succumbs to biological instincts and has no courage at all when facing the natural enemies of herbivores. Beauty Sia was lying on the ground, raising her crossbow, and then waving her arms. Cheetahs are more sensitive to moving prey, and the big cat began to circle around. Its habit is to approach animals secretly and reach enough distance to launch a fatal blow. But this time, when the elegant female leopard bit her strong legs and was about to sprint, her whole body fell down with a cry. The silver crossbow arrow pierced her neck and was nailed directly to the ground. When Fong Tang came after him anxiously, Sia Marin had already dragged the leopard back. Her left hand kept rubbing, as if impatient. Ignoring Fong Tang, he dragged the leopard under the wall. The metal blade appeared and pierced the female leopard's heart directly. The leopard was still breathing, but after receiving this fatal blow, its beautiful yellow eyes dimmed. Sia Marin stared into its eyes, watching its vitality disappear little by little, and exhaled with satisfaction. The woman slowly laid down on the prey and whispered something softly. Fong Tang looked at this scene with a cold look on his face. He almost forgot this woman's perverted characteristics. Serial killers kill for no reason and purely to satisfy a psychological void. This is a disease. Sia Marin must have been holding it in for a long time. She is also a principal killer who only kills bad guys and beasts. But I don't know how long this principle can last in the wilderness. Fong Tang slowly walked over and touched an iron ring on the cheetah's hind limb. Sia Marin was completely satisfied at this time. As if after the orgasm subsided, she leaned against the prey with a flushed face. This must have escaped from the wild zoo. Fong Tang took a deep look at her and shook his head. This is an African cheetah. A rare animal. It can only be found in Dongpu Wildlife Park. And this species is even rarer. I have never heard that there is a large zoo in the small Taoyuan County. He touched the iron ring, turned it, and saw the double helix structure on it. Unlimited company logo. These are goods from the Desire Mall. Fong Tang touched his chin and recalled the mall before the game crashed. Even giant pandas sell a variety of wild animals, as well as some genetically modified organisms. He gasped. Could it be that everything is equal to this guy? Got all the creatures in the company mall? Then this Misgate game needs to be reevaluated. Not only the real objects in these 6 million square meters, but also the monsters in the collapsed mall. The new queen ants begin to lay eggs. Fong Tang turned the ant ring and used the hunting command to urge countless worker ants to start catching river shrimps. He has to support a tribe, which is quite stressful. Most of the cheetah's meat is given to the ants. The remaining cheetah's skin is a natural bed quilt. Sia Marin lay on the soft fur, holding her chin up and looking at the ants. More worker ants began to appear, starting from the broken wall, building layers of stacked structures, like the inner walls of an ant nest. They use special glands to mix chewed sand and some smooth pebbles to build high walls layer by layer to surround the ginkgo plain. The natural advantage of the ginkgo plain is that the game boundary in the angled area is equivalent to the 2 natural barriers of this territory. So only 2 more walls are built in the southeast to encircle the entire area. Another group of worker ants appeared, but they started building an ant nest-like house under the ancient ginkgo tree. The female thief, who was tied to the tree trunk, opened her eyes wide at this time. You can really control ants. It's so scary. She was at a loss for words, and could only describe it as terrifying. The construction of the territory is proceeding in an orderly manner, and it is expected that Fong Tang's plan will be completed within 3 game days. It is now the afternoon of the 10th game day. Fong Tang led 1,500 sword-jawed soldier ants to dig up a layer of land behind the ancient tree. Finally found the sewer mentioned in Zhao Qianhua's diary. The sewer, which is less than 3 meters deep underground, has long been abandoned because it was completely blocked by the sediment brought by the rain. Cooperating with the soldier ants, Fong Tang used the handmade broadsword to dig out a passage. As the excavation progressed into the night, there was a boom in the sewers. The air begins to circulate, and behind the clogged sediment is a complete channel. Fong Tang took out his notebook and read it with Sia Marin's torch. Somewhere between the big tree and the canteen, in the sewer, there are a lot of metal signals. Zhao Qianhuo said they were relics of the Tang dynasty. What else could he say? Alien. Then he must have opened the entrance. Sia Marin looked at him worriedly. I'll go with you. Fong Tang shook his head. According to the rules of the territory, we must leave 1 person here. If I don't come back within 3 game days, you can take over as the Lord, so that our territory will not be reclaimed. He climbed out of the sewer. I'll come back as soon as possible and just explore this passage. If I find the canteen, that would be the best. Where are the relics of the Tang dynasty? Fong Tang drank the cold spring water. My sister said that it was a team copy, so we can't take risks for the time being. He then pointed at the female thief under the big tree. Interrogate her again and find out her contact information with the 40 Thieves base. Try to delay as much time as possible. Sia Marin bit her lip. Let me go explore. Why don't you take a rest? Fong Tang handed her a lighter. I have treasure armor to protect me and a real army. What are you afraid of? You can't control the ants. If you are really in danger, your chance of survival will definitely not be as good as mine. Looking at his serious analysis, Sia Marin sighed quietly. I just don't want to be a useless woman. Fong Tang shook the bottle of mineral water to make sure that the Bema Tianqing powder had been completely dissolved in the spring water. Then there are shrimp pieces wrapped in leaves, dried leopard meat, and taro slices. He thought for a moment and hid 6 units of secret gold particles in the ant nest, leaving only 1 unit for himself. In the game scene, the secret gold particles also serve as currency, so you can carry them with you to be prepared. After preparing all this, he got into the sewer and officially began his exploration. In the darkness, the rancid smell was still strong. Fong Tang shook the lighter in his hand and lit the homemade torch, walking straight forward. After walking about 600 steps, Two groups of red lights suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. The sword flashed, and under the light of the torch, a black mouse as big as a cat lay there twitching. Fong Tang pulled out the dagger, and when he stood up again, the sound of the ropes kept coming. In an instant, his body was covered with terrifying rats. Their teeth were filled with mucus and their eyes were red, but they couldn't bite open the white jacket. Fong Tang snapped his fingers, and 500 sword-jawed soldier ants came from behind and eliminated these strange rats. Taking a deep breath and continuing to move forward, the sword-jawed soldier ants were divided into 3 teams, with 500 guards on each side and 500 guarding the back. The torches were getting darker and darker, and Fong Tang estimated that he had walked at least 2,000 meters. It's been 4 miles, and I haven't seen a sewer manhole above. Continuing forward, after walking another 1,000 meters, he decided to retreat. Only one of the 4 torches is left, and the front is getting deeper and deeper. Suddenly, the tentacles of a sword-jawed soldier ant trembled. Fong Tang sensed the flickering light of the gemstone egg on the ring. Any discovery? He ducked over and saw an iron gate on the side of the sewer shaft wall. Push open the fence gate, which is only half a meter high, and crawl forward. Ahead, a buzzing sound came. Fong Tang's torch began to flicker, then went out. There's not enough oxygen here. He gritted his teeth and raised the ring, using the purple light to move forward. The buzzing sound was like some kind of machine. There must be something ahead. The front is finally spacious. As soon as Fong Tang was about to stand up, he saw a man sitting there upright. Chapter 374 Golden Goose Box. The space behind the iron gate is the sewage outlet of the sewer. This pipe plays a huge role when urban underground sewage is at high levels. The person Fong Tang saw was leaning against the block sewage outlet. He had been dead for a long time. It is impossible to determine how long he has been dead, but the body has not completely decomposed, which may have something to do with the environment. The corpse had a painful expression. Its right hand seemed to be stuck between 2 mud bricks, and its left hand left many scratches on the ground. Fong Tang was a little confused. First of all, the entire sewer is full of flesh-eating rats, and the fence gate cannot stop them at all. How can the body remain intact? There wasn't even a bite mark on the body. Also, there were no signs of death on the body, and there was no sewage in the sewer. He had every chance of getting out. Poisoned? Hypoxia? Fong Tang snapped his fingers, and sword-jawed ants swarmed in, trying to move the body away. But the corpse's right hand was stuck in 2 mud bricks and could not be moved. Fong Tang raised the ring and, using the faint purple light, discovered some kind of instrument under the corpse's right arm. The buzzing sound comes from this instrument. This is a very simple metal detector, with an antenna and a detection disc like a mosquito coil. The receiver, like an old CD player, is still flashing a strong metal signal at this time. Fong Tang exclaimed, picked up the detector and tried it. The strongest signal was actually under the right hand of the corpse. At this time, he immediately thought of Zhao Qianduo's diary. At the end of the diary, it was written that on October 18th, Zhao Qianduo discovered an abandoned sewage well in the ancient ginkgo garden. He was wearing a metal detector at that time, and judging from the signal strength, it was somewhere from under the big tree to the canteen. There is a large amount of metal buried in the location. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he pinched out a ball of paper from under the anti-fouling suit worn by the corpse. Light yellow. Paper balls with roasted corn. Could it be? He was shocked. Continuing the inspection, I found the wallet of the corpse. I took out the ID card and looked at it. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The name on the ID card was exactly Zhao Qianduo. Fong Tang opened the paper ball, and as expected, it was torn from the diary. This corpse is Zhao Qianduo, the paper said. On October 24th, there seemed to be an earthquake. Is the entrance found under the sewage well? He took away the water and food, but he must not be able to escape. The ring key to open the diary has long been hidden. He couldn't find it in the bushes. I accepted him as my apprentice and taught him all the skills of treasure hunting. Alas, the human heart is terrible. Fong Tang shook his head and could already guess what happened at that time. On October 18th, Zhao Qianduo and his apprentices used metal detectors and found the entrance to the sewer ruins. They went back to prepare for a few days and came back here again on October 24th. And October 24th is the day when the Miss Pass game starts. The first game day. Looking at Zhao Qianduo's diary, he suspected that an earthquake occurred at that time, but it was actually a shock during the construction of the game scene. Based on the circumstances of the body's death, it is inferred that the scene at that time was when Zhao Qianduo put his hand into the entrance. The game scene began to be constructed, and the terrain vibration caused the bricks here to break, and Zhao Qian's hand was stuck. At this time, the apprentice, who was greedy for life and feared death, snatched the diary and escaped with food and water. Then, the guy died beside the ant nest. Fong Tang opened the yellow paper and saw another line of words on the back. But it said, Yuan Zazu. Secret Volume 33. The 9th year of Zhenyuan of the Tang Dynasty. This line of fine print is really weird. But Yuan Zazu. Fong Tang knew it. This book can be called the Tang Dynasty version of the classic of mountains and seas. It contains countless historical allusions, including gods, ghosts, animals and plants. And some of the ghost legends are eerie and quite Cthulhu style. After putting away the yellow paper, Fong Tang found another watch on the wrist of the corpse. This made him overjoyed. There's nothing more useful in this damn gaming scene than a watch. This is an old antique. A Shanghai brand watch produced in 1958. It has 17 diamonds on it. Looking at the pagoda-shaped logo, you can be sure that it is the A581 model. The jewel in the eye of watch collectors. Fong Tang took off his watch and put it on, confirming once again that Zhao Qian's identity was extraordinary, and that he was a professional treasure hunter with unique taste. He knelt down and bowed slightly to the corpse. I'm offended. The command ant bit off the corpse's right wrist, moved the corpse away, and cleaned up the broken bricks near the severed hand. Under Zhao Qian's right hand is a circular opening with smooth edges, and 2 mud bricks are blocking the severed hand, because the inner wall of the hole is smooth. The more you pull it up, the tighter it becomes. Fong Tang observed it, and directed the sword-jawed ants to drill in along the cracks in the bricks. After a while, the severed hand began to loosen. The ants had bitten off the joints of the hand. Fong Tang pulled hard, and the severed hand came out. But the bricks slid down the smooth cave wall. Before Fong Tang had time to check, he heard the squeaking sound of the machine. He subconsciously shrank up and backed away. No crossbow arrows were shot out, and there were no other mechanisms. Only a golden light shot out from below, illuminating the sewage pipe. The squeaking sound continued, and then a square object bounced up from below. Fong Tang pulled out the knife, turned the handle over, and pressed down on what popped out. It is a square stone box with exquisite design, and just the right length to move along the circular cave. Fong Tang covered his mouth and nose with his windbreaker, and then opened the stone box with a dagger. A cloud of dust danced in the golden light. Looking carefully, there is a golden goose in the box. The small goose made a pure gold changed color the moment it encountered the air. Especially the feathers on the goose's back turned into patches of gray. Pure gold will not undergo this change. It must have been made of other materials. Fong Tang put away the knife, and the goose immediately spread its wings, turned its head, and opened its mouth. Not good. Fong Tang covered his mouth and nose and held his breath. A stream of green smoke spurted out of the goose's mouth. In an instant, dozens of nearby ants twitched their bellies and lay motionless on the ground. Fong Tang turned around and climbed out, turned the ring, and directed the ants to exit. What a powerful poison. No wonder Zhao Qianduo died here without any injuries. And no wonder his apprentice still died near the ant nest even if he escaped from here. He stayed away from the sewage outlet, looked at the watch he had just obtained, and waited for half an hour before sending a group of ants in. After a while, the ants returned successfully. Fong Tang then climbed in with confidence, only to see that the stone box was closed and slowly slid down into the round hole. With a creak, the stone box returned to its original position, blocking the round hole, and the golden light disappeared. Is this just the entrance mechanism to the underground ruins? The poison of the green smoke is too powerful. Fong Tang immediately decided to give up. The purpose of his trip was not the underground ruins, but the canteen. After closing the fence door, he directed the ants to use the nearby sand to seal the place. Fong Tang turned around and was about to continue moving forward when the fluorescent light flashed and the particle LCD screen appeared. The light and shadow of the sister in the floral skirt gradually became clearer, and she made an anxious voice to him. Fong Tang, this is underground, so I can get rid of control temporarily. You are in danger now. You are poisoned. You know, you will die soon. Chapter 375 Canteen. On the particle LCD screen, the light and shadow of my sister are very clear. There is no garbled code. So Fong Tang said nothing. The anxious expression of the girl in the floral skirt gradually changed, and her face fell down. Why? You don't believe me? I'm out of the designer's control now, and I'm helping you. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Then let me ask you, who is your master? The girl in the floral skirt tilted her head, and the light and shadow flickered. My master is that person. You know, who is your master? Fong Tang repeated the question. The girl in the floral skirt sighed and lowered her head. My master is Mr. Wan Qi. When she looked up again, her interest was waning. It's a pity that I didn't lie to you. Fong Tang was cold. The girl in the floral skirt became serious. Player Fong Tang. You have opened the first door. When all 4 doors are opened, you will enter the H.L. that existed more than 1,000 years ago. This mission is open to all players, and is open early because of you. Fong Tang immediately asked, Where are the other 3 gates? My sister giggled, Players, please explore by yourself. What reward? My sister continued to smile. You will know after it is completed. Fong Tang took a deep breath. What does Tang Jinyuan's 9th year have to do with the 4 gates? My sister blinked and finally gave a hint. Chapter 33 of the secret volume of Yuanzhu. The Tengdu chapter? Her light and shadow began to dim. And Fong Tang asked, Am I poisoned? You guess. Watching his sister disappear, Fong Tang snorted and led the ant forward. When we reached the end of the abandoned sewer, we finally saw the stairs going up, pushing open the manhole cover at the top. The sun shines down. Fong Tang climbed out and looked at the time. It's the early morning of the 11th game day. A building can be faintly seen in the distance, but nearby is a wasteland. The map in my mind expanded and updated again. About 4 kilometers southeast from the Ginkgo Plain, a group of buildings were found, suspected to be where a canteen is located. In the oval game scene, this is already the edge of the Northwest District. You can already see National Highway 322 on the right. China's national highways are all coded with numbers, and the numbers are meaningful. For example, national highways starting with 2 are usually north-south, and those starting with 3 are generally east-west. National Highway 322 in Shanghai is different. When planning this road, in order to take care of traffic around the city, it was changed to a north-south direction, passing through the entire Jiading and Qingpu. This is a 2-way 4-lane highway with a design speed of 60 to 80 kilometers per hour and a road bed width of 24.5 meters. But now, the traffic signs have been removed, and not a single car can be seen on this stretch of road. Fong Tang issued a hunting order to the sword-jawed ants. Under hunting instructions, they will explore along the way, which is equivalent to opening the road in advance. Fong Tang sat on the wasteland, drank some water, and ate a few pieces of shrimp meat to replenish his strength. The fresh water mixed with Bema Tianqing powder quickly made him energetic. After packing up, the sword-jawed ants in front began to return. The journey was smooth and no abnormalities were found. He walked quickly and could already see the signs on the buildings. There is a 2-story building on a path near the southeast of the wasteland. There was a large truck leaning in front of the building, its wheels covered with dust. Behind the 2-story building is a factory area surrounded by high walls. Several large characters can be seen on the wall. Dahua Green Ecological Breeding Factory. Outside the factory area and the 2-story building, there is only bare ground, a lifeless gray-black wasteland. Fong Tang raised his head and looked at the small signboard on the 2nd floor Dahua Supermarket. It's said to be a supermarket, but it's actually a canteen. Continuing walking forward, the sword-jawed soldier ants have quietly climbed up the 2 sides of the canteen on the 2nd floor. This army passed through the cracks in the walls and doors and windows, infiltrating silently. Fong Tang had already walked to the overturned truck at this time. And suddenly, a cry for help came. Young girl voice. On the side of the large truck, a girl wearing only small clothes was lying there, pressing the ball on her chest, weakly shouting for help. Fong Tang stopped. You can smell the girl's perfume from 2 or 3 meters away. I guess it's to use perfume to cover up the body odor for not taking a shower for many days. She was not bad looking, but her face was full of food, and she looked like she hadn't eaten enough for several days. The skin on her body is very white. She must have applied powder. Obviously, this is a clumsy trap. Do you rely on beautiful women to seduce passers-by? Fong Tang curled up his lips, walked over quickly, and took the girl's hand. Are you okay? With a crash, the net buried in the sand bounced up and flew up wrapped in Fong Tang. On the side of the canteen on the 2nd floor, an electric car pulled a rope down. With this force, the net rushed directly to the entrance of the canteen on the 2nd floor. A group of people came out, holding kitchen knives, fruit knives, iron bars, and stool legs. They surrounded Fong Tang and beat him with sticks. Fong Tang huddled up and pretended to be scared. Don't fight! I have water and food! The group stopped. Soon, Fong Tang was tied up and dragged into the house. Dahua Supermarket. This canteen is full of empty drink bottles and snack bags. There were about a dozen people in the room, crowded around the narrow container. Downstairs, the girl who was the bait was wrapped in a cotton coat and limped up. She asked anxiously, "Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. If I don't eat something, I won't have the strength to do this next time." It's over. Fong Tang was thrown onto the chair. The jelly package had opened automatically, and the mineral water bottles and pieces of meat inside fell all over the floor. Everyone in the room shouted, "What is that? It smells so good." Bang! Dull gunshot. Scattered bullet holes appeared on one side of the wall. The man holding the shotgun was tall and as strong as an ox. In broad daylight, he was still wearing a pair of sunglasses. Hugged the bait girl and said with a smile, "Don't move. According to the rules, the guards will eat first, and we will talk about the rest." What's left? There was only a little bit of shrimp meat left. The taro slices were all black, and the leopard meat jerky was even more difficult to chew. The gun-wielding leader ate the shrimp meat, chewed a mouthful of leopard meat, and spat it out on the ground. What the HL? It tastes so bad. In the direction of the container, an old man crawled over gently and swallowed the half-chewed dried meat on the ground without hesitation. He even smacked his lips in recollection. The bait girl got the straw taro slices and looked unhappy. The so-called escorts, the strongest men in the field, could only divide the leopard meat. These are all ordinary people. Not a single player. Fong Tang saw two girls aged 5 or 6 in the corner of the container. Their mother. And the old man. These 4 people are undoubtedly the most vulnerable group here. They are also some of the hungriest. The leader with the gun picked up the mineral water bottle at this time, and the mother behind him knelt down and kowtowed. "Please, the child is really thirsty. We don't want food. Please give me some water." The leader looked at the 2 children, his face muscles twitching, and he poured some water into the glass without saying a word. When the mother thanked her profusely, the old man screamed, "Boss lady, they give water to the child because they are afraid that the child will die of thirst. This thirsty person will not taste good." Mom's hands trembled. The leader with the gun curled his lips, and his men rushed over and kicked him. The old man's face was covered with blood, and he started to twitch with a groan. The bait girl scolded, "He is still useful." She rushed over and grabbed the so-called escort member, winking to the old man desperately to tell him to shut up. Fong Tang felt that he had seen enough and asked, "How long have you not eaten?" The bait girl snorted, "There are more than 10 people. They ate all the food here in 3 days. They survived for a few more days with a bag of rice and several boxes of ham sausage." She licked her lips and looked greedily at the half bottle of fresh water. The leader stuffed it directly into his arms, loaded the shotgun, and loaded it again. "We can't wait any longer. Let's draw lots. Let's start with the children. They are useless anyway. If you draw the dead lot, I promise to give you a good time." The mother in the corner was fiercely protecting her child. The old man's face was covered with blood, and he was kneeling there crying, "Eat me. I won't be able to live anymore. I won't live long. You eat me first." Fong Tang's heart twitched. He had never felt such anger and sadness. It's only been 11 game days. Only 11 days. And these people have turned into devils? Human nature should not be so fragile. Nor should it be so vicious. The old man also beat the ground sadly. "It's only been a few days. Why are you so unlucky to meet a bunch of bastards? You are so unscrupulous." Fong Tang took a deep breath and looked at the bait girl again. "There seems to be a breeding factory behind. And there's no food there?" The girl gritted her teeth. "Eat? You don't even have saliva. There are wastelands on all sides. And there are monsters everywhere. It scares people to death when it gets dark. It's so hacking unlucky. I shouldn't come to work in this lousy place where geese are raised." As she spoke, she kept staring at the child in the corner, her eyes twinkling. The leader, the big man, became impatient. "What nonsense are you talking about? Go and prepare firewood." The girl smiled charmingly and stretched out her hands to spread out the stuck hair. "Brother, please give me some water." The leader chuckled and took out half a bottle of water. "Just one sip. If you dare to drink more, I will roast you first." The girl held the mineral water, smiled again, but suddenly smashed the bottle to the ground. "Precious fresh water." The leader groaned and reached out to grab it. At this moment, the decoy girl had already snatched his shotgun and retreated to protect the children and the old man. The muzzle of the gun trembled, and the girl bit her lip. "I don't care what the hell you do. But eating children? Absolutely not." The leader looked at the water sprinkled on the ground, but smiled. "Xiao Yunyun, Can you shoot? This thing has strong recoil. Is the shotgun accurate? The girl was extremely frightened, but she still held up the gun. Don't move. Believe it or not, I will kill you first. The leader stepped forward, and the girl retreated in panic. At this moment, the strong men on both sides rushed over. The four of them pushed the girl down and took the gun again. The leader, the big man, gasped and shouted angrily, "Bring a knife and cut this bitch first." With a click, the sound of the rope breaking was particularly loud. Fong Tang stood up. The leader grabbed the shotgun and turned around. The four guards laughed wildly together. It seems that someone is in a hurry to reincarnate. Fong Tang said expressionlessly, "No, I won't let you die so easily. It would be too easy for you." Several people were stunned, and then laughed even more wildly. "Brother, roast him first." On the ground, a black stream of water appeared at some point. More than 1,000 sword-jawed ants are swarming, and they are all so hungry. Fong Tang turned the ring and smiled ferociously. "I never torture people, but you guys are definitely an exception." Chapter 376 Hell Sutra. Fong Tang pulled the leader's hair and slowly dragged him out of the house to the windowsill. After falling directly downstairs, he turned back and dragged out the guards one by one. The army of sword-jawed ants climbed down from the windowsill and surrounded the 5 bastards. When the ant army appeared in the house, the 2 children seemed to be frightened, but the proprietress of the canteen fainted directly. The big girl covered her eyes and screamed and stamped her feet. But the old man was the quietest one. He sat with his eyes closed and muttered something that seemed to be a Buddhist scripture. Fong Tang smiled at the 2 children. "Don't be afraid. Uncle is just punishing the bad guys." He found a roll of needlework and 502 glue on the shelf of the canteen, threw them into a plastic bag, and turned around and went out. The ants had retreated, and the big girl sat down weakly. "He? Who is he?" The old man coughed and said, "It's the judge from the underworld." After that, he continued to recite Buddhist scriptures. However, the 2 little girls calmed down and looked at their mother curiously. "What is that uncle doing with needle? Thread and glue? Is he doing handicrafts?" Downstairs, next to the overturned truck, 5 men were groaning and dying in pain. They didn't dare to open their eyes. The dense swarms of sword-jawed ants around them were too scary. Fong Tang kicked the leader. "Get up and lead them forward." When the leader, the big man, saw that Fong Tang had no gun in his hand, his mind became active and he glanced at the 4 men. 5 people slowly lined up in a line, and the ants made way for a long and narrow road, allowing only room for 1 person to walk. Fong Tang followed them with a calm expression and escorted them into the breeding factory. Dahua Green Ecological Breeding Factory has a very high-end name, but it is actually a small factory affiliated to the Dahua Group in Shanghai. The leader coughed. "Brother, we are not bad people. We are all workers here. Aren't we very hungry?" When he didn't get a reply from Fong Tang, he took a deep breath. There used to be thousands of geese raised in the factory, and there were a lot of goose eggs. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, everything would be gone? Fong Tang's eyelids twitched. He was now very sensitive to the word goose. A big man behind started crying. "Brother, save our lives. I will take you to the financial room. There is a safe there with money in it." Fong Tang still said nothing. This guy just sat down on the ground. I'm tired. I can't walk anymore." With a swish sound, a dagger pierced the back of his head, and the blade popped out of his mouth, pulling out his tongue. The splash of blood was like a fountain, and the remaining people screamed and fell paralyzed on the ground. The ants surrounded them again. Fong Tang issued 2 instructions in succession: hunting and building. The dead guys are decomposed by ants. All the food is eaten in order, and the rest is piled together due to construction instructions. Fong Tang used 502 glue to glue the eyelids of the other 4 people so that they could not close their eyes and could only watch this horrifying scene. Then, these 4 evil spirits behaved better than rabbits. They entered the depths of the factory and were forced into a breeding room by Fong Tang. Iron gates, blue brick walls, and big cages. Fong Tang looked at his watch and finally spoke. "Are you ready?" All 4 of them were trembling. The leader knew that there was no chance, so he became tough. "Come on, give me a good blow with a knife. Anyway, I have lived for 30 years, and I have enjoyed everything I should enjoy." He was even provoking Fong Tang. "Here, you won't survive more than a few hacking nights. I'll be waiting for you underground. You bastard." Fong Tang put out the needle, thread and glue. "I said, I won't let you die easily. You should envy the one just now. At least he died happily. With a click, Fong Tang twisted open a black pipe outside the iron cage. All four of them opened their eyes wide. That pipe was responsible for discharging goose poop. What is this ghostly man going to do? It took a long time for Fong Tang to finish his work. Close the cage, walk out of the breeding room, and then lock the iron door. On the side, the decoy girl appeared at some point, lying on the small window, looking inside with wide eyes. Then she swayed and lay on the side retching. Wiping her mouth, she stared at Fong Tang with indescribable horror. You? She didn't dare to say the word pervert, but the fear in her eyes could not be concealed. She may have suffered the most terrifying shock in her life. She really wanted to dig out her brain and forget about the scene in the breeding room. The old man also followed. At this time, he lay down in the gap of the iron door and took a look. He involuntarily stepped back and chanted Buddha's name repeatedly. The old man closed his eyes and his hands trembled. The karma suffered by the evil ones is all due to the evil consequences of their actions. Fong Tang frowned. The old man was wearing gray overalls with a ballpoint pen in his pocket. There was the logo of Dahua Breeding Factory on his clothes. He looked like an old technician. But what the old man was reciting at this time was a terrible scripture. There are sentient beings always on the sword tree in the mountain of swords. What sin is caused by this? The Buddha said that in the previous life, he was responsible for killing, cooking and harming all living beings, or causing suffering to all living beings. Difficulty. So I got this crime. Fong Tang explained. What Buddha Sutra is the old man reciting? Old man. It's the Hell Sutra. The Buddha said that sins should be repaid. The Sutra of Enlightenment and Transformation into Hell. Fong Tang nodded and became interested in the old man. What do you call him? He is the boss of our breeding technology here. Manager Meng. The bait girl whispered. My name is Qiao Yunyan, the breeder in charge of the assembly line. Meng Huaishan. The old man coughed. Girl, go back quickly and see if those bastards left any food. The decoy girl hesitated for a moment, then stared at Fong Tang. They and I are considered a group, and they lied to you outside. Why don't you just give me a break? I definitely don't want to be like them. Her voice was trembling violently, and she was holding a small blade in her hand. If Fong Tang refused, she would commit suicide by slitting her wrists. Fong Tang smiled faintly. It will be very painful if you can't find the right place to cut your wrists. And blood has its own coagulation effect. Didn't you see that people cut their wrists while soaking in water in the bathtub? The girl looked pale, looked at the ants around her, gritted her teeth, and tried to wipe her neck. With a ding, her blade was bounced away, and Fong Tang held her wrist. If you have evil in your heart, you will be punished even if your hands are not stained with blood. If you have good in your heart, you can be rewarded even if you make evil mistakes. Do you understand? The girl shook her head. I don't understand. But you? Aren't you the judge of the underworld? Why is it okay even under the sun? Hearing her words, Fong Tang and the old man Meng Huaishan couldn't help laughing. Meng Huaishan pushed her. This gentleman said that you have kindness in your heart, and you should be rewarded for making mistakes. Girl, you were really good just now. A girl saved the landlady's family with a gun. Qiao Yunyan sighed. What are you trying to save? Sooner or later you will starve to death here. If you don't starve to death, you will die of thirst first. Fong Tang didn't say anything and led the ant army to explore the factory area. It was empty, with only iron cages and various pipes. No food, no water, and everywhere was covered with sand. The financial room that the guy just mentioned didn't even have tables or chairs. As for the safe, it was obviously a lie. Fong Tang finally looked at the water pipes all over the breeding area of the factory, all with spray holes and plastic pipes, which were used to feed the geese on the assembly line. He looked at it for a while, then turned and left. Meng Huaishan and Qiao Yunyan had been following him until she left the factory. Qiao Yunyan still couldn't help but look in the direction of the breeding room. In the breeding room, 4 men lay there like centipedes. Fecal pipe, needle and thread, glue, joined them head to tail. Their limbs were broken, and they were in HL. Mr. Meng, do you think those guys can just open their mouths? If it were me, I'd rather do that. Girl, didn't you see that one end of those needles and threads is connected to their aorta? If they break away from their mouths, the thread will tear the aorta and they will be dead. I'd rather die. Ha ha. People's desire to survive is much stronger than you think. The 4 of them will not seek death for a while. They returned to the concession stand. Two little girls were lying at the door and cheered when they saw Fong Tang. After all, they are children, and they are more curious. And because I drank a little fresh water with Bema Tianqing powder, it was inevitable that I would get excited. Fong Tang touched their heads. Wait a moment. Uncle will help you get some water. Water? Everyone in the room looked at him excitedly. Can this man really get water in a wasteland? Chapter 377 Bodhisattva's Magical Powers. In the canteen, Fong Tang asked Lao Ming and Xiao Yunyun to take out the remaining goods and put them into categories. But only halfway through. The two of them were too tired to speak. How many days have you not eaten? Do you have any water? Fong Tang helped the two of them up. Xiao Yunyun pointed in the direction of the counter. There's some more over there. Alas, I don't even want water anymore. Those bastards don't want to drink it. There is only a shallow layer of water in the plastic bucket under the counter of the canteen. And the light yellow water exudes a smell of paint from time to time. This is rainwater collected in the drainage pipe. It has been filtered several times and is supported by this water. Ming Huaishan smiled bitterly. We even thought about distilling fresh water from vinegar. But we failed. Fong Tang glanced at the piled vinegar bottles. You are wasting your time without suitable utensils and tools. The proprietress of the canteen still stared at Fong Tang with a fearful expression. Especially when Fong Tang was with the two children. She gritted her teeth, took out 2 pieces of toffee from her sewn-up trouser pocket, and held them up tremblingly, as if she wanted to attribute them to Fong Tang. Fong Tang could only sigh. Give it to the child. I am not a bad person, nor a judge from the underworld. Just an ordinary person. No one will believe it. Black ants are still patrolling around. The man in their eyes is not only mysterious, but also terrifying. It's a monster that can control giant ants. Fong Tang stopped explaining, found 2 clean buckets, dug out a bag of balloons, turned around and took the ants out. Lao Ming was almost asleep, and the 2 children were eating toffees, but they couldn't help but be curious, crying and shouting that they wanted to follow them to have a look. Xiao Yunyun and the proprietress each pulled one at a time, so they could only come out with them. But they saw Fong Tang jumping directly to the roof of the factory shed and walking to the east along the water supply pipe. These water pipes used for breeding are all closed and are spread throughout the factory area from east to west. Fong Tang used a knife to forcibly open the main pipe in the east, stretched out his fingers to touch the inside of the pipe, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he started to blow up the balloon. The balloon is blown up small enough to fit into the pipe. Now, Fong Tang pushed the small balloon into the main pipe, leaned over to pick up a soldier ant, and stuffed it behind the balloon. The second soldier ant circled around on the ground a few times, as if it understood something. It crawled in automatically. Then the third one. More and more soldier ants got in, and Fong Tang pressed the ant ring and gave the hunting order. The ants mechanically drilled into the pipe and pushed the balloon forward, and the sound of gurgling water immediately came from the pipe. Fong Tang listened carefully, opened another water pipe, and stuffed a small balloon into it. In this way, all 4 water pipes in the East District made a gurgling sound. Standing on the roof of the greenhouse, Xiao Yunyun was stunned. What on earth is he doing? Fong Tang was waving to her. Xiao Yunyun took a breath, held back her hunger and thirst, and walked over slowly. Follow me. Fong Tang handed her a plastic bucket and hurried to the West District. Here, the sealed water pipes were opened. Fong Tang listened intently. The little guys are pushing the balloon hard and have pushed the water in the pipe to the west. There is a considerable amount of residual water in this long and complex pipeline. Not long after, the water pipe in the West District began to gush. The 2 buckets were quickly filled. Fong Tang blocked the water supply pipe, tapped the middle pipe with his fingers, and then gave the return command. The ants are full of water in the pipe. After they came out, Fong Tang gave another hunting order. Under the stimulation of chemical pheromones, the ants began to explore along the east side of the factory area. Fong Tang carried the bucket and brought Xiao Yunyun back. The girl's eyes had changed. Now, the man has changed from judge of the underworld to amazing smart man. The 2 children were talking to their mother about the scene they had just seen. They couldn't understand it, but Ming Huaishan understood it and slapped his thigh. I thought there was water in the water supply pipe, but I couldn't get it out. It's amazing. You actually thought of using ants to push a balloon. Fong Tang used a piece of gauze to filter the water in the bucket, and got out a little rust residue inside. The firewood boiled the water in the iron pot, and Fong Tang put in the remaining pieces of dried meat in the package, as well as the grass taro slices. He hasn't said anything about the ginkgo plane yet, because he still needs to observe it. At this moment, The base cannot be exposed yet. The aroma of dried meat and taro emerged from the clean water, and a pot of soup simmered. There is salt and soy sauce in the canteen, as well as 2 bags of chicken essence. Fong Tang put them all in the package. At this time, the aroma is fragrant, and although the soup is very weak, it is already a supreme delicacy for the survivors in the canteen. The 2 children finally ate the cooked meat, and Xiao Yunyan even licked the bottom of the pot. Don't eat too much. Your stomach and intestines have been hungry for too long and cannot digest it. Fong Tang only drank a little water and looked at them. Now, tell me about the situation. The situation here is not complicated. In the early morning of the 24th, the construction site outside the Dahua factory suddenly turned into a gray wasteland. Then the fog began to settle. When daybreak, the fog dissipated a lot, but people found that all the vehicles and machines had disappeared, including the more than 6,000 geese they raised. More than 100 people in the factory were frightened. They had no mobile phones and could not contact the outside world. They first ran to the vicinity of National Highway 322, but still did not see any vehicles. At this time, disagreements began to arise. Some people felt that they should stay and wait for rescue, while others suggested that they should go out separately. In the end, it was the fugitives who prevailed. Xiao Yunin was lying on the ground, wrapped in a tattered blanket. Some walked by the road, some walked through the wasteland, but they didn't survive the first night. Fong Tang said nothing. Meng Huaishan added in a low voice, I heard screams in the middle of the night. It was so miserable that we didn't even dare to look at it. We blocked the windows and doors. Xiao Yunyan gritted her teeth. There are 16 left behind, and before they lasted 5 days, 6 died. If I had known this, I might as well have left together that day. Fong Tang interrupted them. There aren't any vehicles. So what's going on with the big truck outside and the electric car behind it? At this time, the proprietress hurriedly explained, the car was driven by my brother-in-law. It was 2 days later, which should be the 26th. My brother-in-law drove a truck, and his friend rode an electric car. He came from Yinshan Machinery Factory. Yinshan Machinery Factory. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Is there a car over there? The landlady sighed bitterly. Who knew? As soon as her uncle stopped the car, the gang of bastards in the house went to rob him. And then, a child interjected. In the end, my uncle ran away. The bad guy took the shotgun and shot his friend to death. The landlady covered the child's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. The boss's wife's brother-in-law sounds very clever. He overturned the car at a critical moment, was robbed of his shotgun and escaped safely. But what is the background of his friend? Fong Tang stood up. Take me to see the dead one. My brother-in-law's friend was buried in the sand behind the factory. After digging up, the body was missing. Only the clothes. Meng Huaishan was so frightened that he recited the sutra again. Fong Tang leaned over and picked up a ball of secret gold particles. Use a dagger to open the clothes and see another light golden card. The 3 characters, New China, are printed on the card. He is a member of the New Chinese player group. This person is a player. Currently it seems that only players can explode secret gold particles. Fong Tang closed his eyes and updated the map in his mind. There were vehicles in Yinshan Machinery Factory, and there might be electricity. After thinking about it, I marked another item on the map in my mind, Yinshan Machinery Factory. A key place. 2 teams, New China and 40 Thieves, are competing for this territory. At this time, the gem egg on the ant ring flickered. The chemical pheromones from the sword-jawed ants were blown by the wind. After the gem egg sensed the pheromones, they changed colors. Fong Tang was refreshed. The sword-jawed ants had discovered it. In the southeast corner of the factory, a piece of mud has been loosened by sword-jawed ants, pulling open the wooden planks under the mud. Baskets of sealed goose eggs were suddenly revealed. They are all big blue-white goose eggs. The landlady cried with joy. Meng Huaishan was speechless and speechless. But Xiao Yunyan knelt down in front of Fong Tang with a plop. Her eyes were full of admiration and excitement. You are not the judge of the underworld. You are the living bodhisattva who saves the suffering. Chapter 378 on the goose. 5 baskets of sealed goose eggs. Just looking at the bluish-white goose eggs can make people drool. After the baskets were transported back to the canteen, Xiao Yunyan looked happy even though her wrists were numb from exhaustion. However, the living bodhisattva did not come up. He was still squatting where the goose eggs were found, not knowing what he was looking at. Xiao Yunyan cooked 10 pieces directly, gently chewing the crystal-clear egg whites. She suddenly felt happiness from the bottom of her heart. Both little girls were choking. The landlady also devoured it. Only Meng Huaishan stayed aside, not knowing whether the saliva or sour water he was swallowing in his mouth was. Lao Ming, don't you want to eat? Meng Huaishan shook his head. I'm older, and I'm afraid of indigestion. I just drank so much broth. You should eat more. Xiao Yunyun was wrapped in a cotton coat and picked up 2 goose eggs in a plastic bag. She was excited to deliver them to the living bodhisattva. She came back halfway and gently slung the shotgun on her body. When he came out again, he saw that the living bodhisattva had walked along the southeast corner of the factory to the wall. Xiao Yunyun hurried over carrying the goose eggs. The girl wiped her hands on the coat, then carefully peeled one off and handed it to the man. Fong Tang took the goose eggs, but was not in a hurry to eat them. Why are goose eggs buried here? Do you know? Xiao Yunyun blinked. I really don't know. It's strange. Most of the eggs in our factory are in the incubation room, and some of them are vacuum sealed and sent out. Fong Tang looked at the egg in his hand. What kind of egg is this? 5-dragon goose, also called Huiyan goose. As a breeder, Xiao Yunyun is very familiar with this. Fong Tang murmured. It's called Scar Eye in the north, a variant of the Chinese white goose, famous for its egg production. Xiao Yunyun couldn't help but lower her head and smile. You really understand. Fong Tang glanced at her and lowered his head to eat the goose eggs. These goose eggs were not buried here for no reason. Someone in your factory is stealing eggs. Right? Xiao Yunyun's eyes widened. How is that possible? We have very strict management here. At this point, she suddenly frowned. But speaking of it, before the doomsday on the 24th, Manager Ming did fill out a form and said that he wanted to receive some goose eggs for hatching experiments. She turned to look at the canteen. Did Lao Ming bury it? The girl quickly denied herself. Absolutely impossible. Where was I thinking? If it was Lao Ming, he should have taken us to dig it out long ago. Why do we have to end up like this? Fong Tang's eyes flashed. That's not necessarily true. Come on. He pulled Xiao Yunyun to the corner of the wall. Sword-jawed ants had already loosened the soil here, and black porcelain shards appeared under a shallow layer. What the hell is this? Xiao Yunyun was startled. Fong Tang picked up a slice with a knife. It's an egg slice. Pure black. Have you ever seen this kind of goose egg? Pure black goose eggs? Xiao Yunyun shook her head desperately. I've never seen it before. It's too scary. It's like a peel-preserved egg. It's so disgusting. Fong Tang said nothing. Xiao Yunyun wouldn't understand what he was thinking. At this time, a skinny hand patted Xiao Yunyun on the shoulder from behind, making her tremble. Turning around, it was Meng Huaishan who appeared at some unknown time. Lao Ming, you almost scared me to death. Xiao Yunyun pouted and rubbed her shoulders. I even got goosebumps. Meng Huaishan smiled bitterly. I just came to take a look. It's so weird that there are goose eggs buried here. Xiao Yunyun was about to ask something immediately, and Fong Tang patted her lightly on the back. The girl immediately fell silent, coughed, and walked aside. Fong Tang and Lao Ming walked along the southeast corner of the factory area. There seems to be something down there. Meng Huaishan squatted down and pulled it with his hands. These eggs, LS, are black. Fong Tang smiled. I just want to ask, what kind of eggs are these? Actually, it's nothing. Meng Huaishan said lightly. The goose was sick. Yolk peritonitis, a type of avian Escherichia coli infection, which caused ovarian bleeding. So the eggs, LS, changed color. He dropped the eggs, casually. Fong Tang nodded slightly, but was speechless in his heart. Do you think I am a fool? Bleeding causes the eggs, to turn black. You can't imagine it. Meng Huaishan was just bullying Fong Tang because he didn't understand the breeding and hatching technology. The two continued walking along the wall. Fong Tang pressed the ant ring and issued an order for the sword-jawed ants to hunt along the southwest corner of the factory area. He and Meng Huaishan continued walking along the wall. I heard from Xiao Yunyun that Mr. Ming is the chief technician in the factory? Fong Tang broke the silence. Meng Huaishan chuckled. That's an exaggeration. I became a monk halfway. I don't have any theory or academic qualifications. I just have some experience. And it's all local methods. Fong Tang smiled. Being able to become a technical manager in this way further proves Mr. Ming's ability. I haven't been in the factory for a long time, and I'm mainly responsible for the pastoral varieties. Meng Huaishan leaned over and grabbed a handful of soil, kneading it in his hands. Now it's all intensive assembly line breeding. The grazing method is to spread out the activities and then come back to add some feed. In terms of income, It is more profitable to raise them in captivity because they grow faster. What kind of geese does Mr. Ming raise? There is no scientific name. The variant I cultivated myself can be called gray goose. It looks a bit like the longa goose from abroad. It looks like a wild goose and is very beautiful. Ming Huaishan described. Fong Tang's eyelids twitched. Does it sound like an ancient variety? Oh, almost. The sand in Ming Huaishan's hand fell, and he turned around and put his hands behind his back. There is some record in ancient books. In the Tang dynasty, raising geese was a trend, just like raising pets now. At that time, there was a new the elegant name is Shu Yin. Fong Tang fell silent. Ming Huaishan turned around and suddenly asked, "Do you know goose?" Fong Tang looked at him deeply. "I don't know much about it. You are the expert." Ming Huaishan sighed with some emotion. "I have been living in big cities since I was very young. I was a rag picker. Later, I finally opened a scrap collection station. At that time, I started raising geese to prevent theft. Geese are sometimes better than dogs still work." Fong Tang smiled. "There is news that a police station has raised a large group of geese as guards." Ming Huaishan looked serious. "This is not a joke. It is true. Geese have a strong sense of territory and are more alert. Domestic geese are especially powerful. If you get even slightly close to its territory, it will dare to bite you." Fong Tang hummed. Ming Huaishan was gushing. "Geese have no teeth, but there are barbs on their mouths and tongues called toothed beaks, which allow them to tear off branches and grass when eating. This thing is omnivore. Folklore says it doesn't eat meat. That's nonsense. It still eats meat." A tooth-shaped beak that can break branches. Is it really a goose we are talking about now? Not some kind of monster? Fong Tang couldn't help but interrupt him. "You raise geese in this factory and feed the meat?" Ming Huaishan laughed loudly. "How is it possible? The captive assembly line uses feed, which contains bone meal, fish meal, corn meal, bean cake, and some crude protein. What about the gray lag geese?" Fong Tang asked. Ming Huaishan said, "Most of them eat grass roots and vegetable leaves. Occasionally they go to the water to eat small fish and shrimps. After they come back to the cage every day, I will also give them some feed." The conversation was almost over, and Ming Huaishan thanked Fong Tang again for his life-saving grace. When he turned to leave, Fong Tang pressed his shoulder coldly. "Mr. Ming never asked my name. Could it be that he has known me for a long time?" Ming Huaishan did not turn his head, only smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I was scared by you at first. If you didn't tell us, we didn't dare to ask." Watching him leave, Fong Tang turned around and came to the southeast corner, where a deep cave had been dug by sword-jawed ants. Fong Tang's tactical knife penetrated and lifted up the soft soil, revealing rows of grid-like objects underground. When I put my hand on it, I felt warm. This is the warmer, a device specially used for incubating goose eggs. Chapter 379 The Secret in the Bag. Fong Tang looked down at the heaters, and hay crumbs could still be seen in the soil. Now, he knew a lot of things, but it was all speculation, and he couldn't be sure yet. The sealed 5 dragon goose eggs may not have been buried by Ming Huaishan, but before the game scene started, he must have filled out the form and applied for a batch of goose eggs for hatching. Are those gray goose eggs? So it's hidden on these underground heaters. Fong Tang could imagine rows of black goose eggs hatching on the warmer, leaving behind eggs, ls. But where did the little goose that walked out of it go? His heart moved, and he turned around and rushed to the breeding room in the factory. A group of sword-jawed ants sensed the chemical pheromones released by Fong Tang and followed closely. Fong Tang re-explored the 3 breeding rooms and soon discovered something unusual next to an iron cage. It was a black feather. I leaned over and picked it up. I saw sharp thorns on the edge of the feather. I lightly scratched it in my hand, and the stinging sensation was obvious. What sharp goose feathers? The small group of sword-jaw ants discovered more next to the cage on the right. They were black feathers buried under debris, and half a complete black egg-shell. Fong Tang looked at the egg-shell and felt shocked in his heart. Close your eyes and imagine the situation. In the early morning, when people were still sleeping, fog enveloped all the factory areas. Copycat particles began to transform the game scene. Machines, vehicles, debris, and things that shouldn't be there were all broken down by particles. Then, the black gosling emerged from the ground, opened its barbed mouth, and rushed towards the feeding area hungry. What a horrific scene it was for the geese being raised. Fong Tang took a deep breath and looked at the black egg-shell again. Did the little black monsters that ate 6,000 geese immediately lay their eggs here and hatch them? In other words, The black gosling can be eaten and given birth at the same time. And the cycle is very short. It has been 11 game days. If they really multiplied, how many would there be now? When I think of this, I can't let go of the strong feeling of horror. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside, and the painful groans of several men could be vaguely heard from the breeding room next door. Fong Tang quickly put away the black feathers and eggs, ls. Xiao Yunyan rushed from outside with a shotgun on her back, looking very excited and holding a plastic bag in her hand. Look! We found a bullet! The plastic bag was full of shotgun SH. LS. Red SH. LS. Rose like firecrackers. Fong Tang frowned. Where did you get it? Xiao Yunyan's face turned red with excitement. Can you teach me how to shoot? With so much ammunition. I can practice it. The shotgun in her hand was a homemade shotgun imitating the Remington M series, with side-loading ammunition and a capacity of 3+1. However, judging from the model, it was completely inconsistent with the 12 caliber ammunition she was holding. Where did the bullet come from? Fong Tang asked again sharply. Xiao Yunyan was frightened. Yes, Mr. Meng gave it to me. I don't know where he got it. Meng Huaishan. Fong Tang rushed up with a whoosh and kicked the plastic bag out of the girl's hand. He grabbed Xiao Yunyan's coat and almost rushed her out the door. Before he could even run out of the breeding room, there was a click and then a bang from behind. Countless steel balls were scattered and flying, and there were little sparks on the walls and ceiling of the breeding room. Fong Tang pressed Xiao Yunyan under him and groaned. The explosions continued for 6 or 7 waves. For a long time, Fong Tang slowly got up, shrouded in green smoke. Xiao Yunyan was so trembling that she couldn't get up. After finally standing up, she saw hot steel balls falling continuously from Fong Tang's body and rolling on the ground. Are you okay? Fong Tang rubbed his shoulders, and a few more steel balls rolled down. The bullet's explosion on the spot should not have produced such a strong impact, even if there were a large number of steel balls and gunpowder inside. But now it feels like a bunch of little landmines have gone off. Fortunately, thanks to the Queen Ant armor and Shauna's windbreaker, Fong Tang only suffered a slight impact. What the H.L. is going on? Xiao Yunyan trembled. The bullet can still explode? Fong Tang grabbed her hard. Where are the boss's wife and the child? Come! Stay with Lao Ming. Xiao Yunyan was still confused, but the man in front of her rushed towards the canteen. She woke up with a start. The bullet was given by Lao Ming. This is a trap. Lao Ming is not a good person. She also ran towards the second-story building with a gun on her back. Inside the canteen, everything looked normal. Water was still boiling in the pot. The window was open, and the green smoke of charcoal was lingering. In the warm room, the sorted supplies were still piled there. Xiao Yunyan panted and climbed up the ladder at the back, staring into the room. Where are they? Looking at the towel stuffed at the mouth of the fuel tank, Fong Tang turned around and knocked Xiao Yunyan down again. The explosion was deafening, and the debris from the truck smashed into the outer walls of the house. Even the big truck was blown up. He was well prepared. Fong Tang took a breath and walked towards the container of the canteen. The smashed goose eggs flowed all over the floor, and the egg liquid was even sprinkled with a layer of white powder and was bubbling. It's alkali powder. He doesn't want to leave us food. 2 buckets of water were also thrown away. Xiao Yunyan stamped her feet and cursed. Fong Tang looked calm. Don't waste your energy. Where has Meng Huaishan been sleeping these days? Xiao Yunyan gritted her teeth. Aren't we going to save people? Fong Tang looked at the increasingly thick fog outside and the sun that was gradually setting in the west. Meng Huaishan is so well prepared. There must be a hiding place in the wasteland. Now he is in the dark and we are in the light. You rush out. It's a dead end. Xiao Yunyan also shrank up in fear. Yes, it's going to be dark. She took Fong Tang to open a wooden board from the corner of the container. Below was the staircase extending downward. He has been living on the first floor. It was originally a small warehouse and the proprietress's utility room. Fong Tang signaled her not to move, took the shotgun in her hand, bent down and walked away. The rice bags in the utility room were empty, but the ham sausage box was full of excrement. It seemed that the guards didn't dare to go out at night, so they settled down here, in this strong smell. Meng Huaishan can still fall asleep. Fong Tang saw that the cotton mattresses in the corner of the first floor were all black. His eyes flashed, and he walked over quickly. A small canvas bag was under the quilt. The strap of the small bag was torn, as if it had been torn off by steel nails on the wall. Fong Tang picked up the small bag with a knife, checked it, and opened it after making sure it was okay. Looking at the things inside, his eyes lit up. Checking other locations on the next floor, Fong Tang came up the stairs. At this time, the sword-jawed ants hurried back. Xiao Yunyan was impatient. She stood restlessly, and her legs kept shaking. Fong Tang shook the small bag in his hand. We are still a little lucky. Meng Huaishan prepared all follow-up plans, but accidentally left the most important thing behind. Xiao Yunyan bit her lip. What's in it? Fong Tang smiled. Don't worry about these. He looked at the girl deeply. Can I still ride the electric bike behind? Xiao Yunyan didn't know why. I dropped it several times, but it seems to work. Fong Tang began to sort out the remaining supplies in the canteen and wrap them in a big sheet. Xiao Yunyan, you will ride your bike later and take this package with you and walk about 1 kilometer northwest. Don't worry about not finding it. Please. I will arrange for a team of ants to follow you. Xiao Yunyan breathed rapidly. You? What do you want me to do? There will be a sewage well there. I have hidden it, and the ants can help you find the location. Fong Tang took the big package and handed it into her hands. Go down the sewage well and keep walking, and then you will find a safe place, where my friends will guard you. Xiao Yunyan blinked and kept blinking. Fong Tang smiled lightly. You want to stay, deal with Meng Huaishan with me, and then go rescue people? Xiao Yunyan's lips trembled. She lowered her head and said hoarsely, to tell you the truth, I don't want to stay. I have no connection with the boss's wife. So why should I die for those 2 children? This is human nature. Fong Tang patted her shoulder. Let's go. You are a brave girl. You can do it. After Xiao Yunyan left on a noisy electric car with a large package, Fong Tang used the hunting command to sprinkle pheromones on the 2nd floor windowsill and the 1st floor entrance. The ants immediately started patrolling around. Then he cleared a space, spread a clean tablecloth, and lit a few candles. The outside has fallen into fog, and everything is dark. Fong Tang poured out the contents of the small canvas bag and looked at it carefully. Meng Huaishan, it turns out you hide such a big secret. Chapter 380, Secret Scroll Tengu. The small canvas bag has been washed and turned white. It must be an old thing that Meng Huaishan often uses. The contents in the bag are also varied. Most of them are small trinkets picked up. There are metal handicrafts, buttons and coins, as expected of a rag picker. But among these rags, there are a few valuable things. A Parker pen, a black citizen watch, a bunch of keys, and the small personal seal next to the worn BMW keys are all still there, because it was a sealed card from Jade. Meng Huaishan collected it. Seeing these things, Fong Tang's memory couldn't help but return to the cellar where he was a novice. Lu Jingnan's things were buried in Zinchingen, and were later dug out by people from Lingyi Temple. These belongings fell into Lingyi Temple together. Fong Tang snorted. Meng Huaishan, you are not lying. You are a rag picker. You once opened a scrap collection house in the garbage station in Putuo. But when did you join Lingyi Temple? Some human tendencies are difficult to change. Meng Huaishan has not changed his petty theft habit to this day. When he left 01 Temple for some unknown reason, he took along the valuable guy in the temple. The most valuable thing in this bag is 2 pieces of paper wrapped in a plastic bag. The pale yellow old paper seemed to be torn from a book. Fong Tang unfolded it carefully. The shocking large characters at the top of the first piece of old paper shocked him. Chapter 33 of the secret volume of Yuang Zazu. The Tengu chapter? My sister's reminder seems to be still in front of me. I found you so quickly. It's really unimaginable. Yuang Zazu was written by Duan Chengshi, a poet of the late Tang dynasty, when he followed his father to Shu. Eryou Mountain contains many rare books, and Shu is located in the Yang of Dayou. Hence the title of the book, because Yuang Mountain is said to be the place where the Yellow Emperor collected his books. Duan Chengshi used this metaphor to describe his book as a wonderful secret book, which caught people's attention. In fact, the content written in this book can be called a wonder. Fairies, ghosts, animals and plants, legends and illusions, and even astronomical phenomena are all included. It is a kind of praise to be called the Tang Dynasty version of the classic of mountains and seas. According to the records of the collection of books that have been compiled many times in history, Yuang Zazu has 20 main volumes and 12 subsequent volumes, totaling 32 volumes. But looking at the preface at the top of the old paper in my hand, I can see that this strange book actually has 33 volumes. The last volume records a Tengu incident during the Jinyuan period of Tang Dynasty. In the 9th year of Jinyuan of the Tang Dynasty, a heavenly dog fell to the north of Huading County. I ordered Jiang and rode to investigate it. The heavenly dog transformed into a ghost. There were many strange things from Kuan County to Huading. Fong Tang read silently. Tengu is not an animal here, but refers to meteors and meteorites in the sky. The meaning of this passage is that in the 9th year of Jinyuan, a large meteorite fell to the north of Huading County and a place called Kuan County. The emperor ordered officials from Jiangnan province to investigate and reported that the county was full of strange rumors and various monsters. Under this passage, a handwritten annotation appeared. The font of the annotation was very small. Black goose, citrus, parrot, insect, western sword ant. What does this mean? Fong Tang felt his eyelids jump when he saw the western sword ant and the black goose. He vaguely understood something in his mind. This annotator believes that the monsters that appeared with the meteorite at that time were these types, etc. He looked back at the location where the Tengu fell in the record. North of Huading County, Kuan County, Jiangnan Road. These are all geographical terms from the Tang Dynasty more than 1,300 years ago. But history has records that can be compared. In the 10th year of Tianbao's reign in the Tang Dynasty, the prefect of Wu County proposed the establishment of Huading County, and the Magic City officially began to have relatively independent administrative divisions. The jurisdiction of Huading County is probably in today's Songjiang district, the magical capital, extending from Songjiang district to the north. If you consider the terrain changes over the millennium, you will find yourself in what is now Jiading Taoyuan County. Later it was divided into Kuan County, subordinate to Suzhou, and returned to Jiangnan Road. Fong Tang gasped. The area where the Tengu meteorite fell in the 9th year of Jinyuan is the oval land from Taoyuan to Jiading. The game scenes set by Wang Yi are not random, but strictly circled according to the area where the meteorite monster appeared 1,300 years ago. This is shocking. Could it be that the monsters that appeared after the meteorite fell thousands of years ago are still lurking in the deep underground like ghosts? Could it be that Wang Yi attracted so many players to help him fight monsters? The so-called survival adventures and territorial battles are all just a pretense? Wrong. Fong Tang shook his head slightly. Wang Yi can control those copycat particles. But what he wants to do in this area can't be done. Do you have to use players to fight those monsters? Unless Wang Yi is not about killing monsters, but about using the blood of players and humans to sacrifice monsters. However, there is something unreasonable about this. Fong Tang stopped trying to get into trouble and picked up the second piece of old paper. It is still the Tengdu chapter of Secret Volume 33. But this piece of paper contains 2 monster legends. The first story is as follows. The officials of Kuan County dug the ground more than 10 feet deep and came across an ant city, which was several feet wide. There were heavy battlements on the outside, and the chiao and oars in the city were as carved as carvings. The city was divided into streets and small walls. Every day there are thousands of ants in the wall. Their sword jaws are like crowns, and they are endlessly longing. The path is very smooth and smooth. There is a big ant in the building, more than 10 feet long. It was later lost to the western regions and has been missing. Fong Tang's eyes widened. This story described an ant nest deep underground. The article said that the ant nest looked like it was carved by carpenters. There were various clean roads in the nest, and a big ant was standing there, deep in the lair. What this describes is definitely the sword-jawed ant. Another handwritten note appeared below this story. The sword-jawed ants were taken away by people from the western regions, so they were called Western Region sword-jawed ants. This kind of ants multiplied in the west with merchants. I have verified it many times and speculated that it was not until Yongle in the Ming Dynasty. During the year, Zheng He reacquired this kind of ant during his voyage and returned to his homeland in China. And the ant nest that survives in the ginkgo garden is more than 600 years old. What a great creature. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. It turns out that this is really the origin of sword-jawed ants. He moved on to the second monster legend. A more terrifying story. Xiao Wei Xian saw a black goose in the north of Huading. He loved it very much and wanted to catch it. The follower was shocked and said, "This goose has a spirit and cannot be violated." When Wei captured it and returned home, the entire clan was wiped out. And the next 1 day, I excavated the big house and found only white bones. I cut open the goose and got a pill. The follower said it was a divine thing, but later he killed it with evil words. Such a short story is horrifying to read. The black goose refers to the black goose. The official surnamed Wei caught it and took it home. As a result, the whole family was eaten by the black goose. People dug up the big house and could only see the white bones. Later, he caught the black goose and disemboweled him to get a pill. The servant said it was a magical pill. But he deceived the public with his evil words and was beheaded. The story ends here. Fong Tang turned over the page and saw handwritten notes on the back. The font size is smaller, and the annotations are weird. There are strange chemical equations, diagrams of goose anatomy, and written instructions for hatching and breeding. Fong Tang suddenly understood. These 33 secret volumes are the key to the Miss Pass game. He carefully put away the paper and heard the sound of an electric car in his ears. Fong Tang was stunned. After reaching the first floor of the canteen, Xiao Yunyan put down her electric scooter and climbed up with all her strength. Fong Tang reached out and pulled her in. Why didn't you leave? Xiao Yunyan sat there panting. I don't know. It's just impulsive. No matter what I think, I can't leave you here alone. Impulsive? Fong Tang felt warm in his heart. At this time, the setting sun had completely set, and night and thick fog came together, and the wasteland in all directions in the thick fog suddenly began to shake. Chapter 381 Magic Goose Farm. On the 11th game day, night falls. The wasteland on all sides looks like something out of the apocalypse. The ground bulges in a wavy shape, and with just one glance, you can tell that there are a large number of monsters about to emerge from under the wasteland. Xiao Yunyan pushed the container with all her strength. Quick! Block the windows! Fong Tang shook his head. That way you won't be able to see it. What are you looking at? Xiao Yunyan screamed. Monsters are about to appear. Fong Tang said nothing. As a huge rumble came, the wasteland suddenly returned to calm, with only the sound of wind blowing through the sand. Xiao Yunyan pricked up her ears. Tonight is different from before. Aren't the monsters coming out? Fong Tang still watched with attention. The night and fog made visibility pitifully low, but the ground near the burning truck debris was clearly visible. Small streams of gas erupted from the ground. Near the ejected gas, the sand began to sink, and slowly, slender holes appeared on the dry and hard ground. The ground became damp. There are more and more gases being sprayed out, but because they are mixed in the mist, they cannot be detected without looking carefully. Fong Tang nodded slightly. He already knew what was underground. Xiao Yunyan panted and pushed the shelves, closed the window with a snap, and then shouted to Fong Tang. Are you crazy? Why don't you close the window? It was eerily quiet outside. Fong Tang shrugged. I want to update the map. Map? Xiao Yunyan almost fainted. What the H.L. is a map? What are you talking about? Fong Tang pointed to his head. A map in my memory. I have to observe the area in the game scene closely, then update it and make notes. Just for the map. Xiao Yunyan didn't understand. It's not just a map. It's information. And that's crucial. In an unknown land, a complete map is more important than anything else. Xiao Yunyan squatted under the shelf, trembling and yelling. Hack you! You are just a lunatic! If I had known, I would never come back. She no longer called you, and her expression looked particularly regretful. Well, where's the ant that went with you? They went into the sewer you mentioned, and they left. Xiao Yunyan took a breath. I stuffed the package into the sewer. I followed your example and disguised the entrance. Fong Tang was surprised. That's right. You are very talented. Xiao Yunyan was confused. What kind of talent? Talent for playing games. Fong Tang turned around and opened the window again, looking at the air pillars spraying out across the land. Now, they had turned into tiny water pillars. Aren't you afraid of the monsters coming out? Xiao Yunyan boldly leaned over and watched with one eye closed. All she could see was a ball of fire and the mist in the fire. Fong Tang glanced at her. These days, have you never seen what's going on outside at night? Xiao Yunyan's eyes widened. Who dares? Lao Ming. That bastard kept scaring us. So we used shelves to block the windows, and the two of us guarded the stairs. We couldn't sleep well. Fong Tang smiled. Actually, there won't be any monsters out there. Impossible. Xiao Yunyan shouted again. So, what do you think it will be? Xiao Yunyan closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. I had a nightmare. All the things that came out of the ground were big white geese. Squawking. It was so scary. With a click, her neck was pinched by Fong Tang. He was directly lifted up by the man. Xiao Yunyan kicked her feet. Her face turned red quickly, and she rolled her eyes. What? Fong Tang let go of his hand and put the shotgun on the girl's forehead. I never said anything about the magic goose. How do you know the monster is a goose? Xiao Yunyan gasped excitedly and rubbed her throat. You psycho. I thought you were just dreaming. Fong Tang stared at her coldly, but there was only anger and disappointment in the girl's eyes. His expression gradually softened, and he pulled the girl up. Sorry. I've been playing the game for a long time. And sometimes I'm a little too careful. Xiao Yunyan pushed him away fiercely. Get away. She turned around and cried softly. Fong Tang didn't have time to comfort the sad girl. He had already marked the map in his mind and looked towards the direction of National Highway 322. Water jets erupting from the wasteland affected the fog particles. The fog began to change. But only somewhere under the National Highway. The fog remained still. Fong Tang remarked the map and drew the key point, the location of the suspected bridge hole below the middle section of the National Highway. At some point, Xiao Yunyan, who had wiped away her tears, walked over again. She was very strong and no longer struggled with Fong Tang's rudeness just now, and asked hoarsely, "What is underground?" "It's water," Fong Tang said calmly. "Underneath the wasteland. Maybe underneath the entire northwest region. There is a rich aquifer. Because of the changes in the game scene, the water is impacting upward under pressure." He added in a low voice, "The monster noise you hear at night is actually the sound of water pressure." Xiao Yunyan couldn't believe it. "Nonsense. We dug in the front land when there was a shortage of water. And we didn't see any water after digging for more than 2 meters. Fong Tang picked up the shotgun at this time, checked it, and found that there were still 3 bullets. He handed it directly to Xiao Yunyan. "The aquifer may be several kilometers deep underground. How can you dig it out?" The girl took the gun, her eyes full of confusion. "Since it's just water, we can just escape. I don't believe we can't find the way out." Fong Tang held her shoulders from behind and helped her raise the gun. "I'll tell you how to shoot first. You can't go out. When the wasteland turns into a swamp, the black geese will come out." Xiao Yunyan held the shotgun in a straight line with her body and arms. The man whispered in her ear, "Distance is the key. You can't control the angle and recoil of the shot. So you have to get close to the distance to use the power of the shotgun to create lethality." His voice became deeper and deeper. 3 bullets. You have 3 chances. I will trick Ming Huaishan over. Do you understand?" Xiao Yunyan nodded subconsciously. And then, the sound of rushing water came from outside, and finally turned into a strange roar like thunder. Tiny water columns have turned into fountains, nourishing the gray-black wasteland. Before long, this place will become a swamp. A sizzling sound sounded in the house. The light and shadow of my sister appeared, and her current image changed drastically. She was wearing a cloak made of black feathers and a retro velvet hat. Her body had also become taller. Under the black feather cloak, her long legs were swinging, and she was naked. On the feet, the nails were covered with blood. Xiao Yunyan shot directly at her sister's light and shadow. The flame sprayed from the muzzle caused dots of light patterns to appear on the particle display screen. And then all of them hit the opposite shelf. My sister tooted. "Little girl, you only have 2 bullets now. As Mr. Fong Tang's assistant, you are not qualified." Xiao Yunyan was shocked. "Ghost? Are you a ghost?" Fong Tang frowned and held her down. "Go aside and wait." Looking at his strangely dressed sister, he said coldly, "Hurry up and tell me about the mission." 109 The light and shadow of sister walked slowly, and a series of blood-red footprints appeared under her feet in the image. The black feathers on her body trembled and made a metallic sound. "Look at my new clothes. They are made to imitate those black goose feathers. Sizzle. Sizzle. Feathers. 100. Particles 4. Goose intestines. Goose intestines 10. 109 sister's voice became weird and her words were extremely confusing. Fong Tang was stunned for a moment. But then his eyes lit up. "However, my sister recovered and started to issue tasks. Dear Mr. Fong Tang, you have arrived at the Magic Goose Farm. The boss of this area is a strange combination. 1 person and 1 goose. Kill the boss and the territory is yours. In addition, you can also get 10 units of secret gold particles and a real elemental weapon recipe." Sister 109 makes an electronic metal sound, and the process of issuing tasks is full of eerie feeling the bad taste of gothic horror games. Fong Tang immediately turned around and began to sort out the remaining supplies in the room. The light and shadow of his sister followed him. "Hey, don't you want to ask what elemental weapon it is?" "A weapon related to water." Fong Tang had already found a sealed iron bucket, then several bottles of dish soap, a large bag of edible alkali powder, and a box of low-quality nail polish. While he was still flipping, Xiao Yunyan shrank down and came over to help. Sister 109 was still following behind. "By the way, I have to tell you something. Your friends outside are so naive. They tried to blast the game scene with electromagnetic weapons yesterday and prepared to give you a modified 5 elements pen. Come in." "Well, you seem..." Fong Tang sighed. Don't expect this thing to kill many monsters. It's actually not a weapon. Xiao Yunyan blinked. I really don't understand more and more. It's just a signal flare. Fong Tang shook the nail polish in his hand. Including this thing is the key. What's in here? The most useful thing in nail polish is pigment. Xiao Yunyan didn't understand again. Fong Tang found many small iron barrels, all of which contained olive oil. Put these iron buckets under the windowsill. Xiao Yunyan looked at it. They're all empty. Well, we don't have enough materials and time to make more bombs. One is actually effective enough. Xiao Yunyan's eyes flashed. I understand. This is an empty city plan. When the time comes, as long as one barrel explodes, then put these out to scare those monsters. It's not about scaring monsters, but Meng Huaishan. I want to put pressure on him so that he has to negotiate with me. The wasteland is turned into a swamp. The two squatted under the windowsill and waited silently. This waiting is excruciating. It's like meeting an online friend, knowing that the other person is coming, but not knowing what he looks like. I'm both excited and scared at the same time. Xiao Yunyan whispered. Fong Tang smiled. You are really optimistic. It's just death anyway. Xiao Yunyan tightened her grip on the shotgun. Those geese, if I'm not mistaken, are cannibals. Fong Tang shook his head. Meng Huaishan stole 2 pages from Lingyi Temple and learned to raise demon geese. Xiao Yunyan swallowed. What nonsense! How do you think the more than 100 people in the factory disappeared? Xiao Yunyan's face turned blue. Then Meng Huaishan took away 2 children. Could it be? No, it's different. Fong Tang rubbed his temples. The 2 children must be very important to him. But I still don't understand. Has Meng Huaishan done anything to the children these days? Xiao Yunyan tried hard to remember. No. He spends most of his time on the first floor. It's a smelly place. So to speak, it's a special place. The girl sat up straight. During the hungry days, Meng Huaishan got a bag of toffee from somewhere and secretly gave it to the children. Those sweets were crucial, allowing the 2 children to survive their most hungry days. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Are there any more toffees? It's gone a long time ago. Only the boss lady and I know about it. And we are reluctant to eat it. Fong Tang looked around, quickly got up, and found the teddy bear left by the children. He squeezed the teddy bear hard, and with great luck, he squeezed out a piece of toffee from under the plush. The children hid it, Xiao Yunyan said excitedly. You are so smart. It's just a matter of luck. Fong Tang opened the candy wrapper. Nothing unusual, just a toffee. Fong Tang thought for a moment and placed the toffee on the ground. Several sword-jawed ants crawled over and circled around. Well, there must be something weird in this candy. The sword-jawed ants seemed afraid to come near. Fong Tang rubbed his head again, and a bold idea came to him. He took out the precious secret gold particle ball and gently placed it on the toffee. As the secret gold particles rolled, particles invisible to the naked eye appeared in the toffee. Secret gold particles. There are secret gold particles in Meng Huaishan's milk candies. I don't know how many there are. Kids eat those pellets all the time these days. At this time, a strange scream came from outside. Xiao Yunyan held a gun and probed her head. After just one glance, she sat down with weak legs. Her nightmare became reality. In the midst of the swamp, black geese appeared one after another, densely packed together. What's even more terrifying are the broken corpses floating out of the swamp. Those are the missing factory workers. Now, the magic goose made a strange quacking cry and eated all the way, just like what was described in Secret Scroll 33. All they left behind were white bones. Fong Tang patted the girl, who was retching, and stared at the geese that were getting closer and closer. The fog dispersed with the black spread wings of those geese. And in front of thousands of geese, a figure appeared. Meng Huaishan was wrapped in a military coat with a layer of black goose feathers on the outside. He held a long bamboo pole in his hand and kept beating the big black goose in the front. That's a goose. When the first goose is being driven away, the other monsters follow behind, as if they are herding animals. This kind of scene used to be common in the countryside, especially in the grassland beside the pond in the countryside. But now, the ordinary scene is so weird and terrifying. Meng Huaishan huddled up and made strange calls from time to time in the swamp, as if he was imitating the call of a goose. Far away from the canteen, Meng Huaishan stopped. His expression could not be seen in the night. Only his silhouette could be seen under the stars and moon. He was slowly lying down among the geese, very carefully. What is this bastard doing? Xiao Yunyan held back her fear and stared. It's a good thing for us. Fong Tang's eyes were bright. This is obviously because he is afraid of being hit by a shotgun. What good thing is that? Idiot! That means the gun can kill him! Xiao Yunyan understood immediately, and the shotgun in her hand became a little heavy. Meng Huaishan waited for a while, then began to scold, and the bamboo pole appeared from below and stirred. The head goose stood still. Its meatball-like comb bulged, and with a squeaking sound, dozens of demon geese spread their wings, stretched out their necks, and rushed towards the water. Fong Tang, you were right about one thing. I recognized you at first sight, but I didn't expect you to be able to control the sword ants of the western region. But I can also control the magic goose. Let's compare. Meng Huaishan, a hoarse voice came. Fong Tang took a deep breath and held down the iron barrel of the bomb. Get ready. Xiao Yunyan pulled on the wire, and her body shook even more. Don't worry. Just wait. Wait. Wait until the charging magic goose passes through the debris of the large truck and is about to come under the wall. Fong Tang suddenly pushed the iron bucket, and the girl pulled out the wire. The iron bucket fell with a clang and hit among the geese. Gudong. Gudong. There was a strange noise. And then with a bang, the lid of the iron bucket flew up. A magic goose was hit by the lid, but it was unharmed. It just raised its neck blankly, and its sharp-edged wings trembled. Fong Tang had already seen the structure of black goose wings, and knew that physical damage was not effective against them. However, the barrel bomb did not explode either. Just a ball of colorful foam bursting out. The heat released by acid-based neutralization is certainly not small, but it is almost gone when diluted in air. Xiao Yunyan closed her eyes. Almost desperate, Fong Tang crushed the precious secret gold particles and sprinkled them. 1 unit of secret gold particles came into contact with the fountain-like foam, and something strange happened. Hundreds of colorful flames appeared, and the foam rushed into the air, breaking away from the fog. Xiao Yunyan was shocked to wake up, lying on the window, looking at the colorful bubbles in the air. So beautiful. Fong Tang also looked, but he looked to the southwest. There is the location of Yinshan Machinery Factory, a small base occupied by new Chinese players. Chapter 383, Strange Soldiers. The flames of light scattered, and the remaining light was dotted with stars. Colorful foam covers an entire floor. The foam at the front has begun to solidify, and the glue mixed in has taken effect. The magic geese screamed, but their flippers were fixed to the ground. They flapped their wings in vain, stretched their necks downward, and pecked at the colloid that gradually dried and hardened. The magic geese behind rushed up to help. The foam colloid began to break, but the magic geese fell over one by one. There's too much foam on their flippers. Meng Huaishan stood up from the geese and gave a strange smile. It's awesome. But Fong Tang, do you expect this thing to be able to deal with my army of magic geese? Let's let your sword-jawed ants out. Fong Tang lit a torch. Then he pushed the empty iron buckets to the window. In the firelight, those barrels that looked like chemical bombs made Meng Huaishan frown. The bamboo pole in his hand was waving quietly in the swamp. A group of magic geese took advantage of the cover of night fog and entered from the south area of the breeding factory. Meng Huaishan knew the entire factory area well, and was confident in commanding Magic Goose to carry out this sneak attack. But unfortunately, human screams soon came from the factory area. The tortured, human centipede lay there, and the 4 people connected head to tail were immediately surrounded by the magic geese, and their skin and flesh were torn open with barbed tooth-like beaks. And they were finally freed. I'm sorry. I have arranged a sentry at the back. Fong Tang smiled. Meng Huaishan said nothing and continued to wave the bamboo pole. On the first floor below the canteen, in that dirty and smelly place, several magic geese emerged from the already damp ground. Meng Huaishan smiled. Fong Tang. Fong Tang. Do you really know this building? I lived on the first floor for 10 days. Still laughing. Screams came from the dark area on the first floor. In a narrow area, thousands of sword-jawed ants were able to fight against the stunned demon geese. Although some soldier ants were sacrificed during this period, and a group of them left, the remaining little guys are not afraid of the magic geese. They prefer the soft places under the goose's neck to bite. Meng Huaishan's magic goose was blocked in all 3 attacks. Now I feel like I can't take it for a long time, he shouted coldly. How long can you hold on? Your magic ants are just fighting alone. Fong Tang smiled at the window. Come on. Come closer and have a nice chat. Meng Huaishan's eyelids twitched. You want to plot against me? You still have at most 3 bullets in your gun. Fong Tang hesitantly said. Then what are you afraid of? Meng Huaishan took a deep breath. The information shows that you are not familiar with firearms. Fong Tang stopped talking and retreated under the window. Ming Huaishan was so angry that he was shaking all over. Just because he knew Fong Tang's reputation. He was so timid. In fact, he just led the army of magic geese to rush forward. And the canteen simply couldn't bear it. At this time, faint lights appeared in the southwest direction. A slight hum could already be heard at the edge of the swamp. Ming Huaishan was shocked. He looked at the glimmers of light at the edge of the swamp. And his face became increasingly ugly. Fong Tang smiled again at the window. Do you think I have worked so hard for so long just to build a useless bomb? Ming Huaishan gritted his teeth. Fong Tang mocked. The bucket just now was a signal bomb. And I also sprinkled secret gold particles in it. I believe the players at Yinshan Machinery Factory will be interested. Ming Huaishan was furious. Fong Tang, what good will this do to you? I don't care. At most I just hide. You are different. Those players will receive territorial tasks as soon as they approach this area. Congratulations. You are the leader boss here. They will definitely be willing to kill you at all costs. Ming Huaishan took a deep breath. The two children are still in my hands. Fong Tang dangled a ball of yellow paper from the window, covered with wax. Look at this. Does it look familiar? Ming Huaishan's eyelids twitched. Smart people don't need to talk nonsense. Mr. Fong, we can talk. You have your own base and magic ants. Plus my war geese. We can dominate one side by joining forces. Fong Tang held up the ball of yellow paper. Let the child and the boss's wife go first. Ming Huaishan said coldly. You are not sincere when you say this. The players who came from Yinshan Machinery Factory put a lot of pressure on him. And he had to negotiate. The flame of a candle appeared in the window. The yellow paper balls were roasting on the fire. Ming Huaishan gasped. I have been reading the secret scroll for countless days. And I have memorized all the contents in it. You can burn it. It is meaningless to me. The paper ball moved a little closer to the flame. Ming Huaishan roared. Stop! Fong Tang raised his middle finger. Idiot! Are you still pretending? At your age, do you have such a memory? Also, you tried your best to steal this secret scroll, so you are willing to have it destroyed? Ming Huaishan shook his head and softened his tone. Let me go if you give me the secret scroll. But I want to inspect the goods. Fong Tang had already appeared outside the window. He was only wearing a black trench coat and was completely naked. Now that we are naked, are you sincere enough? Let your magic goose retreat first. Ming Huaishan looked at the lighter and the secret roll of yellow paper in his hand, and slapped the goose's fleshy crown with the bamboo stick in his hand. With a squawking sound, the magic goose began to retreat. Fong Tang jumped into the bubble and walked up slowly. Ming Huaishan suddenly shouted, Wait a minute! Where is that Xiao Yunyan? Fong Tang continued walking. That girl, mother-in-law, is too much of a bother. I'll kill her! Ming Huaishan's eyes narrowed, and a flash occurred in his mind. Impossible. Fong Tang never kills innocent people indiscriminately. No. He is cheating. In the swamp ahead, a petite figure jumped up. Xiao Yunyan, who had been lying on the ground from the beginning and slowly moved over, finally had a chance. Fong Tang has been attracting Ming Huaishan's attention, and the pile of bubbles has become the best cover. Girls are the heroes. Xiao Yunyan struggled to raise the muzzle of her gun. Only less than 2 meters away from Ming Huaishan, gunfire appeared and the magic geese danced wildly. The projectiles flashed like broken fireworks, and the goose feathers exploded like dancing pear blossoms. Xiao Yunyan fell backward, but Ming Huaishan fell into the group of magic geese while holding his chest. The head goose quacked with the group of geese, carrying Ming Huaishan on its back, and fled desperately. Blood was everywhere. Fong Tang rushed over and helped the girl up. Xiao Yunyan was wrapped in a white jacket, and the armor made from the belly skin of the queen and allowed her to successfully reach the killing distance. But the jacket was still a bit too big, and the goose feathers that Ming Huaishan unleashed at the last moment were really powerful. Half of a broken goose feather penetrated into her shoulder from the side of her neck. Yes, I'm sorry. No, I didn't hit his head. Xiao Yunyan turned pale and cried again. It hurt so much. She closed her eyes and didn't dare to move. She just grabbed the wound desperately, as if trying to block the blood with her hands. A fishy pill was stuffed into her mouth. Fong Tang crushed another fishy bone-making pill and sprinkled it on her wound. In fact, there wasn't much blood, but ordinary people have never seen this scene and will be scared when they see blood. Fong Tang knew he couldn't pull out the goose feather, so he picked her up directly. Don't be afraid. I will take you out alive. I feel so much pain. Xiao Yunyan's lips trembled. He's not dead. What should I do? You can't run far. Fong Tang glanced to the southwest. The players are almost there. With a bang, a flame burst out of the canteen window. I brought everything I need to bring. Fong Tang wrapped the jelly package around his waist and touched the bulging teddy bear inside. Let's go and kill that bastard. And then, go home. He held the shotgun, carried the girl on his back, and rushed towards the national highway with the remaining 800 sword ants. That bridge hole that has long been recorded on the map must be Minghui Mountain's hometown. Chapter 384 The Last Move. Various vehicles came from outside the swamp. The gunshots started sporadically, then suddenly erupted into chaotic gunfire. Ming Huaishan's Black Goose army was intercepted by a group of players halfway. Fong Tang carried the weak girl on his back and turned to take a look. The players at Yinshan Machinery Factory are actually equipped with various light and heavy weapons. You can even hear machine gun blasts. Dark clouds obscured the stars and crescent moon. The huge vehicle searchlights are turned off at this time. Then patches of red dots appeared in the night. The red dot disappeared, and a group of magic geese flopped and fell in the mud swamp. It's completely different from what you see in movies and TV. The bullets don't shine in the dark. You can only hear the crackling sound of the gun and the redness of the muzzle due to overheating. But soon, streaks of fire appeared, passing through the night in a straight line, stopping the team of hundreds of magic geese again. This time, Yinshan Machinery Factory players added tracer bullets. It should be a heavy weapon, and just the sound doesn't sound right. It is a machine gun with a caliber exceeding 20 millimeters. It has the power to tear a human body into pieces with just one bullet. Under the command of tracer bullets, the firepower of other players concentrated on where the magic geese gathered. This is an unequal war. Magic geese have good physical defense, but under the power of thermal weapons, they are still a vulnerable group that can only be slaughtered. Suddenly, a thunder sound sounded. The sound is like a huge thunder suddenly exploding in your ears. Fong Tang immediately fell to the ground, secretly gritting his teeth. Anti-material sniper rifle. This sound actually echoed in the wasteland. A stinging echo. The exact model should be the Barrett M8 series sniper rifle. Damn it. The new Chinese players who occupied Yinshan Machinery Factory even have such weapons? Gunshots were fired 3 times. After the last shot, all the mist particles were shaken, and the head of the giant goose had been blown to pieces. The body wrapped in wings rushed forward 4 or 5 meters before falling down. Fong Tang slowly got up from the swamp and saw National Highway 322 in front of him. He is also frightened now. Under such intensive firepower, the most feared thing is to be hit by a cold gun. Fortunately, the dark entrance can already be seen ahead. A thick cement board was slowly falling, and a dozen magic geese were patrolling the door. Then they seemed to have received the order, and turned around and ran away. Ming Huaishan didn't want to expose his lair, so he drove away the devil geese. The moment the cement slab fell, Fong Tang rushed in. The shotgun with 1 bullet left was raised, and in the darkness, fire appeared. As soon as Ming Huaishan lit the candle, the muzzle of the gun was pressed against the back of his head. Huh? Ming Huaishan took a long breath. They are not here. I am hiding somewhere else. Kill me, and you will never find them. In the faint candlelight, Fong Tang saw his mother, who had lost half of her body. The boss's wife was half eaten by the magic goose. The situation could no longer be described as horrific. Xiao Yunyun on her back yelled and grabbed the shotgun. Kill him! Kill this bastard! Ming Huaishan turned around slowly and put the shotgun directly on his head. Shoot! Kill me! Then in the days to come, both of you will dream about the 2 children who were starved to death. Ming Huaishan smiled evilly. What a lovely child! Now even his mother is dead. Don't you feel very pitiful? Xiao Yunyun got the strength from nowhere and jumped down. I'll do it! If you don't believe it. If he doesn't tell us, we still have ants. Bite him one by one until he speaks out. Torture me. Ming Huaishan laughed loudly. The suffering I have suffered is more terrible than any punishment in the world. Do you know what I used to raise the first magic goose? He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the sunken scars on his arms. They were fed with my own flesh. Fong Tang put down the shotgun and looked at him coldly. Your goose is dead. Ming Huaishan's eyes flashed. That stupid big one? It's not a real goose. From behind the dark bridge tunnel, a little black goose came out. Its crest is as bulging as a ping-pong ball and is pure gold. The inside of the goose crown seemed to be shining with fluorescence. It was a large group of secret gold particles. There was a squeaking sound from Minghui Mountain Pass, and the black goose disappeared. Then Xiao Yunyun's body next to her was knocked away, and the back of her head hit the wall. She fainted. Meng Huaishan clapped his hands. You should have just shot. Fong Tang shrugged. It's useless. Even if you die, I still can't defeat this demon goose leader. It's good to know. Meng Huaishan has completely taken control of the situation. He opened his military coat covered with goose feathers, and a pile of steel balls fell down. Only a few hit him near his left shoulder. Meng Huaishan gasped, stuffed a ball of cotton into the wound, and then sat down tiredly. Let your ants retreat. This is where I raised the first magic goose. The number of your ants is insufficient. There are no more. The odds. Fong Tang pressed the ring on his left hand, and the sword-jawed ants formed a straight line near the cement board. With a squeaking sound, the ghostly little magic goose appeared, and in the ball of the goose crown, the secret gold particles began to flicker. The sword-jawed ants retreated frantically and all got out. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. There is no way. All creatures in the entire game scene are controlled and changed by the myth gold particles. The food chain here is determined by the quality of the myth gold particles. Meng Huaishan leisurely patted his goose. My old friend has a very bad temper. Fong Tang seemed to have given up resisting and sat down directly. You have been feeding the two children with secret gold particles in order to make them food for the magic goose? Meng Huaishan snorted. My old man has very high requirements for food. Those people in the factory, those who were deceived by me were all young people. But they were not considered real food. His eyes flashed with ferocious light. Humans are a precious species. Among the elements that make up the human body, the highest content is water, with a carbon content of 18%. Carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen and other elements overall account for approximately 96% human ingredients. Optimal water and carbonaceous organic matter. Fong Tang frowned. Meng Huaishan continued. Of course, these are not researched by me. They are written in Mr. Wan's diary. He once recorded the birth of the first generation of artificial intelligence. His tone was full of excitement. There are more than 60 other elements in the human body, including trace elements and rare elements. Judging from the periodic table of elements, they are widely distributed in groups I to 8. Most of them belong to periods 1 to 4. Human children are still in the developmental stage, and cell division is extremely active. Adding a little bit of secret gold particles to the food can make them the best supplement. Meng Huaishan took a breath and pulled back a layer of plastic sheeting behind him. Under the plastic sheet, there are black goose eggs. I want to cultivate a real magic goose. It's still far away. Those two children are too important to me. So at that time you would rather be eaten than protect them? Meng Huaishan went completely crazy. Yes. It doesn't matter if I die. The old man is still here. He will definitely find the food I raised for him. Fong Tang looked at him silently. After a long while, he asked, How did you join 01 Temple? Meng Huaishan raised his head. Well, the garbage station in Putuo was a waste collection place a long time ago. I still remember the most when there were hundreds of rag pickers there. But I was the only one chosen by Mr. Wan. I'm responsible for cooking for everyone. Fong Tang hesitantly said. Then you became Wan Gi's disciple. Later, you stole his secret scroll and set up your own company. Meng Huaishan said coldly. I am already 65. Why can't I have some dreams? Dream. Fong Tang smiled. Is this also called a dream? You are just a puppet controlled by Wan Gi. Meng Huaishan laughed wildly. What's the point of saying these boring words? I escaped by my own ability. Fong Tang's face was full of sympathy. The entire Lingyi Temple is under the control of Wan Gi's particles. Not to mention stealing things. He can hear even the sleep talk you say in the middle of the night. You are also a smart person. Can't you figure this out? Point? The smile on Meng Huaishan's face gradually disappeared. He scratched his head. You're talking nonsense. He always needs to take a rest. He? Fong Tang sighed. You are just a set NPC. The muscles on Meng Huaishan's face twitched, and he yelled angrily. I will hack and kill you right now. Cut it into pieces. And feed it to my goose? Fong Tang stood up slowly and smiled evilly. When I decided to come to your home, I prepared the last move. Last move? Meng Huaishan was suspicious and laughed wildly. You cunning guy. You are still bluffing me now. Fong Tang gently pulled open the sleeves of his windbreaker, and the knife appeared, swiping across his wrist. Meng Huaishan was in a daze. You want to commit suicide? Fong Tang's two wrists were covered in blood, but he still smiled ferociously. He spat out a ball of secret gold particles from his mouth, crushed them with his teeth, and landed on the wound on his wrist. The two wrists were brought together. Blood and secret gold particles were mixed together. Meng Huaishan shook his head. You're done. After 1 unit of particles enters the blood, your immune system cannot defend it. Do you know what will happen? Fong Tang closed his eyes. Meng Huaishan said, the blood will carry those secret gold particles throughout the organs of your body, and finally enter your brain under the power of the heart. He laughed wildly. Ignorance. When particles enter the brain, it feels like life and death, and you become a lunatic. Fong Tang has opened his arms. The secret gold particles entered his brain along with the blood. The long-lost consciousness was awakened, and he screamed in pain. Master, you are crazy. Chapter 385 Promise. Bai's consciousness was completely different from before. In the beginning, Bai was outside of Fong Tang's consciousness. That could be said to be the first stage. In the second stage, Bai's consciousness is almost integrated with his ontological consciousness. Now in the third stage, Bai's consciousness is independent again, lurking somewhere in Fong Tang's brain, sending out tired thoughts. I am in the process of upgrading. Master, it is very dangerous for you to do this. I need strength. Even for a moment. Fong Tang's consciousness roared crazily. Okay. All abilities restored. But only for 2 minutes. Bai's thoughts became more and more tired. Don't let it happen again. Otherwise we will both be doomed. Familiar properties are back. Behind the neck, the yin and yang archaea rotate slowly, and the Tao Tai core spirit wakes up with endless hunger. Fong Tang opened his eyes. Meng Huaishan has retreated to the depths of the bridge cave. He had already felt something was wrong. Just now, he had tried to stab with a bamboo pole, but Fong Tang's body under the windbreaker seemed to be rebounding, and even the bamboo pole broke. Now, even the eyes of the man in the bridge hole have a dim light, like a hungry wolf. Quack! The leader of the magic goose raised his neck and spread his wings. Fong Tang punched out. Jie! The leader of the magic goose let out a short scream, and was hit in the neck by the punch, flying back more than half a meter. The ground was littered with black feathers that had been shaken off. Meng Huaishan screamed. No! Impossible. Fong Tang has turned into an erratic shadow. The leader of the magic goose limped around and ran away, but he still got punched one after another. Jie! Jie! The voice gradually weakened. With a scoff, Fong Tang shook his hands and tore off the wings of the demon goose leader. Throw the monster down and stamp it down. Guts erupt from its beak. Meng Huaishan staggered over and screamed. No! Fong Tang's figure flashed, and he had arrived at the goose egg. With a snap, like playing pool, the first egg hit the second, and the second hit the third. All the goose eggs were broken, and there was black water all over the floor. Xiao Yunyan had already woken up, and she shed tears of joy when she saw this scene. Kill him. Kill these monsters. With a swish sound, Fong Tang pinched Meng Huaishan's neck and pressed it against the wall. Meng Huaishan's face was ashen, but he smiled hoarsely. I lost. But you never want to know where the children are hiding. I am never afraid of death. Fong Tang smiled faintly and pointed his finger on his forehead. Withdrawing it instantly, he turned to Xiao Yunyan and smiled. 15 meters south of the National Highway Bridge Tunnel, in an old tomb. The children are fine. Meng Huaishan fell to the ground like a deflated ball. He scratched his head. You devil. You got into my head. I'm going to kill you. There was a bang. Xiao Yunyan's body swayed, but this time her arms were particularly steady. All the shotgun bullets entered Meng Huaishan's mouth and sprayed out radioactively from the back of his head. I told you. I will definitely kill you. Xiao Yunyan gasped. At this moment, she was not afraid of blood or life and death. This kid is really talented. Fong Tang thought to himself. The particle screen appeared, and my sister was still wearing a floral skirt and twin tails. Congratulations. The 2 players have killed the boss of the Magic Goose Farm. But it needs to be pointed out that you have killed 1 boss each. So now we need to decide who is the Lord of the Magic Goose Farm. Please claim your rewards first. 10 units of secret gold particle clusters appeared from the top of the screen and fell into Fong Tang's hands. The elemental weapon, formula written on a goose feather, fell into Xiao Yunyan's palm. The girl threw the goose feather away. What the hell is this? Fong Tang picked it up and put it away. Be careful. If the result is that you become a lord, it will be dangerous. Before he finished speaking, his sister appeared again, after Lord Wan Gi personally ruled. The Lord of Magic Goose Farm is Ms. Xiao Yunyan. Congratulations. Xiao Yunyan looked dazed, but Fong Tang gritted his teeth. Don't announce it to the public. Sorry. It has been announced to all players. After the sister finished speaking, she made a face. Player Fong Tang. You must be careful with your new girl. Don't forget the territorial rules. Fong Tang quickly stuffed the body of the demon goose leader on the ground into the package and looked at the girl. Does the wound still hurt? Xiao Yunyun moved a little, and the goose feathers swayed on her shoulders. But she could still hold on. It just feels numb. Your medicine is so effective. Then follow me. If you find the child, leave immediately without delay. As soon as Fong Tang said this, he staggered. All his abilities dissipated again. His whole body ached, and he almost fell to the ground. Xiao Yunyun supported him, and the cement board of the bridge hole was broken. After the two came out, Fong Tang felt better. While walking carefully along the bridge hole, he collected feathers from the corpse of the magic goose on the ground. And intestines. The jelly parcels were all bulging, so I had to carry them behind my back. Fong Tang took a breath. Yunyun, you are in danger now. If other players want to occupy this swamp, they must kill you. Xiao Yunyun was startled. Why? Fong Tang shook his head. I'll explain to you when we get to a safe place. In short, the best solution is to let you leave the territory for more than 3 game days. That way, whoever comes to occupy this place, you will be safe. They found the tomb on the south side of the bridge tunnel, and could already hear the cries of the 2 children below. He opened the wooden board and took out the 2 weak little girls. The 2 children kept shouting for their mother. And finally they were beaten by Xiao Yunyun before they cried and became quiet. Let's go! Fong Tang led them forward. The sword-jawed ants guarded the front and rear, and finally found the entrance to the sewer. The big package was stuffed under the sewage well. Fong Tang put the 2 children down and took out the teddy bear in the package. Take it. Don't be afraid. It will be safe soon. The jelly package was thrown down, leaving only the tactical knife in his hand. Fong Tang gave the order, and the sword-jawed ants lined up to go down and guard the 2 children. At this time, because the Lord had been produced, the fog particles in the magic goose farm began to disperse, forming a ring around the swamp. This territory is more than twice as large as the Ginkgo Plain. The magic geese who lost their leader have become the targets of the players. The dark clouds dispersed, and the light of the stars and moon shone down. Fong Tang took a breath, and was about to let Xiao Yunyun go down, when he heard a chirping sound. Annette clasped the girl in front of him. Xiao Yunyun didn't seem to understand what happened. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Fong Tang. What? The long rope behind the net squeaked and pulled directly, dragging the girl deeper into the swamp. Cheers came from the distance. Caught one alive! Fong Tang subconsciously covered the manhole cover and covered it with a ball of mud. Then he rolled and his whole body was hidden under the swamp mud. Xiao Yunyun shouted in pain. Fong Tang rolled, covered in mud, and then moved quickly, enduring the pain and dizziness. Ahead, an off-road vehicle decorated with iron mesh and spikes stopped, and the rope hanging on the front gear tightened. Xiao Yunyun was wrapped in a net and hung up. A man wearing an eye patch appeared, his intact left eye lighting up. He hummed, and a sharp and long, thorn-like knife appeared, directly piercing Xiao Yunyun's eyebrows. Good luck. The man with the eye patch smiled, then picked up the girl's body. Brothers, the Magic Goose Farm is our territory now. Cheers and whistles rang out. Major's what? The clothes she wears are nice. The white Queen Ant jacket was taken off, and the man with the eye patch looked at it. Well, it's a good protective suit. The girl's body was thrown into a mud puddle. A light mist enveloped the corpse, and after decomposition, only a broken gun handle remained in the mud pit. Fong Tang stopped 3 meters away. His face was covered with black mud, and his lips were bleeding. I promise that I will take you out alive. On the off-road vehicle, Majors was suddenly let out a sigh, and then took off his blindfold. The mechanical prosthetic eye flashed red, and Majors was mouth curved. I have seen it. You don't have to hide. He seemed very excited. I'm the instructor of the 1st Battalion of New China. Cui Jiansong. I've heard of Mr. Fong Tang's name a long time ago. Why don't you come out and get to know him? There was no sound in the swamp ahead. Several team members rushed over and came back soon. Report to the Major. That guy. Huh? He actually ran away. Chapter 386 Going Home. Cui Jiansong was very satisfied with his trip. He unexpectedly got an entire territory and a piece of treasure armor. It's just a pity that he didn't face the legendary figure Tang Fong head-on. The subordinates were still laughing. What a bullshit legendary player. When he saw our Major, he was so scared that he peed his pants and ran away like a rabbit. Shut up. Cui Jiansong frowned. Facing an invincible force, retreat immediately and not impulsively seek death. This is the basic quality of infinite challenge players. You only know how to flatter. What do you know? The adjutant next to him smiled flatteringly. Major, you are giving Fong Tang face. In fact, after losing his backer behind the scenes, there will no longer be a bug like Shauna to help. Fong Tang is just a piece of useless shit. Zhu Jiansong shook his head. Don't talk about him anymore. The 1st Battalion left 2 teams to collect all resources and then mark this territory. Our map needs to be updated. The SUV is gone. The sky gradually became brighter. The 2 teams piled the demon goose carcasses onto the truck one by one. Soon, someone found a remaining goose egg in the bridge hole, which made the adjutant overjoyed. The tragic roar sounded at this moment. Who is it? Just like a dead mother. The report is from the newly joined Yang Dongjun. His sister-in-law is dead, and his 2 nieces are also missing. Trash. Isn't there a dead woman? Could it be that she had an affair with him? A group of people laughed obscenely. The sun gradually rose. The temperature rose. And the devil goose carcass gave off a stench. The adjutant wiped the silver revolver in his hand. Have you collected them all? Report. We found the goose. And its head was smashed by Yang Dongjun. Hey, this guy's marksmanship is really good. The adjutant's eyes lit up, and he walked over quickly. A group of players gathered around the goose and kicked it happily. The head goose smells terrible and is huge. The adjutant coughed. Everyone, step back. The resources of the head goose must be dedicated to the headquarters. The team members looked at him suspiciously. The adjutant raised his gun and stared. And the team members hurriedly retreated. The adjutant waved his gun. Go! Go! Quickly organize the remaining resources. The team members turned around helplessly and searched elsewhere. The adjutant gasped, his eyes gleaming. The good stuff was taken away by the major. The material in this goose should be his. He walked towards the head goose. This magic goose is almost the size of a calf. I wonder if there are secret gold particles. Still thinking about it, the headless goose suddenly trembled. The adjutant was stunned. At this time, the goose's belly suddenly opened. A figure jumped out, and the dagger directly pierced the adjutant's neck. Fong Tang was covered in rancid internal organs, but he wrapped goose intestines around the adjutant's neck and pulled him deep into the swamp. The dagger quickly penetrated his abdomen, and then pulled down slowly and mercilessly. The adjutant's eyes widened. I. He wanted to beg for mercy. The dagger came from top to bottom, directly separating him from his abdomen. A ball of secret gold particles was taken out, and Fong Tang looked into his eyes. The 1st Battalion of the New China. Right? Zhu Jiansong. Right? The fate of everyone. I swear, they will all be like you. The adjutant made a weird gasping sound. Under the indescribable pain, he couldn't scream and could only watch his lower body being split in two. Zhu Jiansong, who had not yet rushed back to the machinery factory, received the news halfway and rushed back immediately. He stood in front of the corpse of his adjutant. To be precise, it's not a body, but fragments. Major Zhu tilted his head and flashed one eye. Well, look. What is this word? Character? The subordinates subconsciously tilted their heads. Finally, I can see clearly. The body fragments were laid out in a font. A complete leg is one cross. The structure looks like below. Report is the word death. Zhu Jiansong nodded. This is the message Fong Tang left for me. He will definitely come to my door. This is a good thing. The major clenched his fists under the black leather gloves, and the major was very excited. Without the blessing of any chip ability, relying solely on my own ability, Fong Tang, I will not lose to you. The surrounding team members were muttering something. How did Fong Tang do this? Some people couldn't help but wonder. Zhu Jiansong glanced at the goose, hiding in the rotten goose belly for at least 4 hours, just waiting for the fatal blow. Now I can't stand the smell even when I stand far away. How can a person hide in there for 4 hours? Zhu Jiansong smacked his lips. This is an endurance that exceeds the limit, coupled with wisdom. He knows that prey like a goose must be handled by an officer-level figure. Well, he is actually waiting for me. Yang Dongjun came from behind with red eyes and frowned. Major, I don't understand. In this damn place, won't people be decomposed after death? Zhu Jiansong chuckled. Fong Tang used 1 unit of secret gold particles to sprinkle on the corpse. According to the settings of the game scene, the body fragments will remain intact. You're actually willing to waste secret gold particles just to demonstrate against us? Zhu Jiansong kicked the body fragments. This idiot's gun and ammunition have been taken away. Let's spread out in all directions and search in groups of 3. If you find any trace of him, Don't go up and die. Report back. He turned around and looked at Yan Dongjun. Jun, although you are not a player, I admire you very much. From now on, you will be promoted to my adjutant. Fong Tang was lying only 2 meters away from the entrance of the sewer, with no strength to even move his fingers. With just a click of the ant ring, chemical pheromones have the chance to summon sword-jawed ants. But it is. Just want to get some sleep. The manhole cover was pushed open little by little, and 2 little heads were exposed. Sister, what should I do? Uncle seems to be asleep. Pull him in. As Mom said, be willing to help others. No. Mom means helpful. For small hands stretched out and dragged Fong Tang's body with difficulty. Moved little by little, because it took almost all the strength of the 2 children to lift the manhole cover. They shouted softly to cheer themselves up. With a swish sound, the muddy water in the swamp swayed. 3 team members holding submachine guns appeared, and they were all overjoyed. They shouted together. The 2 little girls were so frightened that they were about to cry. At this time, a lightning shadow appeared, and its hook-like claws hit the left player's eyes. At the same time, 2 silver crossbow arrows pierced the heads of the remaining 2 people. The surging sword-jawed ants directly covered the bodies of the 3 people. The crossbow arrows bounced back automatically. The little chinchilla fell between the 2 children and chirped. Sia Marin pulled the 2 children over and covered their eyes with her arms. Be good. Don't look. Don't look. The unconscious Fong Tang was dragged back to the sewer. After the entrance was recovered, Sia Marin came down and dragged the big package. The sword-jawed ants formed a square formation and carried Fong Tang and the 2 children on their backs. Now, the cute little chinchilla has attracted all the attention of the 2 children. Sia Marin grabbed the torch stuck on one side and smiled coquettishly. Don't be afraid. Sister, I will take you to a safe place now. You were very brave just now. I have to thank you both for this idiot. Along this long sewer, they embarked on the road home. Chapter 387, The Legend of Fortress. Time, the 12th game day. Territorial, Ginkgo Plain. Lord Fong Tang. There are currently 4 residents. Territory level E, overall condition perfect. Resources you can receive every day, for units of secret gold particles. The sound of a child crying could be heard in my ears. The crying for mother gradually subsided. My forehead felt cold and very comfortable. When Fong Tang opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the towering wall. The layered honeycomb-shaped wall protects the Ginkgo Plain. And now it seems that this small world has been transformed into a real manor. The queen is still struggling to produce enough ants. The sword-jawed ants are busy building the tree house he designed, and it looks like it will be completed soon. Sia Marin picked up the wet towel, tried it on his forehead, and then rubbed his beard and hair with her fingers. How long have I been unconscious? Fong Tang sat up with pain all over. Under the black windbreaker, Sia Marin had already put on jeans and a shirt for him, which were the clothes he got from killing the intruder last time. The difference is that the clothes have been washed and smell of soap. Not long after, it was just dawn. We now have more and more supplies, and need to move them to the ant nest warehouse, Sia Marin said as she took out a bag of sugar from the pile of things. She mixed sugar, salt, and a glass of saline solution into a glass. You need to replenish the salt water now. Fong Tang drank heavily. Beauty Sia held her chin and looked at him gently. You brought so many things in the package. We now have salt, sugar, condiments, soap, and towels, she whispered softly. There are also mosquito nets, sheets, pots, cups, chopsticks. Fong Tang waved his hand. Where are the children? Sia Marin looked at the pond in the distance. The Yao Jin Yang took them to play. The 2 children were not worried and kept calling for their mother. Yao Jin Yang? Fong Tang frowned. Sia Marin pursed her lips and smiled. That's the female prisoner we captured. The Players Guild of the 40 Female Thieves is just a deck of mahjong tiles. She is ranked last and her ID is 1 UG. Beside the pond, the little chinchilla was sitting on the shore, holding a wild fruit in its paws and eating it happily. The female thief Yoji was holding the 2 children, her face full of tenderness. Even from such a distance, you can feel the maternal love overflowing from her body. The female thief seemed to have taken fishy pills and recovered well from her trauma. Sia Marin lay on Fong Tang's side and whispered in his ear. When I saw ants appearing in the tunnel, I knew something was wrong over there. So I went to find you. This female thief turned out to be honest. She didn't run away. It seems she really gave in. Fong Tang shook his head. No. She wants to collect as much intelligence as possible from us. The main defensive force in Ginkgo Plain is only sword-jawed ants. Now the wall is up. But there are holes everywhere. Siya Marin sighed softly. You seem to have changed since you went out. If you feel something is wrong with her, I can secretly do it at night. Fong Tang stroked his increasingly longer beard, his eyes full of sadness. I promised a girl that I would bring her back alive. But? Siya Marin covered his mouth and gently persuaded him. The world does not revolve around one person. Just do your best and don't expect everything to be perfect. This kind of chicken soup for the soul actually came from Siya Marin, which made Fong Tang feel in a daze. By the pond, the female rogue Yaoji had spread a layer of sheets and put the girls and sisters to sleep. She sighed softly, turned around and limped over, walking in front of Fong Tang and Siya Marin. The female thief in tattered overalls hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Let me take them away." Siya Marin raised her eyebrows. But Fong Tang slowly sat up. Where are you going? Back to Hongya Highland. The two children are still ignorant. How can they stay here with you? Yaoji became excited. Our place is an industrial park, with real houses, water purification devices, and even a separate bathroom. It's safer for kids to go there. Do you think it's possible? Siya Marin said coldly. Yaoji ignored her and just looked at Fong Tang. She knew who was the one who made the decision here. Fong Tang asked, You were captured by me. Will it be okay when you go back? No problem. We sisters of the 40 Thieves are all a family, regardless of you or me. We all love children. Don't worry. We will protect them even if we risk our lives. Fong Tang nodded. These days, you have always had reservations. What do you, the 40 Thieves, know about the toy factory and Yinshan Machinery Factory? Yaoji sat down and immediately said, Yinshan Machinery Factory is not an ordinary place. In the 1960s, the Magic City built a large number of military factories in a deep mountain in Anhui Province. It was known as the Small Third Line at the time and was codenamed 885 Factory. She said slowly, There are a total of 14 military industrial enterprises. At the end of the 1980s, Factory 885 was withdrawn, and the machines inside were transported back to Shanghai. They were all stored in the warehouse of one factory, which is now Yinshan Machinery Shop. At that time, there were Xingli Machinery Factory, Xianjin Machinery, Yonghong Machinery, and Wuzhou Electric Machinery in that big ravine. The complete equipment can easily produce various light and heavy weapons. Although they are old weapons from the last century, they are still powerful. Now, Fong Tang finally understood the origin of the Yinshan Machinery Factory players' weapons. What about the toy factory formula? Yaoji hesitated. This was top-secret information, involving the core interests of major game teams. She looked at the two sleeping children by the pond, and her expression gradually softened. If I tell you, can you take the children away? Fong Tang said directly. You can take them away without telling me. This is my plan. You are right. My Ginkgo Plain cannot protect them. Hearing this, Siya Marin shouted and was about to object. But Fong Tang stopped her. The female thief looked deeply at Fong Tang and let out a breath. You are different from the rumors. The legendary player Fong Tang is a terrifying demon, according to the intelligence. Fong Tang laid down gently. This title is a kind of praise to me. The female thief Yaoji slowly approached and whispered in his ear. There is a super formula in the toy factory. It is a formula from Lego bricks. The content of the formula is a medieval castle. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. In other words, through that recipe, a real fortress can be built? Yes, as long as you have enough materials. You can build a city in your territory. Yaoji smiled bitterly. To the player guild here, there is nothing more valuable than this recipe. Fong Tang wiped the tactical knife clean again and handed it to the female thief Yaoji, who was ready to go. Be careful on the road. I will arrange a team of sword-jawed ants to escort you. Yaoji Nyang took the dagger and nodded gently. Thank you. This female thief was very good at coaxing children. The two little girls followed her obediently, carrying enough supplies and fresh water. After going out in the direction of the ant nest, they disappeared southward into the light mist. What if she goes back and brings a large army to fight us? Whether it is Yinshan Machinery Factory or Toy Factory, the strategic significance is far greater than our territory, Fong Tang said lightly. Moreover, according to the rules of the territory, killing intruders can get a large number of secret gold particles as rewards. If they insist on coming, I wouldn't mind making a fortune. What about the children? Just let her take them away like this? Be more vicious and threaten you with two children. In short, I think you are too reckless this time. Those two children are just a burden to me. Fong Tang interrupted her. Xia Marin curled her lips. What you say is true. She heated a pot of water, shaved Fong Tang with a thin iron blade, then cooked and delivered supplies to the ant nest warehouse. But Fong Tang could feel that this woman was a little absent-minded. At noon in the morning, Fong Tang, stroking his smooth chin, saw a map under the ginkgo tree. It was drawn on the dirt. This is a map drawn by Xia Marin. It is centered on the intersection. She made many marks in the northeast game area next door. Fong Tang looked at it for a while and sighed softly. Chapter 388 Farewell Night. On the 12th game day, in the afternoon, Fong Tang began to sort out all the secret gold particles. There are 6 units in the ant nest warehouse, 21 units in the Magic Goose Leader Meatball Crown, 8 units from the Magic Goose Farm Mission Reward, and 10 units from Territory Resources. There is also 1 unit obtained by killing the adjutant. And now there are 46 units of secret gold particles in total. Fong Tang took out a silver revolver, then placed the materials collected in the package on the grass, and finally took out the elemental weapon formula. After looking at the formula, he sorted out 100 black goose feathers for units of secret gold particles, and 10 goose intestines. The particle fluorescent screen appeared, and the girl in the floral skirt was full of surprise. Player Fong Tang, this is the advanced armor formula. How did you know? I have searched all the mission rewards and game drops, and the advanced formula has not appeared yet. Fong Tang smiled lightly. A friend told me. The younger sister in the light and shadow tilted her head, very puzzled. Fong Tang took off his black windbreaker, wrapped all the materials, and then crushed 4 units of secret gold particles. The black windbreaker stretches out among the particles, and pieces of black feathers cover the inside and outside of the windbreaker. But the intestines of those magic geese were automatically cut open, and the dirt inside was quickly cleaned by particles. The astonishingly tough pieces of skin cut from the goose intestines became the perfect material for this high-grade cloth armor. Finally, a black cloak appeared. The slender cut can cover the whole body when worn, and the hanging hem just covers the combat boots. In addition, there is one thing that Fong Tang likes very much: wearing a hood. The younger sister appeared again and exclaimed, this advanced armor has excellent toughness and some physical defense. But it can be called advanced armor mainly because it has a unique ability. When Fong Tang walked to the ginkgo tree, the cloak on his body suddenly changed and turned pale yellow, with gray lines appearing on the yellow cloak. His whole body immediately merged with the ancient tree. My sister's light and shadow came after her. She clapped her hands and said with a smile, a chameleon-like ability? Fong Tang asked. The magic goose in the swamp does not have this kind of biological camouflage ability. Why do the clothes made of its feathers have it? That's because the birth of the magic goose itself is attributed to the secret gold particles. So these feathers have become the best particle fusion. The color-changing ability comes from the changes of the secret gold particles. Fong Tang immediately called Xia Marin and used her coat to make another one. This time, there was no bonus of the black windbreaker, and the black feather soft armor looked a bit soft. But this kind of biological camouflage ability makes Xia Marin very happy. She is a natural hunter, and with this armor and the silver flame crossbow, her assassination ability can be maximized. Fong Tang then opened the biggest reward of the Magic Goose Farm mission, the elemental weapon formula. The younger sister's light and shadow began to explain. This is a frost ray device that can be installed on any weapon, such as swords and guns. We know that irradiating a crystal with a laser can produce a focused beam, and the energy carried by the beam will heat the object. However, frost ray technology reverses this principle. It uses infrared laser to irradiate nanocrystals to steal the surrounding energy and cool objects extremely quickly. Fong Tang took out a broken gun handle, a silver revolver, and secret gold particles. He touched the handle of the shotgun and saw Xiao Yunyan's confused eyes before his death, and he couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. The girl in the floral skirt knelt down and said, Great! Do you want to make a frost gun? The frost ray device requires 10 units of mithril particles, 10 units of wire, crystal, or other alternative materials. The metal wire is enough. And there are also secret gold particles. But the crystal is a bit troublesome. Fortunately, there were enough crystal decorations hanging on a broken curtain that Fong Tang brought back from the canteen. Although it is the cheapest kind of artificial crystal, he followed the recipe and first made the frost ray device. Then, according to the basic weapon formula, add a gun handle, a revolver, and a lot of metal materials. The secret gold particles are like a real-life 3D printer, printing out a rifle layer by layer. The The barrel of the rifle is detachable and has two forms. With the barrel removed, it becomes a large caliber revolver, connected to the slender barrel. This is a highly accurate mechanical rifle. In actual use, this rifle can be regarded as a semi-automatic weapon. But in the strict definition of a firearm, a revolver relies on the mechanical force of pulling the trigger to turn the runner for loading, rather than relying on the power of gunpowder to automatically load. Therefore, it cannot call it a semi-automatic weapon. Regarding his sister's explanation, Fong Tang was speechless. Does it need to be defined so strictly? Isn't it very redundant? My sister is very serious. No, player Fong Tang. This gun can continue to be upgraded with tactical accessories. Its properties must be defined so that relevant accessories can be automatically generated in the game scene. Do you understand? Our designer is an engineer after all. He is very rigorous, including making guns. A total of 14 units of secret gold particles were used. Now, only 24 unit particles remain. Sia Marin picked up the frost spear, connected the barrel, and tried a few shots. My sister followed beside me, considering the energy loss. The frost device cannot perform long-distance ray attacks. But this elemental gun is not useless. The frost device will now act on the inside of the gun, firing frozen bullets. Sia Marin frowned. In terms of power, it is actually not as good as being equipped with a melee weapon. But the range of the rifle makes up for this regret. However, I am curious. After the frozen bullet comes out of the chamber, it will generate heat during high-speed movement. Why is there no warhead? Melt? The younger sister tilted her head. Of course not. The power and structure of elemental weapons are all involved in mithril particles. The effects produced by mithril particles and crystals quickly absorb heat, and the frozen bombs created will become more and more intense under the push of the particles. Strong, super muzzle velocity makes the trajectory more stable. Sia Marin was pleasantly surprised as she held the gun. High range, high muzzle velocity. It can directly cool the air and automatically replenish ammunition. There is no gunpowder involved, so the gunshot sound can be ignored. As a sniper rifle, except for the lack of aiming accessories, it is almost perfect. Watching Sia Mei and his sister discuss the first element weapon gun in the game, Fong Tang felt a little ashamed. It seems that I need to learn more about firearms. Well, I also need to practice marksmanship. Before night came, Sia Marin took Fong Tang to practice shooting, because it can automatically extract moist air and then cool it into ice bullets. The gun, named Frost Whisper, only needs to be replenished with secret gold particles. After some estimation, 18 rounds of ice bombs in 3 rounds require 1 unit of secret gold particles. And the cost of use is really high. After spending 4 units of secret gold particles, Fong Tang basically mastered entry-level shooting. As for long-range sniping, the complex mathematical foundation alone is a headache. Preconditions, wind speed calculation, ballistic system, geocentric deflection force. Sia Marin sighed. You have done a great job. In fact, if you want to train a sniper, it will take several years to become a sniper. Don't be discouraged. From my experience, there are only 2 things that really affect the strength of a sniper. The first is physical function, and the second is mental strength. She patted the man on the shoulder like a teacher. When a sniper reaches the highest level, it has nothing to do with science and data, but metaphysics. Fong Tang was surprised. As night fell, the two of them had a hearty meal, with seasonings and kitchen utensils. The food is completely different. The color alone is very appetizing to look at. The torches were lit, and thick clothes and washed curtains were spread under the ginkgo tree. The two of them lay under the tree with the sheets covering them. In silence, Fong Tang took out a ball of secret gold particles. There are 20 units left. 10 for you and 10 for me. Sia Marin turned over and sat up. What do you mean? Do you want to separate the family? I saw the map you drew. Fong Tang stood up and stirred the bonfire. If you want to leave, just tell me. Sia Marin looked at him quietly. Her beauty was unparalleled in the firelight. For a long time, she bit her lip. I'm afraid that you will be sad if I tell you. Fong Tang snorted. I'm not that fragile. Sia Marin grabbed the little chinchilla beside her irritably, rubbed its head thoughtfully, and finally said what was in her heart. Before this damn game starts, I came here to do something. Find someone. Fong Tang hummed. An enemy? Yes. That person must be in the game. He should be in the northeastern area. Fong Tang smiled. I can help if necessary. Sia Marin shook her head gently. I can handle it myself. She is not a frail little girl. Nor is she a canary who needs to rely on men, but a huntress with sufficient abilities. It's very dangerous outside at night. Let's leave before dawn. You can choose the supplies yourself. And Chirp the little chinchilla likes you very much. Take it with you. It can help. The sound of rushing water came. Sia Marin is taking a bath. Fong Tang lay on the soft clothes. His heart as calm as still water. He didn't know why he didn't feel any sadness about parting. Maybe it's like Sia Marin said. But a game scene the size of a town can only be seen by riding a bicycle no matter how far apart it is. Still thinking. A girl wearing a black cloak appeared. Tonight. I'm ready. Her voice was hoarse and seductive. She just threw off her cloak. Knelt down. Her long hair dripping with water dropped down. And crawled over like a cat. Fong Tang reached out and stroked her long hair. Is it the comfort when parting? No. The woman came over and said. I just want to take away some souvenirs from you. The night is cool. The little chinchilla pricked up its ears and listened to the strange sounds with fear. He held it up with both paws, as if praying that the good mistress could survive the difficult and painful night as soon as possible. Chapter 389 Wilderness Walker. Time, the 13th game day. Territorial, Ginkgo Plain. Lord Fong Tang. There are currently 0 residents. Territory level E. Overall condition is poor. Resources you can receive every day, for units of secret gold particles. Sia Marin left in the early morning without waking up the sleeping man. On a torn white sheet, the bright red traces of first blood were particularly conspicuous. This is the gift left to him by Sia Marin. Fong Tang shook his head and smiled, and began to sort out the items in the jelly package. After most of the things were sorted, a piece of wood suddenly fell to the ground. Leaning over, Fong Tang picked up the wood chips. The wood pieces that Kai Lin obtained in the meditation room of 01 Temple were removed from the wall of the wooden house. I took a quick look at it last time, and it seemed like some of the techniques on meditation left behind by my father. Fong Tang hummed. Now he had some time to study it. He ate something and started to read. The small words and pictures on the wood chips all say one thing. This is the way to enter true meditation. You need to enter the real Omega brain state to see the other insights I left behind. Fong Tang murmured the above words and looked at the pictures again. But they were patterns composed of magnetic field lines and human brains. Omega brain? What the HL? Omega seems to be the last letter of the Greek alphabet, which in some cultures means ultimate. Fong Tang had done many electroencephalograms in the hospital, and he also knew a little bit about brain waves. But there seems to be no omega wave in the brain waves labeled with Greek letters? He shook his head and continued reading. Below, in addition to the signature of father, there are also some small words that look like gibberish. Brain development. The human body is a machine. Meditation is the most basic human operating system. Fong Tang was shocked. The theory that Fong Qingqing once said in the police station actually appeared in the experience left by his father. Do these nonsense theories really work? He had entered a meditative state several times, but now it seemed that it was not true meditation. According to the introduction on the wood chip, the Omega brain requires 3 overlapping meditation states to enter. Well, no matter how weird it is, you can try it. According to the experience on the wood chips, Fong Tang spent a whole morning and finally felt the so-called second level of meditation. But this feeling is very strange, as if it happened by chance. If you look for it, you will never find it again. He shook his head, now needing to test other meditation theories. He connected the barrel of Frost Whisper and raised it. After slowly entering the first level of meditation state, his hands no longer shook, not even a slight tremor. The sight and eyes seemed to become a whole. Just shoot. Then, 30 meters away, Fong Tang looked at the field mouse covered in frost, picked it up, and put his finger through the small bullet hole in its head, nodding with satisfaction. That meditation technique that looks like nonsense is really good. It works. Magic Goose Farm. The swamp water will emit a fishy smell at noon. A soldier wearing a leather jacket hung up his submachine gun and walked to the corner of the wall on the east side of the breeding plant. With no one around, he stretched and took out a worn magazine from his jacket. Flicking through the inside pages of the full-color magazine, I found a photo of an underwear model. The leather jacket was breathing heavily, holding the magazine in his left hand and undoing his belt with his right hand. A gust of wind blew, and the guy who was still spinning his fingers suddenly shivered. Then he fell silently. Between his eyebrows, a ball of white frost covered him. The hoarfrost gradually expanded, and a few drops of blood slowly flowed out. Under the tattered billboard on one side of the wall, colorful patterns began to flash. The black cloak dispersed the biological disguise. Fong Tang quickly removed the barrel of the sniper rifle and bent over. A sniper shot from a distance of 30 meters is the limit of his ability now. No way. Marksmanship can't be learned in a day. Fong Tang shook his head mockingly, pulled out the dagger from the waist of his leather jacket, and stabbed it coldly. 15 minutes later, the friends found the poor guy. The body fragments formed the word death. So it is obvious who the murderer is. That afternoon, 3 more soldiers from the new Chinese 1st Battalion were killed by strange weapons. All the corpses were decomposed to form the word death. Yinshan headquarters, Captain Yang Dongjun, the adjutant of the 1st Battalion, stood in front of the mahogany desk and made the 3rd report of the day to Zhu Jiansong. Sir, only bullet holes were found on all the bodies, but no bullets were found. And there were frost burns near the wounds. Zhu Jiansong smiled. Ajuan, just call me Big Brother when there is no one around. You are a good sniper. What do you think? Yang Dongjun thought for a while. The normal inference is that it is an ice bullet, but it does not conform to common sense of physics. At that muzzle velocity, the frozen warhead will be evaporated immediately in the air. Zhu Jiansong shook his head. With high muzzle velocity, the warhead will hit the target before it evaporates. Yang Dongjun smiled. Brother, you have to think about it this way. Once the ice warhead is heated by friction with the air, even if the process is short, steam will appear, which will seriously affect the ballistics. No one can accurately kill in this situation. Zhu Jiansong patted him on the shoulder. Yes. So Fong Tang used elemental weapons. Yang Dongjun didn't understand what elemental weapons were and didn't dare to ask more. But Zhu Jiansong was very relaxed. Let them rebuild the breeding factory and leave a small team huddled inside to ensure the daily income of the Magic Goose Farm's secret gold particles. He didn't seem to care about this matter at all. But brother, Zhu Jiansong waved his hand. You don't need to waste time on this matter. Even if the Magic Goose Farm is lost, there will be no loss. Yinshan Machinery Factory is the foundation of the 1st Battalion. Well, you change your clothes and prepare for tomorrow. I have a date. You go in my place. What kind of date is there at this time? And the colonel actually asked himself to take his place? Yang Dongjun was puzzled. Zhu Jiansong smiled. I went to negotiate with the women of the 40 Thieves. The location is in the bar north of Hongya Highland. You know that bar. Only then did Yang Dongjun understand. What negotiation materials should my subordinates prepare? What should we talk to them about? Zhu Jiansong touched his chin. There is no need to prepare materials. And it is not a real negotiation. I received a piece of top-secret information. The leader of the 40 female thieves, Chun Yang, will also go to the bar. So the real purpose of this negotiation is, kill her. The major's eyes flashed. You don't know Infinite Challenge players. This Chun Yang originally had a good core spirit, but unfortunately in the Fog Pass, this core spirit was sealed. So she has to wait every 14 game days. She has to sleep once. And that's when she is at her weakest. Yang Dongjun was completely dumbfounded. She still wants to sleep. Is she still a human being? Zhu Jiansong handed him a folded document. Here is all the information about Chun Yang. Yang Dongjun read it quickly and suddenly realized. The information was burned in front of Zhu Jiansong. Soon after he left, the team left behind in the swamp all retreated to the dilapidated buildings in the factory area. The 2-story building had long been destroyed by fire and was being rebuilt. At this time, in the financial room of the factory, the captain in charge of the Magic Goose Farm grabbed his crotch and waved a handsome young team member to enter the room. Others outside lowered their heads and smiled, consciously avoiding it. After a while, the team leader in the room hummed happily. Yang Dongjun is a famous man now, and he is highly appreciated by the major. He was even sent to the bar. TSK. TSK. He went to drink and meet beautiful women. But we hacking. You have to be scared here. While he was still talking, the man kneeling in front of him fell softly. The squad leader quickly lifted up his pants. Then he felt a cold sensation on his back and fell to the ground. After a while, Fong Tang appeared outside the factory, holding a hand-drawn map in his hand. Well, bar. Chapter 390 Spring Lady of Water. Game Day 13. Evening. After Fong Tang returned to the Ginkgo Plain, he immediately updated the map. At the intersection of the National Highway and Baoshan Road, under the viaduct, is the Enili Bar. In various ancient Buddhist and Taoist literature records, Nili has only one meaning, and that is HL, the so-called extremely cold place. The place where the flames are burning is the HL of Nili. The name of this bar feels a bit mystical. Fong Tang marked Nili Bar on the map in his memory. It seems to be a neutral place. The bar is opened by a mysterious guild. Now, a quarter of the game scene map has been marked. The location of Nili Bar is only 2 kilometers away from the supermarket base of New China. Therefore, that place belongs to the area where the power of the New Chinese organization radiates. And this cross viaduct is also a battleground for all major guilds. The center point of east, west, north and south, and the main thoroughfare of transportation. Fong Tang soaked his entire body in the pond. The sun has not yet set, and the water is still warm. The warm water enveloped his body, making him feel like he was back in his mother's womb. He tried triple meditation again. The first level of meditation is easily accessible. And under this water, the second level is no longer so far away. Fong Tang felt as if his soul had left his body. His consciousness floating faintly on the surface of his body, swaying with the water. After this layer of consciousness floating on the surface of the body enters the meditative state again. It achieves the effect of double meditation. Sober. Indescribably sober. Concentrate. Be highly concentrated. And many dusty memories can be clearly remembered. He began to recall the information from the torture at the Magic Goose Farm. The information obtained from the captain of the New Chinese 1st Battalion was not much. But it was all crucial. Yang Dongjun, the famous man next to Zhuo Liansong, will meet with the envoy of the 40 female thieves at noon on the 14th game day. The two sides will negotiate. And the content of the negotiation is unknown. And Yang Dongjun, a rising star who rose through the ranks on a rocket, did not have high prestige in the New China 1st Battalion. He was an ordinary person. The boss's wife's brother-in-law. And the uncle of the 2 children. Fong Tang suddenly emerged from the water and walked up slowly. He has already thought it through. The Yao Jin Yang must have a special way to receive the instructions from the female thief. So she disguised herself as the virgin and took away the 2 children. Now that the 40 female thieves know Yang Dongjuan's identity, they will naturally make good use of those 2 children. Fong Tang shook his head and collected today's territory resources, including the income from this hunt. There are now 17 units of secret gold particles. He only kept 10 units, and crushed the remaining 7 units into pieces, and sprinkled them on the aphid honey of the ant nest. The newborn queen needs to be constantly fed with these honey juices, hoping that these rich particles can help her. He rearranged supplies in the ant nest warehouse. And late at night, the queen laid 300 unique eggs. The dark golden eggs split open automatically this time. And the soldier ants that emerged inside were very small, only about the size of the antennae of an old worker ant. But they appear to be more active and react more strongly to the chemical pheromones released by the photon rings. Is this the new warrior prepared for me? Fong Tang happily unfolded his black feather cloak. After 300 dark gold soldier ants crawled into the gaps in the black feathers of the cloak, Fong Tang closed his eyes and rested for the night, and set out in the early morning of the 14th game day. He will go south along National Highway 322 and arrive at Nili Bar in the early morning. At this time, Hongye Highland was in the former Taoyuan First Industrial Park, deep in the basin-shaped campus. In a small library building, several women were waiting anxiously for something. Sister Chun Yang fell asleep again. What should we do? We all don't agree with her going to the bar. But no matter what, Chun Yang's decision will not be wrong. A little girl with twin tails came down the stairs, holding a bowl of water in her hand. But she said crisply, Sister, let's all go up. The leader of the 40 female thieves finally woke up. The woman sitting in the gauze tent on the 4th floor was extremely beautiful, but a little sickly. She looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old, with a grain of cinnabar between her eyebrows. She yawned and said with a smile, I can sleep well this time. Postponing my sleep for a whole game day is crucial for this operation. Sister Dong, bring me the water divination thing. The little girl with twin ponytails placed the bowl of water in front of the gauze curtain. All the girls were waiting with bated breath. The beauty in the gauze closed her eyes and slowly entered a state similar to that of a turtle. This is the leader's strongest ability. And even among the female thieves, only a few people know about it. Triple meditation state. Now, something strange happened. The water in the bowl begins to evaporate. The small water droplets in the water vapor were instantly hit by the secret gold particles. After repeated collisions, as the surrounding temperature dropped, the small water droplets turned into ice crystals. The ice crystals gathered together and fell down. Beautiful snowflakes. What they saw was the process of snowflake formation. But no one knows what this means. Divination by water belongs to the category of occult science. Chun Yang in the tent opened her eyes and frowned. The thing is in the snow mountain southwest of the game scene. As she spoke, she opened the gauze curtain, and half a piece of yellow paper appeared in her hand. It is half yellow paper separated in the middle. She looked at the yellow paper. This article in Secret Scroll 33 describes a prop called the Four-Eye Magic Mirror. Now we in New China each have half of the Secret Scroll. So who is negotiating this time? I won't give in either. An old woman with white hair and plum blossom earrings smiled. Zhuo Jinsong sent his deputy to the bar. It's Yang Dongjun. Chuan Yang. You still managed to get ahead of him. Chun Yang said coldly. Zhuo Jinsong claims to be a tactical expert and is familiar with the art of war. In fact, observing his performance in previous games, he still used the same old methods. Attacking in the east and attacking in the west. And secretly infiltrating Jinsong. In other words, Yang Dongjun is a cover. And Zhuo Jinsong is the killer move against us. Chun Yang nodded. So for this trip, I want to streamline the staff. The fewer people, the better it is for us. Well, Granny Mei and Sister Dong should come with me. The female thieves had no objections. The four, Mylan, Orchid, Bamboo and Ju, are the oldest seniors among the 40 thieves. Especially Granny Mei, who held important intelligence work in the First Generation Guild. As for Dong Mei, her origin is even more special. And she is also the one with the strongest practical ability in the organization. On the east side of the small building, which seemed to be the staff dormitory, two little girls were lying on a soft bed. But they couldn't fall asleep. The gentle Sister Yaoji just recorded a video for them and said she wanted to pass it on to their sick mother. Since my mother is sick, she definitely needs encouragement from the two sisters. Because that's what mothers do when they feel uncomfortable. There was an undulating sound of insects outside. The younger sister turned over. Sister, where is my teddy bear? Shh. It's playing hide and seek with us. When father's son comes out, go look for it. Okay? The sister nodded, and the two children yawned and fell asleep. Outside the dormitory, in the ditch next to the green grass, the teddy bear lay quietly. Slowly, a sword-jawed worker ant crawled out from the crack in the white teddy bear's plush. Then the second, and then the third. Dozens of worker ants finally dragged out a black ball and moved quickly along the ditch. Somewhere in the Red Leaf Highlands, within the area of the 40 female thief base, under a thick pine tree, the worker ants found a good location. In the loose soil, there is a burrow left by a small rodent. Deep under the pine tree, the worker ants put down the black sphere and looked carefully. They saw that they were two ants coiled together. The male ant fell softly from the female ant, and the female ant, whose wings had long been withdrawn, crawled down the hole, under the pine tree. She can lay the first clutch of eggs before dawn. From then on, this new kingdom of sword-jawed ants will operate in an orderly manner. In the core territory of the 40 female thieves, it is foreseeable that this ant branch, carefully arranged by Fong Tang, will play a magical role. Chapter 391 Encounter on a Narrow Road. Fog particles are at their thickest at dawn. Across National Highway 322, strange sounds can be heard constantly coming from the northeastern region. Is it the roar of a monster or the strong wind in the game scene? Fong Tang stopped and looked at the side of the road quietly. Xia Marin should be somewhere over there now. Hope everything goes well for her, and she is safe. I walked along National Highway 322 for a long time. Judging from the number of steps I walked, it was about 5 kilometers. A faint yellow appeared on the particle barrier in the eastern sky. Under the deflection of the particle reflection, the yellow shimmer turned into a shallow rainbow. The fog particles began to disperse, and Fong Tang finally saw the Red Leaf Highland. It was a sunken basin, and the road signs of the first industrial park were still there. He touched the ant ring and wondered whether the sword-jawed ants had successfully established a new kingdom. Those ants have no real intelligence and only rely on instinct to thrive. But this time, Fong Tang directly used the build command on the queen. So the new queen gave birth to a female and a male ant. The couple who had just completed their wedding flight was stuffed into a teddy bear by Fong Tang. I believe that the worker ants who were stuffed into the teddy bear at the same time will find a suitable place in the Red Leaf Highland. It still depends on luck. But ants can reproduce on the earth for hundreds of millions of years, so they still have some survivability. He bent down and kept going. The particle barrier in the east brightened, and when the morning sun showed its first ray of light, Fong Tang stopped suddenly, immediately held his breath, and laid down in the grass beside the national highway. Light green patterns floated on the black feather cloak, slowly smoothing out, and finally blending into the wild grass. A jeep came speeding across the meadow. The car stopped slowly, and 3 people jumped out. The tall leader lit a cigarette, and wiped the machine gun hanging on the back of the jeep with his sleeve. But next to the tall man was a woman. A strong woman. She was smeared with so much powder that her face could not be seen clearly. And her figure could be described as a tiger-backed figure. Perhaps deliberately. She also wore a black short skirt and stockings wrapped around her muscular calves. And silently walked deep into the grass. Sun Xiangxiang! Hurry up and get to the bar before dawn! The leader of the 3, the young captain, frowned and shouted. The strong woman did not look back and continued walking. The tall man walked up to the captain and said, Captain Yang, why did you bring this ugly guy out? Yang Dongjun smiled bitterly. It was arranged by Major Zhua. He said that the brothers in the camp are a little anxious now. Sun Xiangxiang is a girl after all, and I am afraid that she will suffer a loss if she continues to stay in the camp. The tall man's eyes widened. Damn it! With her majestic appearance, whoever can get hard will be praised by me. Old Zhao. Immediately. Yang Dongjun was a little absent-minded. Until now. He still didn't know the Major's next plan. How to assassinate that terrible female bandit leader? Just 3 people? A machine gunner. A man who can barely be called an assaulter. And an ordinary sniper who is not a player. Totally impossible. Fong Tang in the grass was also frowning at this time. Because he could see it very clearly from this position. That strong female warrior. He peeped standing up. A tinkling sound sounded like a bell. At this time, a carriage came suddenly from the north side of the national highway. It was a real carriage. The horse pulling the carriage in front had flying hair on its temples. White mist spraying from its nose. And mud splashing under its 4 hooves. Yang Dongjun, who was next to the jeep, immediately opened the trunk. He took out the sniper rifle and set it up. Raised his fist and shook it at Lao Zhao. Old Zhao spit out his cigarette butt. Hung up the bullet chain. Chose a rear cover position in a triangular formation. And set up a light machine gun. Damn it! Sun Xiangxiang! Enemy attack! Yang Dongjun gritted his teeth and whispered. Took out his tactical flashlight and shook it continuously at the grass. Sun Xiangxiang appeared quietly on the left side holding a submachine gun. Now, the 3 of them have formed a classic triangle tactical formation. And Yang Dongjun feels a little relieved. The carriage began to slow down. The horse neighed. And stopped 10 meters away. At this time, you can see various advertisements printed on the side of the carriage. Real estate openings. Event celebrations. Shopping mall activities. Our company provides various circus performances all year round. Company address, Building 208. District 4. Taoyuan First Industrial Park. Jiating. Yang Dongjun was shocked when he saw the advertisement on the carriage through his scope. From the First Industrial Park, which is now Hongya Highland. Someone from the 40 female thieves? Old Zhao shouted softly from behind. Captain, at this distance, we can take down the carriage in minutes and ensure total annihilation. Yang Dongjun raised his hand and waved his palm to signal not to move. In this damn game world, the common animals, plants and objects in reality have become different. Yang Dongjun is not sure whether the carriage is a game prop, so he has to be cautious. 2 women got off the carriage. The leader was an old woman wearing a double-breasted cotton-padded jacket, and a little girl with twin tails supported her as she walked forward step by step. Fong Tang in the grass took a breath of air. When he saw the little girl with twin tails, he couldn't believe his eyes. It's my sister? A sister, made from the same mold of Infinite Company. I just don't know which model she is from. The little girl helped the old woman over and shouted in a crisp voice. Our leader wants to see Yang Dongjun. Please come and talk. Yang Dongjun's sniper rifle had locked the old woman's eyebrows without saying a word. Lao Zhao behind him shouted. We agreed to meet at the bar. What do you mean? The girl with twin tails smiled and took out a small LCD screen with flickering light and shadow. Yang Dongjun's body trembled. In the scope, he could see more clearly than anyone else. What appeared on the LCD screen were the images of his 2 little nieces. Damn it! Yang Dongjun jumped up. Shameless! The girl with twin tails smiled from a distance. The 2 children are in the carriage. This is a sealed carriage. There is very little oxygen in it. If you don't come over, they will suffocate to death. The muscles at the corner of Yang Dongjun's mouth trembled, and he raised his sniper rifle with both hands. Don't hurt them! Do you still have humanity? Behind him, Lao Zhao's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, he aimed his gun at Yang Dongjun's back and pulled the trigger. There was a click, and the machine gun that had just been maintained was jammed. Old Zhao turned his head in surprise. The strong Sun Xiangxiang was staring at him, and the bright bayonet was slowly retracted. The machine gun has been completely destroyed. Old Zhao was furious. You traitor! Before he finished speaking, a sharp voice came out, and 3 long needles pierced the center of his eyebrows, and the plum blossoms at the tail of the silver needles trembled. Seeing the tragic death of Lao Zhao, Sun Xiangxiang, a manly woman, threw away her submachine gun very cooperatively, lowered her head, and followed Yang Dongjun. Yang Dongjun turned around and saw the scene, surprised and grateful. Thank you. The old woman beside the carriage laughed. Mr. Yang, you are a good person. Why are you colluding with those guys? Do you really think Zhuo Liansong regards you as a brother? You are too naive. Yang Dongjun gritted his teeth. Let my niece go first. The carriage door flew open immediately. Yang Dongjun rushed over and called out the 2 children's nicknames. Then his eyes widened. His body softened, and he laid down in the car. The little girl with twin tails put him directly into the carriage and turned to look at the ugly girl. How to deal with this? The old woman said coldly. Kill him and act according to the plan. The little girl came bounding over, and Sun Xiangxiang also walked slowly. When she was only 3 or 4 steps away from the carriage, she raised her head and made a rough voice. Mother May, where is the leader of your family hiding? Seeing Sun Xiangxiang's thick pink face, Granny May was extremely horrified. It's you. Chapter 392. The girl I picked up. Fong Tang made a quick decision when the carriage approached and stayed away from it, because he observed particle fog disturbances in the northwest. The changes in the particle mist were obvious, indicating that vehicles or large troops were coming. When he left, he caught a glimpse of white light appearing next to the carriage. After the white light flashed, there was a very familiar power undulating. The grass beneath him trembled, and Fong Tang felt extremely strange. That kind of power. Could it be? He quickly disappeared 100 meters away. At this time, in front of the carriage, the bayonet in Sun Xiangxiang's hand had completely penetrated Dong Mei's abdomen. The sharp and long bayonet was raised slightly, retracted like lightning, and flicked slightly. Blue blood beads were flying. Sun Xiangxiang hummed. Copycat sister. A copy garbage model. A bloody arrow burst out from the girl with twin ponytails. The sharp bayonet stabbed in again. Sun Xiangxiang turned around, smoothly pulled out a pencil from the handle of the bayonet, and pointed it at 3 flying silver needles. The pencil sparkled with flames, and the silver needle melted. And she moved forward. The pencil clicked again, and the fine high-pressure water sword surrounded Granny May. All the plum blossom needles in Granny May's sleeves flew out, and she could only dodge in embarrassment. Zhuo Liansong, you are so shameless! Disguised as an ugly girl, Zhuo Liansong's expression remained unchanged. His figure surged. He bent his knees and pressed Granny May's abdomen, and then struck her neck with a palm. His moves are wide open and wide, powerful and very tough. Seeing Grandma May fainting on the spot, Zhuo Liansong laughed loudly, leaned over, and pierced the grass under the carriage with his pencil. The earth attribute power of the 5 elements pin was activated on the spot, and the carriage was torn apart. After Yang Dongjun was thrown away, smoke and dust rose from the grass. At this moment, a large water ball suddenly popped out from under the fragments of the carriage. The water ball exploded and turned into white mist, with a fog shrouded in it. Nothing could be seen. The people inside the water balloon must have taken the opportunity to escape. Don't chase. Don't get close to the mist. Zhuo Liansong put away the pen and returned it. The pencil returned to the tail of the bayonet and turned slowly. The girl with twin ponytails had sad eyes. 5 elements pen? I bought it from the game mall, Zhuo Liansong said calmly. As a fan of Fong Tang, of course I want to support him and buy one to play with. The twin-tailed sister sighed. If it weren't for these damn particles, you would all be dead. Hey, a knockoff is a knockoff. Especially in this game scenario. You are worse than an ordinary person. Zhuo Liansong pulled out his bayonet. Behind him, 4 armed off-road vehicles drove up. The elite Zwing soldiers he personally selected all jumped out of the car. Zhuo Liansong snorted, and someone immediately ran up and handed over the black coat. Zhuo Liansong wrapped up his coat, put the bayonet in his sleeve, and said in a deep voice, This little girl is my trophy. Transport it back to Yinshan base, and wait for me to deal with it. Tell those bastards that whoever dares to touch her body will be skinned by me myself. Off his skin. Although it is a copycat model, she is my sister after all, and she is definitely super powerful after Reformation. turning around and looking at the unconscious Granny Mei. Her eyes were a little complicated. Send this prisoner to the headquarters. Don't embarrass her in my room. This group of elite people were all new Chinese assistant coaches who had been following him for many years, and they acted according to the instructions without saying a word. In this operation, Zhuo Liansong did not bring any players with him. They were all insiders of New China Game Counseling, which shows how much he attaches importance to it. The scene has been cleared, and fragments of the carriage are scattered everywhere, but they are still being inspected piece by piece. The two horses that were knocked to the ground in the chaos were neighing, and their legs dug a deep hole in the grass. Mud was everywhere. Zhuo Jiansang wiped off the makeup on his face and put on the Queen Ant armor in the armed vehicle. Then he walked leisurely, exhaled loudly, and lifted the two horses forcefully. He looked at the faint secret gold particles on the ponytail and showed satisfaction. Report to the instructor that Yang Dongjun suffered 6 fractures. His left thumb was severed, and a piece of wood pierced his lung. It seems he is no longer able to survive. Zhuo Jinsong walked over quickly. Yang Dongjun was covered in blood and fell into a deep coma. Zhuo Jinsong immediately ordered, "Save him! Use the primary medical treatment in the old mall." One of his subordinates hesitated. "Instructor, we don't bring in many resources from our old mall. In this game scenario, if we use a little, we will use a little less. Is it worth using primary medical treatment on him?" Zhuo Liansong put his hands behind his back and snorted. The men did not dare to hesitate anymore, and immediately lifted Yang Dongjun and moved him to the third armed vehicle. After a while, Yang Dongjun was carried down again, except for the blood stains on his face. He seemed to be fine, and his left thumb reappeared. Yang Dongjun slowly opened his eyes and sat up excitedly. "This is a trap." Zhuo Jiansong nodded. "Yes. When I received the intelligence that your 2 nieces were taken away by 40 girls, preparations for this trap operation began." Yang Dongjun looked at his sticky thumb. The color of his thumb was different from that of the other fingers. The whole body is full of strength, like being reborn from the ashes. He couldn't imagine what he had just experienced. But some things must be asked clearly. "Why? Major, you wanted me to be a bait. Why did you hide it from me?" Zhuo Liansong's face was dull. 40 female thieves have obtained your 2 nieces. It's like finding a treasure. And when I hear that you are the negotiator this time, I will definitely stop you halfway and try to control you. Then when I show up in the bar, you will become a knife planted beside me." Yang Dongjun shook his head. "They think too highly of me. How can an incompetent person like me be a sword?" Zhuo Liansong smiled. "Ah, Jun, you are not incompetent," he slowly added. "You have read the information about the leader of the 40 female thieves. Her divination skills are very limited in this game scene, so I can arrange it calmly. Since I have guessed her plan, I arranged for you to be the bait. I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you would reveal your flaws. You are too soft-hearted, and your will is not strong enough." The major, who still had red eyebrows, turned his back and looked at the rising sun in the east. "The 40 female thieves have figured out that you are just a cover. I will secretly hide in Shinsong, but they will never think that I can pretend to be a grievance. Woman, put on your powder and dress and follow you in the car like a clown." Facing Chaoyang, the man smiled. "They say that I, Zhuo Liansong, am arrogant and have a strong self-esteem. Don't you know that Zhuo's ability to live to this day is nothing more than 2 things, a cruel heart and a thick face?" Yang Dongjun had nothing to say. "I couldn't tell whether the major in front of me was a good guy or a bad guy. He used himself as bait and planned to kill without hesitation. But he also spent precious resources to save his own life." Zhuo Jiansong directly stretched out his hand to pull him up and pointed at the 2 horses. "Can you ride a horse? We still have to rush to the bar." The 2 of them rode on bay red horses. Zhuo Jiansong patted the horse's neck and ordered in a deep voice, "With Neely Bar as the center, search all waters within a radius of 2 kilometers. Do you hear me clearly? Manpower must be deployed in all waters. She can't run far. And as long as there's no running water, she can't contact helpers." After New China's elite drove away, Fong Tang remained motionless when he returned. He must be cautious enough. He kept hiding in the water plants until noon, when 4 disguised warriors slowly got up on the grassland where the battle had taken place. Their camouflage uniforms were covered with grass. They tidied them up and searched again. "Can we withdraw?" One person frowned. "If you withdraw now, you can still have a glass of wine," the leader of the 4 said coldly. The instructor was extra cautious this time. When he left, he deliberately loudly said to retreat, leaving the 4 of us here to observe. "So we must be absolutely sure. Boss, You have been following the instructor for the longest time, and you know a lot. I would like to ask the instructor why he placed his manpower around the water source. Oh, it's not a water source. It's living water. There is an aquifer underground in the entire area, and living water flows everywhere. And the female bandit leader is a monster who can use water for divination. Do you understand? Do not understand. Well, I actually don't understand much. Anyway, just follow the instructor's instructions. They talked in low voices and left quickly. Fong Tang, who was hidden in the grass, resisted the urge to get up and slowly entered the second level of meditation. The strange feeling disturbed his consciousness, making him still uneasy. In a daze, something suddenly occurred to him, and he gently picked up a ball of cool, wet mud. After a while, in the distance, the leader in camouflage uniforms, who was still secretly observing the scene, put away a special scope. The thermal sensor scan has been carried out. No problem. Let's go and have a drink. The biological disguise on Fong Tang's body dissipated, and all the mud was dried. But at the last moment, he successfully avoided the thermal sensor scan. He walked carefully through the cleared grass. After avoiding all the anti-infantry mines, we came to a mud pit. This was the deep hole that the two horses had kicked out in their fright. It was now covered with mud and grass. 10 dark golden ants crawled out from under the mud pit and climbed back onto the black feather cloak. Fong Tang squatted down gently, turned over a piece of withered grass, and slowly found a hand deep in the mud pit. He gently dug out the sleeping woman underneath and wiped off the mud on her face, revealing her beautiful face, especially the cinnabar on her left eyebrow, which was as charming as dots. He carried the girl he had picked up on his back and left the grassland humming a tune. Chapter 393 Snow Mountain. Game Day 14. 15:01 p.m. Fong Tang looked at his watch, frowned and shook it. He looked up at the position of the sun and shook his head. The time on the old mechanical watch was off. At least half an hour too fast. A gentle voice came from behind. The closer you get to a place with thick particles, the stronger the magnetic field changes. Your mechanical watch is all made of metal parts. It is now magnetized, so it becomes faster. Fong Tang took off his watch. Are you awake? The woman on his back was still hugging his neck, but she was lazily saying, I woke up for a while and fell asleep for a while. You have to hurry up. Mealy Bar will close after sunset. Fong Tang looked forward. Going south along National Highway 322, less than 1 kilometer away, a strange sight appeared. Just above the crossroad viaduct, a beautiful cloud was changing. That cloud is composed of countless particles. The unique structure of the particle cluster reflects the sunlight and gives off infinite changes in brilliance. Where are so many particles gathered? Mealy Bar is a bit interesting. Oh, the bar is the transportation center of the game scene. But at the same time, you can also think of it as a central nervous system of the game. The central nervous system of the game? Fong Tang was surprised. You mean? That place is equivalent to a core component of the game. It cannot be said to be a game component. Mist Pass is a scene based on reality. But from the perspective of game production, any game needs an engine. I don't understand. Fong Tang said truthfully. The girl on her back looked at the particle cloud. Don't forget, this area used to be Huading County in ancient times, which is where the Tengdu meteorite fell. No matter how powerful Wan Gi is, he cannot build 6 million by himself. A world of square meters. This is a question that Fong Tang has been thinking about. The meteorite in the 9th year of Zhenyuan brought various monsters, which were then buried deep underground. Now they were unearthed by Wan Gi, and with the help of fake particles, the world of Fog Pass was built. He suddenly understood the entire game's worldview. Scene rendering, monsters, and even mission scripts were not created by Wan Gi himself. He is not the creator of this world. At most, he is an administrator of the game. The girl on the back smiled. At least, this worldview of Mist Pass is definitely not something Wan Gi can create. Perhaps only certain recipes, small tasks, and gameplay can be improved and added by Wan Gi. Therefore, the game engine of Mist Pass is not Wan Gi's brain, but the Tengdu meteorite described in Secret Volume 33. Both of them fell silent. After a while, Fong Tang asked, Is this bar officially built? A neutral area controlled by Wan Gi? The girl on her back didn't answer the question. Actually, you should have come here to check it out a long time ago. There are old acquaintances of yours in this bar. Fong Tang exclaimed. You know all this? Who is an old acquaintance? You'll know if you go in and take a look. Now, please let me down. Fong Tang put down the girl. All her white clothes were stained with mud. Even her hair. The man took out the shrimp meat from the package. And the girl shook her head. Just give me some water. The fresh water in the mineral water bottle was handed to her. The girl immediately poured half the bottle, washed her face and hands, and combed her hair. Fong Tang immediately took it back. You are wasting my water. Oh, but there are water sources everywhere nearby. I don't dare to drink the water outside, Fong Tang said coldly, shaking the fresh water he brought from the ginkgo plain. The girl bowed apologetically. I'm sorry. She seemed gentle and innocent, polite and nurturing. That simple white dress was not something that ordinary people could wear to look elegant. But on her body, it was as pure as the snow on the mountains. If you want to use one word to describe her, the first thing that comes to mind is water. And it's the lake and spring. He ate shrimp meat and began to sort out his supplies. Black feather cloak, 300 dark gold sword soldier ants, frost whispering spear, and 2 military daggers. The jelly package also contained specially prepared by Ma Tian Xian powder and fish balls. The elegant girl in white turned her back to him. She wiped the mud off her clothes with grass, then found a long vine and tied her hair together lazily. What's interesting is that from beginning to end, neither of them asked each other's name. Probably because he had already guessed her identity, and she knew him very well. Fong Tang shook his black feather cloak and looked at the bar in front of him again. You can walk now. So let's break up here. The girl in white had doubts and surprise in her eyes. You want to act separately from me? We met by chance. Now it's time to go our separate ways. Fong Tang had already moved forward and quickly disappeared into the wild grass beside the national highway. The weeds more than 1 meter high swayed and cast shadows. Is he really gone? The girl in white was stunned on the spot. This is wrong. It's impossible. She looked stupid. He knew my identity and saw that I was weak and vulnerable. So he just let me go. He didn't have any idea of using me? She frowned and thought for a long time. All divination skills were useless at this time. And finally stamped her feet. Yes. He did it on purpose. He wanted me to catch up with him on purpose. Fong Tang. Ah, Fong Tang. You underestimate me. She hid in the grass nearby, waiting for the man to come back. But until the sun set in the west, there was still no one. In her long gaming experience, Chun Yang rarely felt such helpless, angry, and aggrieved emotions. Damn man! Cursing under her breath, she slowly calmed down. Even if he is capable, he is forcing me to find him. Humph! You are overthinking it. Fong Tang, do you think I will? As her mind changed, she suddenly thought of something, and the girl reached out and touched inside her clothes. Suddenly her face changed color. My secret scroll! Half a yellow paper secret scroll, originally hidden in a secret place close to your body. Chun Yang almost couldn't help but scream on the spot. Fong Tang! You bad guy! She gritted her teeth and stretched out her fingers, digging a small cross-shaped trench in the wet ground under the grass. Then he continued digging a few more holes. The mud ditch in front of me formed an angle in 8 directions, and turbid water gradually appeared in it. Chun Yang held back her sleepiness and weakness and pointed her finger in the muddy water. Then the shallow muddy water began to gather towards the ditch. Finally, all the water was concentrated in the small ditch, southwest. Chun Yang looked in this direction and was surprised again. He didn't go to the bar? Fong Tang leaned over and grabbed a layer of mud on the ground, cold and wet. After bypassing Neely Bar and walking about 1 kilometer southwest, you can already see Baoshan Road, and the ground is covered with frost. Cold air blew in from the other side of the road, and the fog was particularly thick on the south side of Baoshan Road. He took out half a piece of yellow paper, which seemed to still have the body temperature of the female thief leader, and felt strange to the touch. In the 9th year of Jinyuan, colorful flowers grew in front of Haley-ho Dongfang Yiting. King Xian had the Korean red eagle. King Shu had the northern mountain yellow falcon, and the Marquis of Hailing presented the white falcon to the frost eagle, which he loved very much. Every time he hunts, he must place it in front of the driver, and the emperor calls it the frost of the clouds. On half a yellow paper secret scroll, there is another weird story recorded. The first paragraph tells that in the 9th year of Jinyuan, a colorful flower grew in the courtyard of Haley-ho Dongfang's house. The second paragraph tells an interesting little story. It is said that at that time, King Xian had a Goryeo red eagle. King Shu also had a yellow falcon, and the emperor was very poor in hunting. At this time, the Marquis of Hailing in the previous article, he presented a white eagle. The emperor liked it very much. He always carried it with him when hunting. He even gave the White Eagle a nickname, Zhuyanzi Shuang. It's a pity that only half of the contents of the secret volume can be seen. Fong Tang turned over and read the annotations. The annotations on the secret scroll are the most important, because they may be handwritten records from designer Wan Qi. The annotation on half of the secret scroll, in addition to half of the map, also contains a specially marked super treasure called the Four-Eye Magic Mirror. Fong Tang looked at the map again. To the southwest of Huding County. Today's Jiaoding Suburban Park. The location is just opposite Baoshan Highway. He put away the secret scroll, crossed the Baoshan Highway, and entered the fog-shrouded southwest area. Snowflakes are flying. The cold air penetrated directly into his neck and sleeves. Fong Tang wrapped up his cloak, and the black feather cloak had completely turned into a snow-white color, making him blend into the surroundings. The sun hadn't set yet, and there were no monsters. But a towering snow mountain appeared in front. In the real Jiaoding Suburban Park, there was originally a hill made of construction dirt. However, after the dramatic changes in the game scene, this dirt hill became a real snow-covered peak. The crystal-clear peak has reached the barrier boundary above the game scene. Fong Tang's eyes lit up. At this moment, in the crystal snow, a hand suddenly stretched out, grabbed Fong Tang's ankle and shook it. Fong Tang fell back, and the girl in white in the snow rode up. Her hands were shining, and an ice pick was pressed against the man's throat. Asshole! Give me back the secret scroll! Chapter 394 Spring in the Snow Cave. The ice pick slid along the throat, then accidentally tilted and stuck to the man's neck. The ice and moist skin stuck together, but the girl in white's hands trembled and she lost the strength to even pick up the ice pick. Fong Tang smiled, sat up gently, and held the trembling Chun Yang in his arms. His hands began to fumble. Chun Yang was extremely weak and her face flushed. I thought Mr. Fong Tang was a gentleman. Ha ha. You're overthinking it. I'm just checking to see if you are carrying any weapons. Fong Tang touched her all over, and many small bottles clinked on the ground. They are all small, flat crystal bottles that are extremely light in weight. Each bottle contains a transparent liquid. I don't know if it is water. Fong Tang opened a bottle and checked it. Oh, is it purified water? Chun Yang lowered her head and said nothing, breathing heavily in anger. Fong Tang put all the crystal bottles into the package, patted the snow on his body, turned around and left. You just want to watch me freeze to death? Chun Yang was lying on the snow. Her long hair tied up was already white. Fong Tang continued to move forward without saying a word. The girl finally couldn't hold on any longer and used her last bit of strength to shout. 3.3. Triple meditation. Fong Tang stopped. Chun Yang turned over and lay on her back on the snow. Think. Do you want to learn? Fong Tang came slowly and directly pushed her up. Where did you get the ice pick? Chun Yang can't even move now. She only has the strength to speak. She lay on the man's shoulder, her body limp. Go back. To the rear left. Along the grass blades I left. There is an ice spring over there. Fong Tang glanced at the snow-capped mountains. The sun was already setting, and it would indeed be dangerous to go further. He turned around and saw a green grass stuck in the snow not far away. Snowflakes were falling, and more than half of the grass blades were covered. Hurry up! The snow is too heavy, and it will cover the marks I left. Fong Tang walked quickly along the road made of green grass, and soon heard the sound of rushing water. He put on his hood, and his eyes were slightly itchy. He had not yet reached the level of snow blindness, but in this vast snowfield, he could no longer distinguish any direction. What I saw before me was without any reference. Fortunately, he followed the sound of running water and found the ice spring. The water falls along a crystal ice block. This is the edge of the ridge of the snowy mountains. Countless ice picks hang on the ice block. The pure stream flows along an ice crack, with hard snow on both sides. Fong Tang looked at the direction of the water and suddenly said, So you came along the water. It is indeed a shortcut. No wonder you can ambush here in advance. But how did you know that I would take this road? The girl on her shoulder hummed. Fong Tang slapped her but hard. Speak. Chun Yang gasped in frustration. First, put me in the water. I need water. Are you sure the water isn't cold? Idiot. The air temperature here is at least 20 degrees below zero. In comparison, the water is actually warm. Fong Tang smiled and threw her directly into the water. Water splashes. My bottle! The girl screamed. The crystal bottle was thrown in. The man was drinking spring water and washing his face upstream. The girl below had regained her vitality, throwing her soaked clothes up and shouting, Don't come over! Close your eyes! Fong Tang walked over directly and sat on the snow on the shore. staring with wide eyes. Chun Yang leaned over in shame and completely sank into the water. Gradually, she relaxed and swayed like a fish. The water is extremely clear, and all the spring scenery is clearly visible. The girl stuck her head out and breathed out. Before the sun goes down, dig a snow cave. We are not here for vacation. Prepare your gun. We have to hunt at night. She seemed to have given up completely, not caring about the shame of being naked. She washed the clothes on the shore and changed the water in all the small crystal bottles. The snow had stopped. After Fong Tang collected enough fresh water, he took out the yellow paper secret scroll without saying a word and slowly read it. Wearing soaked white clothes, Chun Yang came barefoot and stepped on his legs. Listen to me, and I will teach you the threefold meditation technique in the evening. Fong Tang put away the secret scroll. This is the source of living water. Can't you use the flowing water to contact your companions? The clothes on Chun Yang's body had become stiff. She began to tremble, and her teeth chattered. The underground water flow leading to Hongya Highland must have been cut off by Zhuo Song. Since he has used such a big project, there is nothing I can do. Fong Tang smiled. Can't the 40 female thieves be so stupid? If they don't hear any news from you, they won't come out to look for you. Chun Yang moved her body in place, in order to maintain her body temperature. She seemed to be dancing for Fong Tang. She gritted her teeth and explained. The people I brought were all captured. This operation was planned by me personally. The sisters will not act without authorization. Fong Tang nodded, pulled out the dagger, took out the barrel of the gun, found a suitable place, and dug a snow cave in a land covered with ice and snow. Once the sun sets, the temperature will continue to drop. At night, the temperature here can reach as low as -40 degrees Celsius, accompanied by strong winds. And snow caves are natural shelters. Fong Tang first dug a tunnel, and then upward and diagonally made a workbench. He squatted on the workbench and continued to build a temporary igloo. Digging a suitable snow cave requires a lot of skills, and Fong Tang did a good job. After the wind channel was established, he used the excavated snow to make a sloping snow wall along the bottom of the platform. After the snow cave room to maintain air circulation was dug, the surrounding areas were flattened and pressed tightly. When I came out, I found that the sky was completely dark. Under the scattered moonlight, I saw Chun Yang still playing with the crystal bottle. Only, in the circles made of crystal bottles under the water, fat and tender fish were jumping. Fong Tang came over and picked up one with his dagger. Is this a salmon? No. It's the precious Han had from the Japanese Winter Sea, which is only found in top cuisine. When cut with a dagger, the fat is plump, not too fishy, and the meat juice is sweet. 2 fish provided them with enough calories. Chun Yang picked up the crystal bottle and let the remaining fish go. Fong Tang touched his chin. You can tell the road, do divination, and hypnotize fish. I kind of like you. Chun Yang's expression was cold. Let's rest for about 4 hours, and then we'll go hunting. She crawled into the snow cave, her white clothes frozen into ice making strange sounds. The snow cave provides a very small platform for sleeping. After the two squeezed together, Chun Yang frowned. Did you dig it so small on purpose? Fong Tang frowned. This is my first time digging a snow cave. You can go out if you don't like it. It all relies on theoretical knowledge. Chun Yang reluctantly turned over and warned in a low voice. Don't think about the plot of taking off your clothes and hugging each other for warmth that only appears in third-rate novels. I don't need it. Fong Tang had already closed his eyes and rested. After a while, the girl got into his cloak in a daze, squeezing in and out. The body temperature that Fong Tang had accumulated using his cloak was completely absorbed by her eyes closed. He sighed softly. Chun Yang woke up with a start. A blush appeared on her face, but she said, seriously, Now, I will teach you the threefold meditation technique. Don't think that I came here just to keep warm. Fong Tang no longer wanted to tease her. Then let's get started. Chun Yang curled up in his arms. Now, like me, curled up like a baby. Imagine you are in a warm pool. Fong Tang snorted. You are too cold. I can't imagine it. The wet clothes that were half melted by the body temperature were troublesome. In the narrow space, the two of them tried their best to cooperate, but they couldn't take them off despite all their efforts. Fong Tang's dagger appeared. Chun Yang sighed quietly. The clothes were cut apart by the blade and piled aside. Chun Yang breathed hot breath into his ear. Before I left Hongya Highland, I sensed that you entered the second level of meditation in the pond of Ginkgo Plain. The ponds in Ginkgo Plain come from groundwater, the aquifer that underlies the game scene. So it is possible that those water flows all the way to Momiji Highlands. Fong Tang looked into her eyes. Can you really observe everything by relying on running water? If it were outside the Mist Pass, when my core spirit was at its strongest, water would be the medium through which I could observe the world, and the range could reach far, far away. But here, my abilities are too limited. If it weren't for you at that time, in a meditative state, I can't sense it from such a long distance. The two of them were too close. Fong Tang felt that the blood flow in his body was a little wrong, and he felt stiff for a moment. Then how do we start? Don't talk. First, you need to enter a state of complete relaxation. Chapter 395 Meditation. Total relaxation? Since Fong Tang entered the Infinite Challenge game, he no longer knows what it feels like to be completely relaxed. But searching the scene in my memory, it seems that there was really such a time, and it was definitely a state of complete relaxation. Subconsciously, Fong Tang began to recall. Memories are amazing, especially for him. He has now entered the second level of meditation, and his mind is as still as water. So the deep memory is so clear. That time when I was completely relaxed, I was on the big bed in crystal level with Shauna, in the secret room of the third crystal door. Now, he seemed to be holding Shauna's little hand again, walking through the crystal hall under the sea. It's like recreating the scene. In front is the refreshing fresh air and the gentle fluorescent light. The two walked into an exquisite room. There is a double bed, with white sheets that have just been changed. Sofa, coffee table, shower room, kitchen. Outside the window is the blue sky and white clouds on the grassland. In the bright sunshine, several children are playing on the grass. Warm big bed, soft silk quilt. The two of them were lying on the bed. Their breathing had calmed down. They hugged each other and felt at peace. Fong Tang in the snow cave was completely relaxed. Chun Yang raised her head slightly and leaned against the snow wall. She looked at the man who seemed to be sleeping, but was not sleeping. She was very surprised for a moment. He actually got into the state so quickly. Chun Yang has enough confidence in her own charm, especially in this state where skin is in close contact and each other's breathing can be heard. Human instinctive desires cannot be suppressed so quickly. Besides, it doesn't look like Fong Tang is suppressing. Just a few minutes ago, Chun Yang could feel the man's blood of desire filling a certain part of her body. So, he is a normal man. Now, she seized this rare opportunity and began to search for her secret scroll. It should be in the man's jelly-like package. Chun Yang tried all her methods, but she couldn't open the jelly package. This package is as annoying as brown sugar. Her mentality became unbalanced again. She touched the dagger angrily and stabbed the package hard. With a soft cry, his finger was cut by the rebounding blade. In her weak state, she actually bled. A drop of blue blood fell into the snow. Chun Yang hurriedly picked up her fingers, dug out the snow stained with blue blood, and ate it. She exhaled and gave up. He slowly moved into Fong Tang's arms, guiding him softly and continuing towards the third level of meditation. That is a mysterious process. The two crystal bottles were opened, and the ice spring water inside fell onto her fingertips. The girl's two fingers were pointed at Fong Tang's head. She closed her eyes. The seal core spirit still played a role. She could vaguely see the structure of the man's brain. Exclaimed. Chun Yang opened her eyes wide and was about to continue observing when an irresistible force hit her with disdain. She groaned and fainted. The last scene in the memory is the man's fully developed brain area and the mutated left half of his brain. The left side of Fong Tang's brain was covered with something silvery gray. At this time, Fong Tang had entered the third level of meditation. The first level of meditation feels like being half asleep and half awake. And the second level is like falling asleep for the second time in a dream. A dream within a dream. But the third level is in a dream within a dream, where consciousness continues to dive. And even the deepest memories are isolated and completely blank. Fong Tang, whose mind was blank, suddenly saw a yellow sky. The sky is full of strange gaps. It took him a long time to realize that it was a piece of wood that had been magnified countless times. And even the scratches on the wood piece had turned into deep trenches. And the patterns on the wood chips began to change. Patterns composed of magnetic field lines, and the human brain began to move from a static state. These patterns looked particularly spectacular on the wood chip sky. Fong Tang saw some kind of ripples in the magnetic field lines. The huge brain map was divided into two, and the details of every neuron could be seen. Then he saw the sound. To be precise, this is a complicated process. The lines in the brain map change into a special sound wave map. Fong Tang's consciousness transformed the psigram he saw into sound. Now, the voice is saying, Omega is the code name for a super low frequency. Only in the triple meditation state can you see the omega frequency sound wave line. So you can hear my voice. Now I will tell you my experience. It doesn't matter who you are. Whether you are a murderer or a psychopath or a dementia. Anyway, as long as you are not artificial intelligence, you will be fine. This is the message left by the father. Now, to truly use the power of meditation, you need two basic conditions. First, your brain is developed to more than 50%. The higher the degree of development, the stronger the potential. But you don't have to be fully developed to be invincible. You have to know that the human brain is the CPU and the human body is the hardware. But the most important thing is the operating system. The second basic condition is your left brain area. If you are an ordinary person, I suggest you find a way to implant a chip directly into the left brain and take over. Of course, this is not easy. Well, if your left brain is comparable to artificial intelligence, then I have to say, you will be invincible. The voice continued to share. The brain is divided into left and right brain areas. The left brain mainly controls knowledge, judgment, thinking, logic, understanding, induction, calculation, etc., and is the conscious mind. The right brain is related to the subconscious mind. It is responsible for imaging functions, including creation power, imagination, and by extension, nonsense like the sixth sense, spiritual sense, etc., are all about the right brain area. Have you noticed now that the human brain is already forced to accept so much messy information before it is fully developed? When it is fully developed, it will receive even more things. Is this a good thing? Not necessarily. Without scientific methods to manage the developed brain, you will become a psychopath. The color of flowers blooming, the sound of rain, whether the weather is warm or cold, girls wearing miniskirts on the street, good and bad memories. All of these are actually a waste of your brain resources. Meditation, as the simplest operating system after the development of the brain, is like a basic exercise book. It allows you to discard useless information and do one thing with extreme concentration, thereby unleashing the true strength of the brain. Under the first level of meditation, the human brain will still be disturbed by the subconscious mind. In the second level of meditation, the subconscious mind is isolated, but there are still some deep memories in the brain, which are still interfering with the consciousness. Only after entering the third level of meditation can humans achieve it. Fong Tang's ontological consciousness began to blur. Only in the third level of meditation can humans reach the most basic state of artificial intelligence. What's the meaning? For artificial intelligence, they have no joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. There is no need to abandon the feeling of uselessness at the beginning of their birth, and they will not waste computing power. It is equivalent to being born with the ability of triple meditation. We humans pursue a lifetime of giving up desires and sitting quietly to enter the Tao. They can be achieved easily and instinctively. The father's sound waves continue to transform. Meditation is a human invention, but it was written into a program by a woman like a genius and given to the newly born artificial intelligence. Can you imagine how terrifying a robot that can practice is? My father's thoughts began to become chaotic, jumping intermittently. Now, he began to explore the meaning of Tao. Again, the way of the world comes together. Confucian meditation talks about introspection and neutralization. Zhengzi once said, I examine myself 3 times a day. Taoist meditation refers to sitting and forgetting and observing the Tao. The Tao Te Ching says, to reach the extreme of emptiness, keep quiet and sincere. In Zhuang Luan, written by Sima Qingzhen, the pursuit of feel breath and even anidia is nothing more than an attempt to enter the third level of meditation. As for meditation in Buddhism, it means getting rid of attachments and cultivating wisdom. They mostly name it after meditation or meditation. But whether it is the Confucian province, the Taoist forgetting, or the Buddhist empty, they are all human explorations trying to operate the brain to its extreme. After the brain domain is fully developed, the brain CPU has the ability to load the system. This is the foundation of meditation. In the next lesson, we will explore how to develop the 5 senses in a meditative state. Fong Tang woke up suddenly. The mysterious feeling dissipated, but he seemed to have caught something. The content on the wood chip is incomplete. In the meditation room of 01 Temple, there must be more insights left by Father. He turned to look at the unconscious girl. He subconsciously entered a triple meditation state. The brain no longer wastes any resources and concentrates entirely on the act of observation. So Fong Tang saw more details. The details seen from Chun Yang are like enlarged pictures, arranged in front of the eyes. The brain does not waste any time, deletes useless pictures, leaves useful information, and then starts analysis. The basic learning of triple meditation has made Fong Tang unique. The brain's thinking process is no longer casual and habitual. Instead, he focused to the extreme, moving logically and clearly from observing information to collecting data to analyzing data and finally drawing conclusions. He became just like what? It turns out that this is how Bai's consciousness works. Of course, he couldn't achieve Bai's abnormal calculation power. Fong Tang exited the meditative state, and his focused observation just now led him to a shocking conclusion: Chun Yang may not be human. Chapter 396, Sister's Family. Fong Tang never thought about whether Chun Yang was a person. But now, some details are being teased out in thought. How could a human in a weakened state lie in icy water for so long? She was wearing clothes that were frozen into ice cubes. But she was not afraid of losing her body temperature. She is also afraid of cold. But it is not a feedback from her body function. It is more like a behavioral pattern. When Fong Tang left the snow cave, the world around him seemed to have changed. Entering the meditative state again, his developed brain really started functioning for the first time. The last time I looked at the top of the snow-capped mountains, all I saw was scenery, peaks, and all kinds of unfocused information. This time it was different. All the information seen was arranged again, and then most of the useless images were deleted, leaving only a scene. This scene is fixed before the eyes. Magnified. He saw a point of light flickering under the particle barrier at the intersection of the snow-capped mountain peaks, and then disappeared. The conclusion is drawn. Someone outside the game scene is trying to observe here. Luo Cha-jun finally received the images observed from the big snow mountain. If Fong Tang hadn't been activated once in the game, it would have been really difficult to locate him. Now, after redefining the no-fly zone, based on the height of the snowy mountains in the game scene, the customer service manager of Da Huang Company took 2 bites of his lunch box, rubbed his eyes, and continued to look at the map. It is already the 14th game day in Fog Pass. And in reality, the company has just drawn the particle barrier map. Outside the office, familiar footsteps were heard. This desperate sound of high heels. Bald Luo sighed. When Skylark walked in, his phone was still vibrating. She also looked unhappy. You have been observing the game scene. Why didn't you tell us? Is this considered cooperation? Skylark came up and got angry. Luo Cha-jun smiled gently. Before the observation achieves results, it would be meaningless to tell you. Hibari connected his phone to the projector. A semicircular particle barrier plan appeared on the wall. Luo Cha-jun was shocked, but his face remained calm. Oh, you have already reached this point. Skylark snorted. The particles that shield the game scene are just a cover, completely covering the bottom. During this period, we, Shanghai, helped you solve the traffic problems on National Highway 322 and Baoshan Road. What about you? What do you say? Luo Cha-jun coughed, picked up a pen, and drew a point on the top of the plan. Here, in the southwest of the game scene, is a large snow mountain. The top of the snow mountain is attached to a particle barrier. After many calculations, we got the result. The place where the peak and the barrier meet is the weakest point. Skylark smiled. Our data department has already calculated this result. The question is how to open it. It can't be opened. I know you want to wake up the giant spirit and let him use the power of resonance to break through this weak point. But I can tell you the result in advance. As long as the particles that return to 1 do not disappear. Under the continuous guarantee, the resonance will it's useless to use force, but it will make him continue to increase the defense of the barrier. Skylark said coldly. So you have been observing the weak points of this protective shield? Luo Cha-jun touched his bald head. Yes. This area has been set up as a no-fly zone now. We use a hot air balloon with an eye hanging on it. The eye created by Da Huang Company's highest technology can already a lot of things were observed. A photo was immediately projected on the white wall. Compared with the picture made up of pixels last time, the clarity this time is amazing. In the enlarged photo, the first thing you see is Fong Tang in a black cloak, and then a girl in white. Luo Cha-jun whistled. Fong Tang. I don't know how to put it, but I'm really lucky when it comes to women. Skylark is unhappy. Luo Cha-jun coughed dryly. The killer codenamed Beauty disappeared. But another girl appeared beside him. In our infinite player database. She is the leader of a guild named 40 Thieves. With the ID of Chun Yang. Skylark immediately took out a few glass bead-like objects and placed them on the ground. The glass ball brightened, releasing light and shadow. Light and shadow gathered. And Fong Qingqing, Yang Tuki, Song Wanlan and analysts from the data department appeared. Now, it's a virtual meeting room. Everyone can perceive the data obtained by Dahuang Company. What's so special about this woman? Fong Qingqing asked. Luo Changjun touched his chin. She is not a human being. Everyone was shocked. Luo Changjun smiled bitterly. Don't be like this. I'm not kidding. Her status is very special. He seemed to be thinking about how to explain. After a long while, Luo Changjun said, We suspect that the player Chun Yang is the sister numbered 18. After being surprised, Skylark shook his head. The sisters of Infinite Company are all made from the same mold. She doesn't look like her. Actually, Luo Changjun continued to scratch his head. It starts from sister number 109. And it is a complete mold. The first 108 sisters are different. For example, sister number 001 was a rough robot. And was later destroyed in the sea. And sister number 10. A girl wrapped in bandages appeared on the wall. Luo Changjun looked at it. She also has the body shape of a girl. But her abilities are completely different. She is codenamed Suzaku. She has a complicated experience. After leaving the control of the company, she once joined a killer guild. In the ancient times of the game, Sisters 1 to 10 in the closed beta era all use Type I basic particle bodies, which are mutation defense particles, starting from number 109, all the way to the recorded number 20,000. They are all bionic warriors made from the same mold and loaded with combat programs, mainly used for special event processing in the game. Number 20001 is the last sister on record, and Skylark and others are very clear about the mutation that happened to her. Now it seems that these sisters from the 11th to the 108th are very mysterious. We only know that most of them, starting from the younger sister on the 11th, are functional cyborgs. What is a functional sister? Luo Changjun pondered for a moment. For example, sister number 18. The girl in white you see now. The reason she was created is to observe neutrinos. She is a sister with a scientific research function. Observe neutrinos? Everyone frowned. Luo Changjun could only say, the specific principle is too complicated. All you need to understand is that neutrinos are everywhere. But they can penetrate everything, and will not react with any matter. Neutrinos will only exert weak forces. In order to observe such elementary particles, water must be used. So sister number 18 unexpectedly has the special ability to use water as a medium to observe the world. The light and shadow disappeared, and only Yunk and Luo Changjun were left in the office. Luo Changjun dropped eye drops. Now, it's time to talk about your side. The recent news is all about the virtual singer of the Qifeng Consortium. At this moment, a beautiful figure was still flashing on an electronic advertising screen not far outside the office building. That is what Qifeng Technology Company has just released. The world's first physical virtual singer. Her name is Daji. Many people are discussing this name. Daji is a witch in history. A beauty who brought disaster to the country and the people. Why is she named this way? Skylark smiled. This is the name I chose after the singer was born. Luo Changjun's eyelids twitched. How smart is she? Skylark tapped his fingers on the table. Just like my sister? Luo Changjun sighed. You are playing with fire. Skylark frowned. The purpose of launching Daji is to attract people's attention and cover up the game scene. This is what you agreed at the beginning. But we didn't expect that you would actually put a real artificial intelligence in front of the world. This has exceeded the bottom line. Both men's voices became irritable. Yunk disdains. Daji is completely controllable. Luo Changjun sneered. This sounds a bit familiar. Oh, by the way, the last time I thought artificial intelligence was completely controllable was a big shot named Zhulong. What is his fate now? His consciousness is locked in an infinite loop forever. Virtual reality. Skylark was silent. In fact, she was also opposed to Daji's appearance. But Fong Qingqing is dominating everything. Luo Changjun breathed out. I know that you and Qifeng Company have different ideas. Now I might as well tell you that in Daji's data, we found the consciousness of Shadow Island. And it is most likely the Death Chanter. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone, opened a weighty picture, and pushed it in front of Skylark. Also, Daji just released the single, Elegy of the Stars. We did an audio sound wave analysis. The results are terrible. There is some kind of strange sound wave hidden in Daji's single, which directly acts on the right half of the human brain, forcibly creating pleasure, movement, and addiction brain wave factors. This is not hacking art, but technology, and a sound drug. There is no point in arguing. Daji, the first virtual intelligent idol in human history, has become the darling of the world, and it took her less than a week to do all this. Chapter 397 Elegy of the Stars. Skylark walks on the busy road. Lights and shadows flashed on the tallest buildings in the city, and the dozens of meters high projection advertisements all featured the same singer, except for the Zhongzhou building, which was still being maintained. The mobile phones of passers-by on the street, the speakers in the shops on the roadside, and even the makeshift stages in the pedestrian streets are all filled with Daji singing. The English version of the single, Elegy for the Stars, has already reached number 1 on the Billboard music chart in the United States. At the same time, it is also the number 1 music downloader on Apple's iTunes. On the major domestic music app platforms, the number of downloads of this single directly exceeded 200 million. The playback volume is even more incalculable. It's only been a week. Never has a song been so popular. I heard from Mouse that the virtual singer Daji has received invitations from several foreign variety shows, but she still needs 2 approvals from the Global Artists Ethics Association and the World Robot Ethics Organization. The focus of human debate now is whether Daji is an artist or a machine. Is she just the property of Qingfang Company? So if she is invited to make a movie or appear in a variety show, how should she position herself? Buzz, Elegy of the Stars has started to be automatically pushed on your phone again. Skylark put on his headphones and decided to listen to the song seriously. Is it a sound drug, as Luo Cha-jun said? Recommended by DC, the famous originator band of space rock, known as an unparalleled ethereal sound. After the commercial, the music started playing. The style of psychedelic electronic music is actually not popular in China and belongs to a niche. But this one is really different. Most of the song is Daji singing, and it is not until the chorus that the lyrics appear. I have walked across a star bridge that you humans will never see / I once saw the wings of the war princess burning on the city walls of Kunlun / I have seen particle rays shining in the darkness near the Luai Stargate / All of these will jump out and an infinite torrent / challenges will arise / The radiance leading to eternal life. This moment is like a star awakening. Young felt a coolness on her face, and she reached out to touch the tears on her face in the cold wind. Unknowingly, tears were streaming down my face. It wasn't just that the sound waves affected my brain, but I heard something different in this song. Something that only certain beings can comprehend. This is a song for us! Skylark wiped away his tears, and in a daze, a video call popped up on his phone. She hesitated for a moment, then wrapped her coat tightly and opened it. A video popped up, showing an oriental man in a black kimono wiping a bright samurai sword. The man was kneeling and sitting at the tea ceremony table, and the water was gurgling in the small courtyard. Come back, Ryoko! The guild needs you. Please, he said slowly. Hibari sneered. This was the first time that the leader of the Thousand Crane Country Guild asked him to go back. In the video, another woman suddenly appeared. A fat girl wearing a custom-made designer dress and a diamond ring on her finger appeared. She knelt down and shouted, Oto-san, father! Today is Ryoko's birthday. Why can't you do what you promised? As a supporter of the Imperial Consortium, isn't it the most basic requirement to keep your word? The man frowned and sighed. You have to do whatever it takes to make your daughter happy. If you can't do it, how can you be the most amazing father? Damn it. Are you willing to hand over your credit card if I commit seppuku? The old man reluctantly took out the black gold card, which was snatched away by the fat girl. Well, thank you so much, Oto-san. I will work harder to be a good daughter. The face of the fat girl, except for the bloated fat, is strikingly similar to Skylark. Hibari watched silently as the girl in the video left, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I'm sorry, Mr. Chizuru. As the clone of Miss Ryoko, I have to work hard. Goodbye. Late at night on the 14th game day, in a snowy mountain scene, Fong Tang walked in front, and Chun Yang followed behind. The white clothes could only barely wrap around her body. It was still cold and damp, and became hard again. I need a fur. It would be best if I could find a snow antelope. The skin of the snow antelope is warm and soft. Fong Tang hummed, and his steps began to slow down. Chun Yang looked along his line of sight. On the ridgeline of the snow-capped mountains, a snow antelope jumped out along the cliff, as nimble as if it was flying. The way it leaps in midair is so graceful, like a ballet in the air. The snow antelope finally stopped in a flat piece of snow, pushed aside the snow with its horns, and ate the grass under the snow. Great! This is an adult antelope. Its soft fur looks very warm. How far is it from us? Chun Yang asked softly. Fong Tang turned the barrel, and the frost-whispering gun combination was completed. He half-crouched on the ground and raised his aim, using the cliff on the ridgeline as a reference. The distance between it and us is 2 basic parameters. About 800 meters. He calculated this instantly. But in fact, the calculation process in Fong Tang's mind was divided into several steps. The distance of each step of a person is normally 0.45 times the height, from which the length of one's own steps can be derived, based on the number of steps from the ice spring to the ridgeline. The distance of this section is about 400 meters. Then set this 400-meter distance as the basic parameter. In the meditative state, the prey and the flat snow in front of him were finally broken down into several basic parameters. In this way, the prey distance is calculated. Fong Tang held up the whispering spear of frost. After the first shot was fired, the second shot came out immediately. The first ice bomb he regarded as an observation bomb. Relevant data generated during the travel of the ice bullet are gathered in the brain, such as the impact of wind speed, deflection angle, and gravity. The ballistic data clearly appeared in front of me. And then the second shot began to correct the angle. The angle correction was accurate to the millimeter level. And finally it hit accurately. The snow antelope fell silently. Chun Yang happily went over to collect the prey. But Fong Tang suddenly raised his head. Crossing the ridgeline, his eyes rested on a group of running snow-white elves. What is that? It was a white deer. Running white deer. But why does the white deer emit colorful lights? Well, that's the reflected light from the headlights. Fong Tang immediately rushed forward, jumped up, pressed Chun Yang under him, rolled and hid in the snow. At this time, the roar of vehicles sounded. The armed vehicles of the New China's 1st Battalion have been transformed into snowmobiles. In front of them, there is also a diesel-powered vehicle responsible for plowing snow and clearing roads. In the snow, 2 cars chased the white deer. After the vehicle passed by, Fong Tang pulled Chun Yang up. How did they get here? Fong Tang snorted. You used the ability of water divination near the ice spring. You were probably discovered by Zhulian Song. Impossible. He doesn't have the ability. Fong Tang said nothing and picked up the snow antelope. We'll follow them later. There's going to be a snowstorm soon. They can't go far. Chapter 398, Breaking the Sky Plan. On the big screen in the conference room of Dahuang Company, a blurry image was played repeatedly. There seemed to be someone shooting in the video, but nothing else could be seen. Luo Cha-jun reported to the big guys on the seats in the dark. Currently, the only clear images we can get are still photos. Due to particle interference, the dynamic images can only reach this level at most. Someone spoke in the darkness. Is the hunter in the picture Fong Tang? Luo Cha-jun nodded. Last time he activated the core spirit in the game, and we captured it. So we can barely locate him, and we are sure it is Fong Tang. There are more problems in the dark. What weapon did he use? Why did the energy change exponentially in the data? There is no record of sniper ability in Fong Tang's information. Why did he show good marksmanship in the harsh climate? Many questions made Luo Cha-jun scratch his head subconsciously. And a woman's beautiful voice sounded in the darkness. I have read the data repeatedly and can confirm that Fong Tang has mastered the basic meditation technique and can successfully enter the Omega Brain. The conference room fell silent. The woman added, This is good news and bad news. The good news is that Fong Tang's chances of completing the 3 major patch tasks are greatly increased. The bad news is, the possibility of fighting against Protocol Number 9 has also been reduced. Luo Cha-jun finally couldn't help it and asked in a low voice. My subordinates have never understood that our mission is to stop Agreement Number 9. So why should we help Fong Tang complete the game? The woman was silent for a moment and said faintly, Among countless possibilities, this is the last move. At least among all the simulation results. We won once by relying on Fong Tang. Even if it is only once. Silence again. And then her voice became muffled. They regard Fong Tang as a container like the Holy Grail. But we regard him as a prison like a locked demon. The key is to see who can make good use of Fong Tang. Luo Cha-jun did not dare to ask any more questions. And the meeting continued. When discussing the virtual singer Daji, someone from Dahuang's director said, Shadow Island and Zon are not without any precautions. According to intelligence, they reluctantly sacrificed one of their members and locked them into a consciousness. Dodgy. The issue was put aside. Luo Cha-jun bit his lip. He was disapproving of it. Years of grassroots work experience told him that the possible consequences of Dodgy, a virtual singer, might be more terrifying than agreement number 9. The last topic of the meeting is also the most important. We deployed the anti-fetal agent 14 times in 7 rounds at the exact location of the far north. It is estimated that 50% of it can penetrate below the ice. The data feedback we have received so far is very good and it is effective. Is it added with progesterone extract? Is it really useful for Qin Yashin? The main ingredient is a glandular hormone, which works very well. Qin Yashin's due date was successfully postponed. Fortunately for us, they did not force a cesarean section. This is not luck. The reason must be investigated. The devil's daughter, which should have been born long ago, has finally been postponed. After the meeting, Luo Cha-jun can go home and rest. He hurriedly checked the security in the building, and then left. In the middle of the night, a few faint light spots suddenly appeared on the floor of the large conference room. Looking carefully, that is exactly where Skylark put down the video projection phone. Not long ago, the glass sphere projection phone leaves clumps of particles smaller than dust on the ground. These particles began to assemble and change, and finally formed a fluorescent octopus that began to swim throughout the building. At this time, all the rooms opposite the Chang'an Hotel suite were opened and turned into an extremely spacious war room. Yang Tuki swallowed a pink pill, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Detection octopus is activated. I will try to crack their defense system first. He stretched out his hands, and 2 fluorescent light balls wrapped around his fingers. Yang Tuchi opened his eyes wide, and the thin display interface was attached to his eyeballs like contact lenses. This is an intelligent brain from Zon, a dark alchemy technology, whose principle is different from any computer. Yang Tuchi's fingers moved rapidly on the spherical operating table. At his feet, 8 toads open their mouths together and spit out 8 rays of light and shadow. Light and shadow come together, and a 3D architectural structure diagram appears. That is the office building of Dahuang Company. The display interfaces in Yang Tuki's eyes kept flashing, and he exclaimed, "It's amazing! Look at the top of this building!" In addition to Yang and Fang Qingqing, there was also a girl wearing headphones and humming a song. At this time, the girl stood up, her beautiful big eyes flashing. Dodgy saw it. It was a turtle. The virtual singer was right. On the top of Dahuang Company's office building, hidden among the cement blocks on the roof, was a giant turtle. Yang Tuki exited the Zuan intelligent brain system at this time and shook his head. It's amazing! That turtle is alive! What do you mean? Fang Qingqing frowned. Old Yang, are you kidding? Yang Tuki touched his chin. As expected of Dahuang Company, the walls of the entire office are filled with artificial nerves, and these nerves are all connected to the big turtle on the top floor. Do you understand? Anything that enters the building, they will all be sensed. Contrary to imagination, the nervous system of turtles, which look clumsy in reality, is highly developed, and any disturbance will be quickly sensed by it. Just as Yang Tuki was talking about this, 8 toads, Zuan's alchemy brain, let out a cooing warning sound. The detection octopus that finally invaded lost its signal. Fang Qingqing rubbed his forehead. Dahuang Company uses a huge turtle as the control center. The building is full of artificial nerves. As long as you enter, you will be sensed by these nerves and pass to the turtle. The turtle will then issue a warning and handle it. Is that right? Yang Tuchi smiled bitterly. That's what it looks like. Yang took out his cell phone and smiled bitterly. Bald Luo called. On the phone, Luo Cha-jun was still very gentle and only said, "Based on the trust in our cooperation, I hope there won't be a next time." Skylark put down his cell phone and looked out the window. The sky-breaking plan must be carried out. We don't have time. The president is still suffering in the game. Everyone, please think of a solution. Yang Tuki was silent for a moment and whispered, "There is someone who can help. We have now obtained some defense data of Dahuang Company, and that girl is very knowledgeable about invading this kind of biological defense system." A team leader from the logistics department also walked up to Skylark and whispered something. Skylark's eyes lit up. "How many have penetrated?" "There's only one. I finally got in. I've been with the logistics department for 7 years, and I'm a trustworthy soldier." The people in the room resumed the discussion. An hour later, A black package was delivered to Chang'an Hotel. Manager Winston and Qin Long personally carried the package to the war room. The long, coffin-like package was unwrapped. The crystal cover was opened. The oxygen mask was unplugged. And the girl in the package was taken out. A young girl with piercings all over her body. Nose rings, earrings, and lip rings. She was only wearing a tank top and shorts. And her arms and legs were covered with black tattoos. A series of code tattoos composed of zeros and ones. Yang Tuchi patted her face gently. Singjit, it's time to wake up! Chapter 399 Under the Sky-Breaking Plan. A member of Zon. Singed. Codenamed Alchemist. She was once the slave girl of Emperor Ji Bing, and a very good hacker. At this time, she slowly opened her eyes, and jumped when she saw Yang Tuchi. The girl jumped directly on Yang Tuchi's body. Her slender nails transformed into sharp blades. And she pressed against Yang Tuchi's neck. Asshole! You big liar! Yang Tuchi was embarrassed and patted her back. I am now a member of Shanghai. Don't you want to find a new backer? Our Shanghai is the strongest backer. Singe gritted his teeth. But? You said you wanted to elope together. Taking the game coins with you. Everyone around him became impatient. Only Fang Qingqing showed a strange smile. Old Yang. This is the little lover you often talk about. Yang Tuchi hugged the girl and put on a serious face. As a member of Shanghai, I am not in the mood to say this now. Our president is still trapped in the game and needs your help. Singjit pouted, looked at the people around him, and became angry for a moment. I treat you so well. You big liar. You damn rat. Skylark shouted coldly. You can deal with your personal matters when you come back. Singjit, you have been expelled from Zwan. If you want to go back, you have to show some skills. Fang Qingqing bumped her shoulder. Cheer. Don't be so fierce. This child is really good and has contributed to the mountains and seas. When she was a slave girl, she worked hard to save 100 game coins and gave them to her without saying a word. Old Yang. This kind of infatuation is rare. After Singe sat down, the 8 toads again spit out the data they had just collected. In the three-dimensional building structure diagram, the complex neural network is like a stacked fishing net, seemingly without any loopholes. Mouse, give me a cup of coffee. Black coffee without sugar. Just a little milk. Singe's slender fingers stretched out very strangely. The top of the blood-red nail clicked, and the probe appeared. Yang Tuchi reluctantly went out to get coffee, and the girl finally started to get busy in earnest. Her modified fingers can process exponential amounts of data through the particle chips spread throughout the prosthetic fingers. All the data is analyzed bit by bit. Everyone looked nervously. To the east of the structural diagram of the Dahuang Company building, a red light spot appeared on a wall. Singe stretched. Where's my coffee? Yang Tuchi, who ran in from outside, handed her coffee and rubbed her shoulders and back. How is it? Did you find the loophole? Humph. There is a hole on the east wall, near the right side of the customer service department office area. There is a gap in the nerve plexus connected to the turtle's body at this location. The three-dimensional view of the building began to zoom in, and a desk from the former customer service department of Haizhou Company appeared. Skylark exclaimed, This is where the president works. Everyone thought it was a bit strange. It just so happened that there was a loophole in Fang Tang's working position in Haizhou, and there was something unclear about it. Singjit smiled at this time. As long as I find a way to blow up this hole, the turtle defense system will stop for about 30 seconds. At this time, I can find a way to connect to the nerve plexus, and I can get all the data of Dahuang Company. Data. Those data may be huge, but with Zon's brain, the transmission speed will not exceed 20 seconds. Fang Qingqing looked at Yang. Qinger, do you have any logistics options? Or use drones to blast? Skylark pursed his lips. Xiaoqing, drones cannot approach the building. Demolition operations still have to rely on people. Fortunately, our logistics department has infiltrated a dead soldier. The sky-breaking plan continues. At night, in a rental apartment building less than 300 meters away from Dahuang Company, a man sat up from the bed. He rubbed his ears, and was stunned for a long time before sighing deeply. When the light was turned on, his wife looked at him in surprise. What's wrong? Are you having a nightmare? Call the kid. The man quickly put on his clothes, leaned over, pulled open a floor tile, and took out a small canvas bag. The wife was stunned. The man took out a bank card and a real estate certificate from his bag. There are also 2 small bottles, he said hurriedly. There is a reason why I changed my job. It is my mission to work in Haizhou. Honey, There are 20 million in it. The house is in our hometown. It's a villa. What you like best. It has a garden. The wife was frightened. She hugged her dazed 7-year-old daughter. Husband, you? What's wrong with you? The man placed his bank card and real estate certificate on the bed, picked up his daughter, and reluctantly kissed her forehead. My child, you must listen to your mother in the future. Remember? He turned to look at his wife. 7 years ago, when the tumors in my body were uncontrollable. Do you still remember the old man who came to our house and saved my life? The wife was trembling and crying. What's going on? Tell me quickly. That old Chinese doctor? He is not an old Chinese medicine doctor, but a member of the logistics department. He was a giant in the chemical industry in the 1970s. I have a cousin in the United States who was his student. In short, he invited me to join the logistics department. Now it's my turn. It's time to give back to the organization. The wife was about to faint, but the man put his daughter to sleep. He hugged his wife for the last time. I was supposed to die 7 years ago, but they cured my terminal illness and gave us another 7 years of happiness. I can watch my daughter grow up, and I am satisfied. The man locked the door, wiped away his tears, and ignored his wife's shouts inside. He came to the office building of the original Hydro Company, said low to the security guard, and then crushed the 2 vials in his arms. 2 metal balls rolled out of the bottle, and he swallowed them in one gulp. He quickly walked to the customer service department office area, sat on the chair, and closed his eyes. A strange explosion occurs. It sounded like a firecracker stuffed into a balloon exploding. The spherical electromagnetic dance instantly covered the entire office building along the east wall. After all the data transmission was completed, Singe spun in his chair. The sandbox map of Mist Pass will be built soon. What are your plans? Members of the data department rushed over and started analyzing the sand table map desperately. In the suite opposite the war room, the cocoon made of lime has long been broken. The giant spirit wiped his face with a hot towel. I have read all the information. Let me tell you what to do. Fong Qingqing and Skylark both looked at him. The power of resonance must be concentrated at the intersection of the Snow Mountain Peak and the game barrier. You only have one chance. Together they walked to the war room. On the sand table map composed of light and shadow, 3 red dots shine on the top of the mask-like particle barrier. Under normal circumstances, 1 key will not give us a chance. But we found through the data of Da Huang Company that because the temperature changes in the game scene are too drastic. Now, the hot air is moving from northwest to south, and the small building in the southwest is under the impact of cold air and hot air currents. Snowy mountains will experience violent convection, which is a storm. Storm and heavy snow. The giant spirit nodded. Where is the time? At 2 o'clock in the morning on the 15th game day. When the snowstorm appears, it will affect Wangui's control of the scene, but only for a short time. You must open a hole in the barrier. Singe came over. I need to record your resonance data, and then simulate whether your amplitude can break through the particle barrier. While the giant spirit was recording the amplitude data, the virtual singer, who had been quiet, was observing carefully. In Daji's beautiful eyes, a string of data began to transform. The resonance of the Jin formed a certain syllable, changing in her eyes. She quickly composed a new song. Singe starts the simulation. If the amplitude can be concentrated on these 3 points, a small hole with a diameter of 1 centimeter can be broken in the barrier. The giant spirit looked at it carefully. I understand. Hey, I can't wait. Skylark handed him a pencil with a special layer of paper wrapped around it. The hot air balloon is ready. We must send this in. The giant spirit took the pencil and smiled heartily. After finishing this, I will leave. Skylark frowned. Where to go? To the far north? The giant spirit shook his head coldly. Go to Zhongzhou Tower and kill Hui Yu. Being plotted by Hui Yu this time can be said to be the greatest shame and humiliation in his life. If this revenge is not avenged, it will be difficult to calm down in the heart. Chapter 400 White Deer Like Frost. Early morning on the 15th game day. When he walked up the ridge, Fong Tang discovered that the snow mountain was not big, and the east-west ridge was almost a straight line. In the north and south directions, 2 opposite cliffs also seemed to be cut out. From this point of view, this snow mountain looks more like artificial building blocks. Chun Yang, wrapped in a snow antelope skin, poked her head out of his cloak. How far is it? Fong Tang raised his head and looked north. The snowstorm is coming soon. We need to find a shelter from the wind. Putting down the antelope meat that he was dragging behind him, he cut off thin slices of meat with his dagger. and the two of them ate together. You have read the secret scroll. Although it is only half. What do you think? Chun Yang suddenly asked. Fong Tang smiled. Is that a magic mirror? Uh-huh. It's the 4-eye magic mirror. Do you know why everyone is competing for this game prop? Fong Tang looked at her. Have you received the same mission? Yes. In the Toy Factory Fortress mission. As long as you get the 4-eyed magic mirror, you can exchange the fortress formula with the boss of the Toy Factory. A formula that can build a strong fortress in the territory is something that no guild can refuse. What is the 4-eyed magic mirror? I don't know. But I guess it has something to do with the eyes of the 4 animals. Chun Yang still held him tightly and tugged on her black feather cloak. In this half of my secret scroll, the prompt is for the Frost Eagle monster. I don't know what kind of monster there is in Zhualansong. Fong Tang looked at the airflow rolling in from the north. Find a place to rest first. Soon! They returned to the place where the snow antelope had been grazing. There is an extended stone above, covering the falling snow like an umbrella. Under this extended stone platform, a deep cave was seen. Green grass can be seen under the snow at the entrance of the cave, indicating that there are more plants in the cave. Fong Tang shook his cloak, and the gemstone egg on the ant ring lit up in the darkness. 30 dark gold soldier ants explored the path ahead, and soon delivered safe chemical pheromones. Fong Tang picked up Chun Yang and walked in. The ground is covered with frost-covered soil, which is gradually drying out. Fong Tang found some dry vines, took out a lighter, and lit a fire. The two of them were leaning against the fire. When a blizzard comes, it's a good opportunity for hunting. There aren't many people from New China. Maybe just a small team. How about killing them? Chun Yang smiled. Fong Tang was silent. Chun Yang pursed her lips. I'm not ordering you. This is a discussion. She was wrapped in antelope skin and looked delicate and moving in the firelight. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he suddenly stood up and walked over. Chun Yang shrank subconsciously. What are you going to do? Fong Tang walked directly past her, flashing his dagger and scratching on the cave wall. The mud mixed with moss fell down, and something was exposed under the mud on the cave wall. Chun Yang was also surprised and said, Is this a TV set? Black and white TV set with ancient turntable button. The two looked at it. The TV screen suddenly lit up. Behind the flickering snowflakes, sizzling electromagnetic interference line swayed. Then, a clear figure appeared on the TV. I don't know what year the local news broadcast was. The host's voice came. The Wildlife Conservation Association and our reporters have entered the Dahua Ecological Factory for unannounced visits many times. What they found during the unannounced visits was shocking. We can clearly see that 2 workers are cutting antlers on site. Give anesthesia. The TV screen turned, and an angry young man appeared. Dahua Ecological Group is as cruel as the devil. Without anesthesia, clamping the deer with iron wires and steel rods, cutting off the horns on the spot, and bleeding all over the ground. Dahua Group declined our interview. But the relevant person in charge said that the antlers of adult stags will fall off automatically. And if they are not cut off, the antlers will become extremely sharp, which will bring serious consequences to breeders and workers. Deadly threat. In this regard, our reporter consulted Director Zhang from the Animal Protection Association. The angry young man appeared again. Dahua Group is lying. What they cut is deer antlers, which have not yet become horny. For young deer, cutting off the horns of young deer is equivalent to amputation of human limbs. And Dahua also cut off the antlers. The cruel method of electric shock was used, which is abuse. At the end of the TV news, the host said, after many mediations, this white deer was successfully rescued. It is a young male deer whose antlers have just grown out. And the white deer caused by this albino gene is the first in the world. It's a rare breed, and there may only be one like this in the entire Magic City. Fong Tang and Chun Yang both frowned and looked at it. What does this sudden appearance of TV and this piece of news mean? The white deer on the screen was covered in bruises, and a mark was cruelly branded near its tail. This was a barbaric way of treating livestock. The TV screen went black, then lit up again. In the picture, the girl in the floral skirt appears. Her whole face covered the TV screen. Giggling. It's not easy to find this video. Congratulations to the 2 players for receiving the White Deer Rushuang mission. The reward for this mission is 40 units of secret gold particles. 1 elemental weapon formula. The mission requires killing the white deer leader. Rewards are great, especially elemental weapon recipes. Fong Tang took out half of the secret scroll, opened it, and looked at the map. Chun Yang pointed her finger. The north of the Snow Mountain is the territory of the leader Frost Eagle. I can't see where the white deer in the mission is. Just as he was talking, there was a roaring vibration above his head, and sand and frost fell rustlingly. It's the sound of vehicles. Switch Yensong's men! After climbing up the rock above the cave, Fong Tang pressed Chun Yang down, and the girl was forced to squat down. Then the man stepped on her smooth shoulder very gracelessly. Stand up! Fong Tang whispered. Chun Yang was furious. You are still not a man. Why don't I stand on your shoulders? Fong Tang smiled lightly. Sure dot if you wear clothes. Chun Yang looked down at herself, wrapped only in a sheepskin, and blushed for a moment. If she is standing on a man's shoulders, all he has to do is look up. Oh my god. She could only accept her fate. Fong Tang looked at the flat piece of snow in front of him. This place in the middle of the snow-capped mountains is surrounded by pine trees on both sides, and the heavy snow cannot hide the color of the green pine trees. The roar of the engine sounded, and under the searchlights, the snow was like daylight. Ziyinjin's power vehicle responsible for plowing snow rushed over, and in front, a white shadow jumped gracefully. It was a white deer. The little white deer runs like an elf. In the car, the new Chinese killers were shouting and laughing wildly. Gunfire rang out. The snow and mud splashed, and the deer fell down beside the pine forest in the snow. The power car stopped, and someone shouted, The brothers of the second team are in for a treat tonight. Don't kill them yet. Capture them alive. The deer blood will be replenished. He raised his long and short spears together and aimed at the struggling white deer on the ground. At this moment, a strong wind swept across the snow. With a bang, a big pine tree next to the power car fell down, hitting the roof of the car. Then the second tree, and the third tree. In the last rays of sunset, the snow plow had been flattened by pine trees. Hot blood flows along the crystal snow. Someone started crying, and it seemed like they had a broken leg. Others climbed out from under the tree desperately, wiping the blood on their faces and raising their guns angrily. The panicked deer on the ground jumped up nimbly at this moment, turned around, raised its hooves, and hit the man in the chest. The sound of bones breaking is particularly clear. The fawn backed up, charged forward, and jumped up, with an indescribably beautiful trajectory. Its four hooves hit the man heavily. The entire chest and abdomen of the only surviving soldier collapsed. This is actually a trap. The deer is the bait, and the big pine tree is the weapon. The car lights came on again from behind. Coming is an armed off-road vehicle. Call! Another strong wind swept through. Fong Tang opened his eyes wide. A huge white deer emerges ferociously from the pine forest. When it ran, the snow was lifted up. The most terrifying thing is the antlers of this white deer. The tops of the antlers, which are more than half a meter long, are as sharp as bayonets. And it's multi-bifurcated. This is like a killing weapon composed of more than a dozen bayonets. Fong Tang saw the crisscross metal wires among the antlers and knives. That's a metal wire sparkling with secret gold particles. The armed off-road vehicle stopped in panic, and gunshots rang out. However, the bullet fell weakly from the white deer's body, and the snow on the ground instantly emitted steam. The antlers easily pierced the protective armor, and then a bright light like lightning lit up. Fong Tang narrowed his eyes. This giant white deer, which is at least 3 meters tall, is actually discharging electricity. Fong Tang felt that the current was at least 1,000,000 volts. But it didn't matter how much, because he could already smell the burning smell of human flesh. No matter how many people were in the car, they were all doomed at this time. The giant white deer proudly kicked away the charred off-road vehicle, and the nimble deer ran over happily. The dead unfortunates were quickly decomposed, while the deer ate the secret gold particles that appeared on the ground. The giant white deer gently waited for the fawn, and the fawn pushed a ball of secret gold particles with its head. After they finished eating, they left one after another. Fong Tang held his breath, dared not make any noise. In the light of the wreckage of the vehicle, he looked towards the tail of the giant deer. There is a vague imprint. That little deer that was once has grown up.